Good afternoon, everybody. It is Steve Lookner with Agenda Free TV. We are here to give you more live coverage of the situation in the Middle East. I also have a feed up from the Artemis launch preparations that is also happening today. We're going to be focusing for now on the war, but at the same time, we will keep an eye on the Artemis launch, and eventually we'll have the launch. I don't know if I'm going to change the title of the broadcast or not when we get closer to the launch to like double coverage or something, but I'm sure everybody's going to be covering the launch, so we'll see what happens. Anyways, we have the feed up there. You can see it right there on the screen, and but we're going to be focusing on what is going on in the Middle East. Thank you for bearing with me. We were not on the air the last 2 days because I was attending a conference, the Online News Association conference, which I was doing for the channel because I thought it would be a good thing for the channel to be there. But because it was going on, I could not get on the air. But the conference is now over. So now we can get back and do coverage and take your comments on the air and bring you the latest updates. We will, of course, have President Trump speaking tonight to the nation at 9 p.m. Eastern Time, 6 hours from now. Yes, I am still out of town for a couple more days. Soon I will be heading back to Boston because I'm still in Chicago where the conference was. So I appreciate you guys being here. You know what? I didn't do one thing I needed to do. And I apologize if I am a little behind on things. I have been trying to keep up as best I can while being busy with the conference, but we'll see what happens. Now I can hear two of myself. Hey, by the way, Thomas PO419 already gave 20 people memberships. Thomas, that is very kind of you. Thomas has given so many people memberships over there on YouTube. Thank you. That's really nice of you, Thomas. Thank you. And I'm sorry if somebody else gave any memberships earlier. I can't. There's still a YouTube issue which is supposed to fix any day now, and it's messing some things up on my channel, and they are fixing it. One of the things it's messing up is I can't even go back and see. If somebody like gave a membership 15 minutes ago, I can't go back and see it. So I have to catch it right as it happens. So I do apologize if I miss any of that. That should be fixed any day now, and I hope it is. I've been talking with them, so it's not my fault. Thanks also to our member, Lunar Guardian. Thank you. And also thanks so much to our moderators, Beth Mythical, Ruth, Roberts May Queen. Thank you. They are all there over there on YouTube moderating. Also, Matthew Kohai 3 is moderating. I got that fire on Twitch. Thank you. Also, thanks on Twitch to Koa Goose and Elizaveta Eli. Thank you so much for supporting the channel. And Linda Belk, Larry, Misha moderate for us over on X. Thank you so much for moderating there. And also, let's see here. Thank you, Kay Larry Body, for moderating. Thank you, Kay. Thanks, Christy Clafton, Diane Allworth for subscribing. Thanks, Sharon Faulkner, Roberta Rogers, Stutz Fulmer, and everybody else who is watching over on Facebook. And yeah, so let's get into it with the updates. I'll be keeping an eye on the situation with Artemis. I don't even know if you can see the clock on that, but it says there's a countdown clock. It's kind of small, but it's in the Artemis feed, 3:21:46. So we'll probably talk about that more as we get closer to the launch. Hey, thanks also Sherlock Holmes. That's very nice of you for the memberships. Sherlock Holmes. All right, one thing I want to mention is what President Trump is going to talk about tonight. There's some new reporting about what President Trump is going to talk about tonight that we want to bring to you. But before that, I'll be keeping an eye on missile alerts and rocket alerts and all of that stuff. Okay. Let's talk about what President Trump is going to say tonight when he addresses the nation. He's going to address the nation. Oh, give me one moment, though. Got to pull up one other thing here. Okay. Here, let me give you some reporting about what President Trump is going to say tonight from Reuters, who talked to President Trump about it. See, it says Trump says U.S. may exit Iran war soon and threatens to quit NATO. By the way, hold on a moment here. Reuters says experts say it is not clear whether Trump could, by himself, pull the United States out of NATO. So Reuters says President Trump told Reuters today that the U.S. will end its war on Iran fairly soon and could return for spot hits if needed. He also said in his speech tonight, he will say he is considering withdrawing the U.S. from the NATO alliance. Asked when the United States would consider the Iran war over, Trump said, "I can't tell you exactly. We're going to be out pretty quickly." President Trump tonight is expected to reiterate a 2 to 3 week timetable for ending the war in Iran during his address, a White House official later said. President Trump told Reuters today, "They won't have a nuclear weapon because they are incapable of that now, and then I'll leave and I'll take everybody with me, and if we have to, we'll come back to do spot hits." Also, apparently, says Reuters, in a letter to the American people from Iran's President Pezeshkian is supposed to be released in a few hours. We'll have to keep an eye on that. By the way, thanks to John Olive for the memberships. That's very kind of you, John Olive. Also, the International Energy Agency today said that global oil supplies were expected to be hit twice as hard this month as in March, underlining the urgent need for an end to the conflict, which began on February 28th. So it's over a month old now. President Trump also said, hang on a moment here. President Trump claimed earlier today, you can see right here, President Trump claimed that Iran's new regime president, much less radicalized and far more intelligent than his predecessors. Is he talking about there's a new supreme leader. There's not a new president. I mean, He's relatively new, but it's the same president now that the president was a month ago. There's a new supreme leader. Anyways, maybe he's talking about, I'm not sure which he's talking about. He said Iran's new regime president, much less radicalized and far more intelligent than his predecessors, has just asked the United States of America for a ceasefire. I have no idea if this is true. He says, we will consider when Hormuz Strait is open, free and clear. Until then, we are blasting Iran into oblivion, or as they say, back to the Stone Ages. So that was his post from this morning. Hang on a moment here. Let's see here. Two security sources from Pakistan, which is mediating in the conflict, told Reuters earlier that Pakistan had proposed a temporary ceasefire to both sides, but had not heard back from either. President Trump had signaled yesterday that he could wind down the war in 2 or 3 weeks, even without a deal, and scaled up threats to pull the U.S. out of the NATO defense alliance if European states did not help stop Iran threatening the Strait of Hormuz. In his remarks to Reuters today, Trump said that tonight he would express his disgust with NATO for what he considers NATO's lack of support for U.S. objectives in Iran. European states took pains to appear unruffled, and France's junior army minister said operations by NATO in the Strait of Hormuz would be a breach of international law. The International Energy Agency head said the main issue so far from Iran's effective closure of the Strait of Hormuz was the lack of jet fuel and diesel fuel that was already a problem in Asia and would hit Europe in April or May. The head of the European budget airline Ryanair said jet fuel supply to Europe could be disrupted from June if the conflict did not end in the next month, potentially forcing the airline and its rivals to consider canceling summer season flights. Businesses around the world are struggling with cosmetics and tea among the latest sectors to report difficulties. However, global stocks rallied and oil prices fell almost 3% as hopes of a de-escalation fueled the biggest rebound in regional equities in more than 3 years. Our viewer, Alone in the Darkness, says NATO is for defense if others are attacked. It is a defensive military alliance. That is true. I think actually if you go to its website, you can see that. Literally on its website. me see if I can pull up something to show you this. So if you go to their website, NATO, it says a political and military alliance. NATO's purpose is to guarantee the freedom and security of its members through political and military means. The collective defense, the bedrock commitment at the core of NATO, is that an attack against one of its members is considered an attack against all. This is the principle of collective defense, which is enshrined in Article 5 of the North Atlantic Treaty. In a spirit of solidarity, NATO allies will come to each other's assistance when needed. So far, Article 5 has been invoked only once in response to the 9/11 terrorist attacks in the U.S. in 2001. Lonnie Hayes says, who really knows what actually is going on in this illegal war? Well, it's not clear. I mean, President Trump says that it's going to be over soon, but it's not clear if it will. While he is saying that, there are still more U.S. forces heading to the Middle East. Some think there could be a ground operation that happens. Oh, did Pezeshkian already release his letter? Julia W. mentioned. To the, 13 minutes ago, to the people of the United States of America. Hey, the president of Iran issued released his letter to the people of the United States of America. We have to read this. This is from Iranian president. Let's look at this. Masoud Pezeshkian. I haven't read it yet. I didn't even realize it came out 13 minutes ago. All right, we're gonna read his letter. Let's see what he said to Americans. It is, man, it's 4 pages long. It's 4 pages long. All right, let's see what he has to say. Maybe I can put on the screen. I'll put a different headline up so people know what we're looking at. Iran's president releases letter to Americans, to American people. How did he say it? To the people of the United States of America, it says. Okay. To the people of the United States of America and to all those who the thing I have to do is I have to get this on the screen in a way you can see it. Let me do something real quick here. Give me 1 second here. Because you're going to be able to see the top part, but not the bottom part. So let me try to make an adjustment here. 1 moment, please. We'll get this fixed. That's going to be better. I did it. I think. Okay, he says, to the people of the United States of America and to all those who, amid a flood of distortions and manufactured narratives, continue to seek the truth and aspire to a better life. Iran, by this very name, character, and identity, is one of the oldest continuous civilizations in human history. Despite its historical and geographical advantages at various times, Iran has never in its modern history chosen the path of aggression, expansion, colonialism, or domination. Even after enduring occupation, invasion, and sustained pressure from global powers, and despite possessing military superiority over many of its neighbors, Iran has never initiated a war, they say. Yet it has resolutely and bravely repelled those who have attacked it. The Iranian people harbor no enmity, ill will toward other nations, including the people of America, Europe, or neighboring countries. Even in the face of repeated foreign interventions and pressures throughout their proud history, Iranians have consistently drawn a clear distinction between governments and the peoples they govern. This is a deeply rooted principle in Iranian culture and collective consciousness, not a temporary political stance. For this reason, portraying Iran as a threat is neither consistent with historical reality nor with present-day observable facts. Such a perception is the product of political and economic whims of the powerful and the need to manufacture an enemy in order to justify pressure, maintain military dominance, sustain the arms industry, and control strategic markets. In such an environment, if a threat does not exist, it is invented, said President Pezeshkian. All right, let's continue here. Let's go to page 2 of his letter to the people of the United States. Let's go to page 2 of his letter. Let me get that up on the screen for you. I got page 2 here. By the way, I got to give a quick thanks to Cyan Brown. Thanks, Cyan, for the memberships. That's so nice of you. Also, thanks, Kate, actually, for being a member of the channel. Thanks, Kate. Did I miss anybody else? Berea Beard, thank you. And also, hopefully I got everybody. All right, page 2 of the Iranian president's letter to the American people. Within this same framework, the United States has concentrated the largest number of its forces, bases, and military capabilities around Iran, a country that, at least since the founding of the United States, has never initiated a war. Recent American aggressions launched from these very bases have demonstrated how threatening such a military presence truly is. Naturally, no country confronted with such conditions would forego strengthening its defensive capabilities. What Iran has done and continues to do is a measured response grounded in legitimate self-defense and by no means an inflation of war or aggression. Relations between Iran and the United States were not originally hostile, and early interactions between the Iranian and American people were not marred with hostility or coup d'etat, an illegal American 1953 tension. The turning point, however, was the intervention aimed at preventing the nationalization of Iran's own resources. That coup disrupted Iran's democratic process, reinstated dictatorship, and sowed deep distrust among Iranians toward U.S. policies. This distrust further deepened with America's support for the Shah's regime, its backing of Saddam Hussein during the imposed war of the 1980s, the imposition of the longest and most comprehensive sanctions in modern history, and ultimately unprovoked military aggression twice in the midst of negotiations against Iran. Yet all these pressures have failed to weaken Iran. On the contrary, the country has grown before the Islamic the country has grown before the Islamic, 30% stronger in many areas. Literacy rates have tripled. Oh, the country has grown before the Islamic Revolution, stronger in many areas. Literacy rates have tripled from roughly today. Higher education has expanded dramatically. Significant. This is a little messed up because revolution is supposed to be up here. Significant advances have been achieved in modern technology, healthcare services have been improved, and infrastructure has developed at a pace and scale incomparable to the past. These are measurable, observable realities that stand independent of fabricated narratives, he says. At the same time, the destructive and inhumane impact of sanctions, war, and aggression. Let's go to the next page of the President's of Iran's letter to the American people. Here is page 3. So the end of page 2 was, hang on a moment. At the end of page 2, he said, why is that like that? At the end of page 2, he said, at the same time, the destructive and inhumane impact of sanctions, war, and aggression. Why is this like this? Hang on a moment. See, hang on a moment here. Hang on a moment here. Okay, there's page 3. I can see page 3. He said, at the same time, the destructive and inhumane impact of sanctions, war, and aggression on the lives of the resilient Iranian people must not be underestimated. The continuation of military aggression and recent bombings profoundly affect people's lives, attitudes, and perspectives. This reflects a fundamental human truth. When war inflicts irreparable harm on lives, homes, cities, and futures, people will not remain indifferent toward those responsible. This raises a fundamental question. Exactly which of the American people's interests are truly being served by this war? Was there any objective threat from Iran to justify such behavior? Does the massacre of innocent children, the destruction of cancer treatment pharmaceutical facilities, or boasting about bombing a country back to the Stone Ages, which President Trump said this morning, serve any purpose other than further damaging the United States' global standing? Iran pursued negotiations, reached an agreement, and fulfilled all its commitments. He's talking about the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action Iran deal under Obama, I believe. The decision to withdraw from that agreement, which Trump made, escalate toward confrontation and launch 2 acts of aggression in the midst of negotiations were destructive choices made by the U.S. government, choices that serve the delusions of a foreign aggressor. Attacking Iran's vital infrastructure, including energy and industrial facilities, directly targets the Iranian people. Beyond constituting a war crime, such actions carry consequences that extend far beyond Iran's borders. They generate instability, increase human and economic costs, and perpetuate cycles of tension, planting seeds and resentment that will endure for years. This is not a demonstration of strength. It is a sign of strategic bewilderment and an inability to achieve a sustainable solution. It is not also the case, is it not also the case that America has entered this aggression as a proxy for Israel, influenced and manipulated by that regime? Is it not true that Israel, by manufacturing an Iranian threat, seeks to divert global attention away from its crimes towards the Palestinians? Is it not evident that Israel now aims to fight Iran to the last American soldier and the last American taxpayer dollar, shifting the burden of its delusions onto Iran, the region, and the United States itself in pursuit of illegitimate interests? Is America first truly among the priorities of the U.S. government today? I invite you to look beyond the machinery of misinformation, an integral part of this aggression, and instead speak with those who have visited Iran. Observe the many accomplished Iranian immigrants educated in Iran who now teach and conduct research at the world's most prestigious universities or contribute to the most advanced technology firms in the West. Do these realities align with the distortions you are being told about Iran and its people? Today, the world stands at crossroads. Continuing along the path of confrontation is more costly and futile than ever before. The choice between confrontation and engagement is both real and consequential. Its outcome will shape the future for generations to come. Throughout its millennia of proud history, Iran has outlasted many aggressors. All that remains of them are tarnished names in history, while Iran endures resilient, dignified, and proud. So that is the letter from the Iranian president. Not the Iranian supreme leader, the Iranian president, who's not as powerful as the supreme leader. Excuse me. I don't know if there was anything. I was looking to see if there was any kind of new big announcement in there. I didn't really notice any kind of new big announcement in there. Maybe I missed it, but we read the whole thing. Like there were no big new threats and no saying we're going to do this and this is going to happen specifically that was new to me. One of our viewers says supreme leader is religious, not political or military. No, because Iran is a theocratic republic, remember. So the supreme leader is political and military. He is the supreme leader in a religious state, which makes him the most important figure in those realms as well. It's quite interesting. Let's see if I can show you a little about that. So, by the way, the Encyclopedia Britannica, for example, has an article on Supreme Leader, which I'll give you a link to. I'll put it in the chat. But if you can see, it says, Supreme Leader of Iran, head of state in Iran, overseeing virtually all functions of government, either directly or indirectly. The post was instituted as Rahbar leader in 1979 with the creation of Iran's Islamic Republic, which blends democratic elements with theocratic oversight from Islamic clerics of the blankety-blank sect, 12 Shia sect. The concentration of power in the hands of the supreme leader returned Iran to a dictatorship in which the supreme leader commands tremendous sway over both policy making and the electoral process. The duties designated to the supreme leader are broadly defined in the Constitution, allowing significant room for the supreme leader to intervene in political affairs, maneuver the armed forces, and make appointments that determine the makeup of the government. Wow. Anyways, I'll post a link to this article, but the supreme leader is the most powerful person in Iran, and as you heard the Encyclopedia Britannica say, overseeing virtually all functions of government, either directly or indirectly. I'm going to post a link to that article in the chat, Encyclopedia Britannica. You can go to Britannica.com and check it out. I appreciate them letting me share that with you. Okay. We'll take some more comments on the letter from the president. That letter to the American people was not from the supreme leader. It was from the president. Now, what I need to do is, give me a moment. Okay, we're good. Just as a reminder, someone said, where have you been? As a reminder, the last couple days, I have been at a at the Online News Association conference that I wanted to attend because I thought it would be helpful for the channel. But unfortunately, when I'm at the conference, I can't be on the air. But the conference ended today. So now I can be back on the air. All right, let's take some more comments, get you some more updates. Keeping an eye, let me just do this. President Trump to address the nation about Iran at 9 ET. Did I miss some memberships? I might have missed some memberships. Did I miss any memberships? I hope I didn't. If I did, I apologize, guys. Kim K. Carter, I missed. Thank you, Kim. Also, John Turpin for the gift memberships. Thank you, John. Sorry if I missed any others. Okay, I need a second here to catch up on everything. There's too much open. I need to catch up on some things. So just give me a moment here. There's a new article in the Washington Post, which we're going to check out. Risky commando plan to seize Iran's uranium came at Trump's request. Well, we have to check that article out. We're going to be checking that out shortly. Watchdog 93 says, will Iran agree to all terms of negotiation? Well, at this point, the terms we've heard from both sides seem to be pretty maximalist for each side. Each side seems to be demanding the things that it really wants and the other side is not likely to do at this point. So we'll have to see what happens. Thanks, Leslie Ladyhawk, for being a member. Reflection says he's addressing the people of the USA, the Iranian president, but what is he saying behind closed doors? I don't trust any of them, period. Yes, as Mary just asked about, real quick on YouTube, the super chat is still broken. It is supposed to be fixed any day now. I've talked to YouTube about it. They're working on it. What can I say? It's a very weird issue, but they're aware of it and they are fixing it. So hopefully soon. Thank you. And thank you, Mary McHugh, too, for the memberships. I really appreciate that. Thank you, Mary. Give me one moment here. Give me one moment here. One moment here. Okay, now. Again, I have a feed up about from the Artemis preparations. We'll definitely show the Artemis launch. I haven't decided yet on if I'm gonna like officially do double coverage or just kind of show the launch when it happens. We'll have to see. I mean, there's so much coverage of the launch, but it's important. But so I'll definitely have it, but I don't know if I'm gonna like change the title of the broadcast to like war and launch coverage. So we'll have to see as we get closer. Thank you, green check marks, for being a member. But it's still, I mean, 2 hours and 45 minutes away. That's when the launch window opens. For those of you who aren't aware, a crew of 4 astronauts is supposed to be launching from the U.S. and going on a 10-day journey that takes them around the moon. Around the moon. They're not landing on the moon. The first crewed moon mission in over 50 years. But they're not landing on the moon. Thanks to Shaft for the memberships. Hey, Shaft, that's really nice of you. Thank you. I appreciate that. Oh, so President Trump is threatening to pull the U.S. out of NATO and saying he's going to talk about that tonight. So again, according to Reuters, Reuters said that President Trump told them that tonight he will say the U.S. will end its war fairly soon, okay, and could return for spot hits if needed. And also, he said he will say in the speech tonight he is considering withdrawing the U.S. from NATO. Now, you might wonder, can Trump withdraw the U.S. from NATO by himself? Now, Reuters says President Trump threatened today to pull the U.S. out of NATO due to its European members' refusal to send ships to unblock the Strait of Hormuz near Iran. As he intensified the denunciations of the military alliance, experts say it is not clear whether Trump could act unilaterally to leave the 77-year-old transatlantic coalition, even though he frequently makes major decisions without congressional approval, some of which are held up by U.S. courts. What does the Constitution say? The Constitution specifies that the President has the power to make treaties with the advice and consent of the Senate, provided 2/3 of the 100-member Senate concur. However, the Constitution is silent on treaty withdrawal. What does the NATO treaty say? The NATO, which includes European countries, the United States and Canada, was formed in 1949 with the aim of countering the risk of Soviet attack and has been the cornerstone of the West's security ever since. Article 13 of the North Atlantic Treaty says any party may withdraw after giving 1 year's notice to the government of the United States, which will then inform other governments of the notice of denunciation. To date, no NATO member has ever rescinded its membership. What does U.S. law say? In 2023, Congress passed and President Biden signed legislation barring any U.S. president from suspending, terminating, denouncing, or withdrawing the U.S. from the treaty that established NATO unless the withdrawal is backed by a 2/3 majority in the Senate. Okay? But I wonder if someone could challenge the constitutionality of that law or something. And Trump has been harshly critical of NATO for years. Okay. In 2020, during his first term, the Department of Justice's legal counsel issued an opinion saying that the president, not Congress, has exclusive authority to withdraw from treaties. A February 2026 report from the Congressional Research Service said if the issue came up in court, the executive branch could cite that opinion and argue that the NDAA amendment in 2023 that said the president would need the approval of the Senate is unconstitutional. Trump told Reuters today he would say in an address to the nation he was absolutely considering withdrawing from NATO, citing disgust with NATO. His remarks came just hours after Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth declined to reaffirm the U.S. commitment to NATO's collective defense. Experts said this lack of commitment, rather than any law, was the key point. If the president and the military are not committed to NATO and European security, then I don't think there's much Congress can actually do to hold that back, said a former State Department official, Max Bergman. And just to read you the less of this. What happens next? Under international law, a nation's head of state generally has the authority to withdraw from a treaty. If the treaty allows withdrawal and the nation adheres to the withdrawal process, U.S. law has been less clear. Although presidents have withdrawn from several treaties without Congress's approval, including Trump's departure from the 35-nation Open Skies Treaty following unarmed surveillance flights over member countries. If the issue ends up in the courts, the challenge to Trump's decision would face steep hurdles. Those include establishing who has standing, a personal stake in the outcome to challenge the withdrawal. The U.S. Supreme Court has never heard a treaty withdrawal case on its merits. So this could go to the Supreme Court, the question of whether President Trump has the power himself to withdraw the U.S. from NATO, or whether he would say need the approval of the Senate. He's supposed to discuss it tonight, his feelings about NATO. Mackinder thinks it would open up a can of worms if they tried to stop him. Well, I assume if he tried to do it, there would be some sort of challenge, court challenge, and we would go to the courts. Shraki says, could he avoid the 1-year notice by saying he decided the year ago? I think that the NATO rules are that you have to inform someone a year before you do it. The NATO treaty says any party may withdraw after giving 1 year's notice to the government of the United States. I don't know that Trump could say he gave a notice to himself, and I didn't tell anyone. Our viewer, Thomas Neubauer, thinks America is going to abandon all allies who trusted and loved it. I'm seeing some other reporting about what Trump is going to say in his speech that I want to share with you. Politico says Trump will declare war is winding down and others need to resolve Hormuz, which is something he, I believe, said the last couple days. Hang on. President where is it here? It's weird. I'm reading the article, and it's kind of in Politico. And I can't find in the article where they're getting this report that he will say others need to resolve the Strait of Hormuz. When you actually read the article, it says that Steve Bannon said that President Trump will say the Strait of Hormuz situation is the Gulf, is the other countries to solve. But I mean, does Steve Bannon know this? Did he talk to Trump recently about this? It's confusing in the Politico article. They're just saying Steve Bannon says this. But how does he know this? I don't know. Anyways, we'll have to see what he says about that. The thing is, though, even if President Trump were to say tonight, hey, other countries, if you were to say tonight, hey, other countries, you need to solve the Strait of Hormuz issue, we're not going to, that doesn't mean the U.S. won't try to, right? President Trump could say that tonight. Doesn't mean that the U.S. isn't going to try to open the Strait of Hormuz. It'd be quite something if the U.S. just left leaving the Strait of Hormuz closed. Zen Shroyukin thinks it's all market manipulation. Tim Robbins thinks U.S. leaving NATO would be good for Europe, forcing them to upgrade their militaries. Hey, thanks, by the way, Thomas P0419 gave 10 more memberships. Thank you, Thomas. Thomas from Sweden has given so many memberships. Please thank Thomas for the memberships. Thanks also Jedgerman on Twitch. Thanks Noodle Soup on Twitch for subscribing. That is coming up in 5 hours. Trump is coming up in 5 hours. Nat Rounds thinks Trump will just repeat same stuff today that he has been recently saying. Do I have, give me one moment here. Just give me a second. This must be it. President Trump spoke yesterday about the situation, and I think it might be worth just checking out what he had to say. Let me show you this. Give me a moment here. Hang on. Okay, here. Let's look at what President Trump said. I'm going to temporarily take off the Tel Aviv camera. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to put this over here. Okay, that's good. And then I'm going to put this right here. Because, you know, what he said yesterday about the situation might be a good guide to what... Uh-oh, what did I do? Why did I take the wrong one away? That was that. Now I'm confused. All right, hold on. I did something wrong. Oh, I took the wrong one away. My bad. There we go. All will be right in a second. Now I have to do this. Okay, there's Trump, and this is yesterday. So check out what he had to say. Maybe he's going to, as one of our viewers say pretty much the same thing today as yesterday in his speech. So to help us, remind us what he was saying yesterday, let's look at this. Okay. All right, here's Trump yesterday speaking about Iran. It'll probably take a couple seconds, and he takes a question on it.
Congressional approval, and especially when the money is all put up. This is all donations by people that love our country, that love the White House, and that feel it was very necessary.
Mr. President, a couple of questions for you on Iran, but first one that affects Americans here at home, gas prices. Today they hit $4.
And we have $4, yeah, and we have a country that's not going to be throwing a nuclear weapon at us in 6 months. Of course,
but Americans are feeling the effects in the interim of this
and they're
operation.
also feeling a lot safer.
What is the plan to bring them back down?
All I have to do is leave Iran, and we'll be doing that very soon, and they'll become tumbling down. And stock prices were up today almost to a record because they know two things. Number one, we have a safe country. We had to take a little detour because we had a madman named Khomeini who sadly is no longer with us. And we had regime change already. We've knocked out one regime, then we knocked out the second regime. Now we have a group of people that are very different. They're much more reasonable, I think much less radicalized. We have had regime change. We're dealing with people that are much more rational, and it's amazing what we've done. We had to make a little detour. So when the stock market broke all records just a few weeks ago, when it hit 50,000 on the Dow, 7,000 on the S&P, I said to the American people, it's time that we have to make a little detour because we have a madman that wants a nuclear weapon. And if we didn't knock him out with a B-2 bomber, we would have a nuclear weapon right now. It would have been used before today. And you may not be standing there asking that question, okay? So I think we have a country that understands that. I see CNN did a poll and they talked about voters or MAGA voters, and my poll came out at 100%. Nobody covers that poll. They had another poll where it's at 92% approval. I think that the people understand it. We'll be leaving very soon, and if France or some other country wants to get oil or gas, they'll go up through the Strait and Hormuz Strait. They'll go right up there and they'll be able to fend for themselves. I think it'll be very safe, actually, but we have nothing to do with that. What happens to the Strait, we're not going to have anything to do with, because these countries, China will go up and they'll fuel up their beautiful ships and they'll leave and they'll take care of themselves. There's no reason for us to do it. We hit them hard. We got rid of a lot of the radicalized lunatics along the Strait. But if they want something, but I would say that within 2 weeks, maybe 3, we're hitting them very hard. Last night we knocked out tremendous amounts of missile-making facilities. As you probably read or wrote,
we'll be gone.
We knocked out. Excuse me.
Pardon me for interrupting. The U.S. will be gone or done with the war.
I think with 2 or 3 weeks.
Not 3 weeks. If it is,
we'll leave because there's no reason for us to do this. Look, problem with the Strait. A guy can take a mine, drop it in the water, and say, "Oh, it's unsafe." It's not like you're taking out an army or you're taking out a country, or they can drop it. Or you can take a machine gun from the shore and shoot a few bullets at a ship, or maybe an over-the-shoulder missile, small missiles. That's not for us. That'll be for France. That'll be for whoever's using the Strait. But I think when we leave, probably that's all cleared up. Today I heard tremendous numbers of ships were sailing through. We're negotiating with them right now. We have had regime change. Now, regime change was not one of the things I had as a goal. I had one goal. They will have no nuclear weapon. And that goal has been attained. They will not have nuclear weapons. But we're finishing the job. And I think within maybe 2 weeks, maybe a couple of days longer to do the job. But we want to knock out every single thing they have. Now, it's possible that we'll make a deal before that, because we'll hit bridges, and we've hit some. We'll hit some bridges. Got a couple of nice bridges in mind. But if they come to the table, that'll be good. But it doesn't matter whether they come or not. We've set them back. It'll take 15 to 20 years for them to rebuild what we've done to them. They have no Navy. They have no military. They have no Air Force. They have no telecommunications. They have no anti-aircraft systems. They have no leaders. Their leaders are all gone. That's why we have regime change. We have nice new leaders. Peter?
Thank you, President Trump. You talked about how the ballroom needs to have a drone-proof roof.
Right.
There have been drone swarms flying over military installations in the U.S. over the last couple weeks. The
Yeah.
reports are they don't look commercial and they can't be jammed. Is this another country's military?
I don't think so. We have a great system of. Do you notice that over the last 4 or 5 days you haven't seen very many drone hits? Right? We have some unbelievable anti-drone weaponry that's incredible. But you want to have, like, for instance, the ballroom. We have a very powerful very steel roof with other things in it. And you want to have, if you're building a building for security, just like his judge's opinion, you have to have security for the president and his staff. You need heavy, strong ceilings. You need seriously thick, bulletproof, ballistic glass. And we have that. Other buildings don't. Fairly modern buildings don't have that. They have roofs that are weak and they have regular glass windows.
There was this incident down at Barksdale, though, where apparently a whole swarm of drones for a couple hours was over the flight line. There's a lot of really important planes down there. Yeah. How concerned are you that this is some other country just scoping out?
Yeah. I know about it. They've checked that out and they've gotten to the bottom of it. You have a lot of people now that fly these things all over the place, and we're coming down very hard on them. But we're able to take them out militarily. We're able to take them out very easily. And a new thing is lasers. The lasers are becoming very, very effective. You hit a drone and it melts in air. It's a beautiful thing to see. If it's coming at you, having a laser is a very nice thing. But we have, there are methods of defending against drones. I mean, the advantage from the standpoint of defense is they don't go very fast relative to a F-22, that plane right over there. They go very slow. They can be also shot out of the air by high quality aircraft, which we have more than anybody ever had.
And there was a viral video this week. I don't know if you saw it, of Army helicopters hovering near Kid Rock's house in Nashville. Did you see that video?
I didn't see it, no, but I'm sure they had a good time.
So the Army just said the crews of these helicopters have been suspended. What do you think of that?
Well, it depends. They probably shouldn't have been doing it. Yes, you're not supposed to be playing games, right? But I'd take a look at it. They like Kid Rock. I like Kid Rock. Maybe they were trying to defend him. I don't know.
Does Iran have to make a deal? Does Iran have to make a deal for the U.S. to end its operation in Iran? And
no,
have you spoken? No. And have you spoken directly?
Iran doesn't have to make a deal. No. Yeah, I've spoken to a lot of people. It's a new regime. They are much more accessible. They are right. They said, we have a present for you, Mr. President, out of respect. And they said, wait a minute, you want me to answer the question? You're a fresh person. We've had a lot of problems with you, haven't we? No, they don't. You asked me a question. No, they don't have to make a deal with me. When we feel that they are, for a long period of time, put into the Stone Ages, and they won't be able to come up with a nuclear weapon, then we'll leave. Whether we have a deal or not, it's irrelevant. Now, it's possible that we'll have a deal because they want to make a deal. They want to make a deal more than I want to make a deal. But in a fairly short period of time, we'll be finished. They will not be able to do a nuclear weapon for years. And when they are ready, maybe in a long time from now, able to do a nuclear weapon, you'll have a president that will be like me and that he will go there and he'll knock the hell out of them again because they cannot have a nuclear weapon. They are very radicalized people. They're very sick leaderships. And I will say, though, that the leadership we're dealing with now, the new regime, because we have a new regime, and the new regime is much better than the past. Yeah.
Mr. President, the Iranian government threatened a bunch of U.S. companies today in the region, including Google, Apple.
With what? What did they threaten them with? PB guns? Or
well, that's a
they
good
don't have
question.
much left to threaten.
My question for you is: is the U.S. talking
what
to
did
those
they?
companies?
You made a set. What did they threaten them with? I don't know. Tell me, how did they threaten them?
Well, all I know is that they threatened them, sir.
What does that mean?
Fair enough.
They said something nasty.
Is the government in touch with these companies? Are you helping to backstop them?
You don't even know what the threat was. What was the threat? I haven't heard it. What was the threat?
I'll get back
Did they say they're going to blow them up? They're going to hit them? They're not. You know what they're not going to do? They're not going to hit them with a nuclear weapon. Yeah.
Is it something you're concerned about, sir?
No.
Iran's IRGC issues a warning that they will target 18 U.S. technology companies if the U.S. continues targeted assassinations of Iranian leaders beginning on April 1st. Those companies included NVIDIA, Apple, Microsoft.
Most of those people are dead already. Yeah, Peter?
I got one. Your son Eric posted a photo of what will be the Trump Presidential Library.
Yeah.
It's a huge skyscraper. Is that all a library?
I'll play one more question, but I'm going to forward if it's not Iran stuff.
What else is going in there?
Well, it's a library. It's a museum, a library. It's a presidential. But I wouldn't start it till I'm out of office. I don't believe in building libraries or museums. It's really like the Barack Hussein Obama one in Chicago. In not a good location, and it's a very unattractive building that's seriously late and seriously over budget. I think you're going to see a great one here, and it'll go up on time, on budget, best location in Miami. They say it's the best block in Miami, and the state worked with us.
Will people live in the floors?
No, it's going to be most likely a hotel. You know, this concept could be office, but it's most likely going to be a hotel with a beautiful building underneath and a 747 Air Force One in the lobby, which is going to be a trick.
And the Supreme Court tomorrow is going to hear arguments about your executive order trying to get rid of birthright citizenship.
So we're going to, I just want to keep the focus on Iran. So, yeah, I mean, you know, you heard him say that he doesn't need a deal to leave, right? He's mentioned that other countries could deal with things like mines in the Strait of Hormuz and Iran threatening the Strait of Hormuz if they want to. He said 2 to 3 more weeks. So I don't know, you know, one of our viewers commented and said, like, he's saying he's going to say the same thing tonight. Now, he might say the same thing tonight. I don't know. I don't know if it's going to be different than that. Did he talk about NATO during this? I'd kind of like to forward and just see if there's any more Q&A, yes, in this appearance from him about Iran. Going to scroll through here. Not seeing it yet. Oh, here. What's this question here? Let's see this question here. One moment. Thank you, Ma Kettle, for being a member. Thanks, Ma Kettle. I think this question might be about Iran too. Coming up.
So they're fighting like hell. They're actually fighting for their survival because their policy, the Republicans have great policy, smart policy.
Just wait for the next question.
Low interest rates, low taxes. We just gave you the largest tax cut in history.
One moment.
All these great policies, you know. We want a strong military. Look at our military. We have the strongest military. Look what happened in Venezuela. Look what's happening in Iran. We're totally unchecked. Everything's been bombed out. They have no anti-aircraft protection. They have no nothing. They don't have anything. Look at our military. The Democrats don't want that. And when I read the fake New York Times, you take a look at it, it's like, oh, they're putting up a good fight. They're not putting up a fight. They're not even shooting at us, okay? We have planes. Planes are just ruling the sky. We have airplanes. Those two. We have airplanes. Nice, right? Lincoln with a little modern touch. The great Benjamin Franklin with a little modern touch. But think of it. They are roaming the skies over Tehran. They're not even being shot at, because their equipment's been totally decimated. They have nothing to shoot. They have no Navy, they have no anything. And just think about this. They have no Navy. They have no military. They have no nothing. They're losing. They admit they're losing. They're begging to make a deal. And if you read the fake New York Times, a corrupt newspaper, where I'm suing them and I think I should do very well, but you would almost think, who's winning? It's so fraudulent. But just to finish up, with the New York Times. If you read the New York Times prior to my election victory, including the first one, and the second one too, I won 3 times. I won 3 times convincingly. But let's go to the third victory. If you read the New York Times, you would say, oh, Trump's going to lose. But I won in a landslide. I won the popular vote. I won the Electoral College in a massive number, right? Massive. I won the counties, 86% of the counties I won. All of these different things. Winning the popular vote for a Republican is, pretty amazing. But if you read the New York Times for months and months and months, you were hearing, oh, Trump, he's doing so badly. We have to straighten out our media. The reason their circulation is way down, the New York Times circulation, has gone way down. Washington Post is almost extinct. The papers that are being dishonest, papers generally, people don't believe the media. And to finish, I got 93% bad publicity. Some people say 97, but between 93 and 97. A person that gets 97% of bad stories, maybe Caroline's doing a poor job, I don't know. She's my representative. You're doing a terrible job. Should we keep her? I think we'll keep her. But I get 93 to 97% bad press, fake press, all fake. I won in a landslide. When you get 93 to 97 bad stories, bad press, and you win in a landslide, you know what that says? People don't believe the press. And when people don't believe the press, that's a very bad thing for our country. And when you look at, let's say, the New York Times or the Washington Post, the stories are so fake. Wall Street Journal, too, a lot of bad stories. I don't know what happened to them, but they're bad. Their circulation went way down. Wall Street Journal, I don't know if you saw the numbers that came out yesterday. New York Times, way down. Wall Street Journal, way down. Washington Post, #1, way down. Because people don't believe them anymore. And until they get, it's not the paper, it's not the big, it's that they have no credibility anymore, which is a very sad thing for our country. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, everyone.
Okay, so he talked a little more about Iran at the end there. So that was what he had to say yesterday about Iran. We'll see if he says something similar tonight at what time? What is happening here? At 9 p.m. Eastern Time. 9 p.m. Eastern Time. We'll have that live. We're going to show the launch. I don't know how much. We're definitely going to show the Artemis launch. I don't know how much we're going to do. I mean, we're going to keep the focus on the war, I think. But as we get close to the Artemis launch, as we get pretty close, we can focus on it a bit more. I mean, it's not 2 hours and 6 minutes till the 2 hours and 6 minutes until the launch window opens. Hoops McCann thinks Trump has created this whole NATO riff. Club Chubba Sama thinks Trump isn't going to say anything about anything. I did have something I wanted to show you about. Oh, are there alerts right now? There is a drone alert. Earlier there was a missile launch earlier, before we came on live today, that I believe was 10 missiles from Iran in one wave. 10 missiles. I have that here. The largest in a while. This was the largest Iranian launch wave since early in the war. You can see that Manny Fabian of Times of Israel posted about it about 5 hours ago. It was the largest Iranian salvo on Israel since the early days of the war, in which around 10 ballistic missiles were fired at once at Israel. My Mind Spray says it was nuts. Today was pretty crazy too. If you're talking about the same thing, My Mind Spray. Hey, thanks by the way to Thomas P0419 gave 5 more memberships. That is so nice of you, Thomas. Thank you. Also, Michael Scholing. Thank you, Michael, for being a member. Make sure you thank Thomas or somebody else if they gave you a membership. Hey, shout out to our moderators. Beth Mythical is moderating. Ruth is moderating. Leslie Lady Hawk is moderating on YouTube. Oopsie, hold on a moment here. Now I messed everything up. What did I just do? Oh, I know what I did. Okay, hold on. There we go. Okay, great, we got it. Thanks to our moderators on Twitch. Matthew Kohai 3 is moderating over there right now. Thank you so much, Matthew Kohai 3. Did I thank Jeterman over there for subscribing on Twitch? Thank you. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha over on X. Kay Lowry Body, Andrea Holder moderating on Facebook. Thanks Dolly Clark for subscribing. Christy Claff for subscribing. Susan Priest Buchner for subscribing. Quick shout out to some of our Twitch subscribers too. People like Sandy Doggo and I'm a Peaky Blinder, Wall Street Shaggy, Charlie Underfoot, Midtown Mike, 7-6. How about that? Strong One. Thanks for subscribing. Gamoff. Gina Pina, thanks for subscribing. Jeterman, Noodle Soup, JSW15792, thanks for subscribing. Hugh J, Fornax, thanks for subscribing. Digital Communist, Constant Juicer, Rupert Lionheart, Tenfold, and Dilge Warren, thanks for subscribing too. All of our Twitch subscribers, big thank you. Oh, and also, hold on a moment here. All right. So about 2 hours till the Artemis launch. We'll talk more about that later. And about 4.5 hours until President Trump addresses the nation. Artemis is basically the first moon mission in over 50 years, but it's not going to the moon. The astronauts are going to fly around the moon. It's going to be a 10-day mission. Scary Atheist says, further and furthest any human has been from Earth. That may be correct. I'm not positive. I don't want to get into all of it right now. Let's wait to talk about it till I'm going to wait to talk about it until we're closer to it. I want to keep our focus on the war right now, and then when we get closer to it, we can talk about it more. All right. Give me a moment here. Yeah, I got to check for some updates. What's happening? What's happening? One moment. One moment. There's an article about a possible ground operation I wanted to go over with you. I'm getting caught up on some of the other reporting here. Okay. Here is some people in our chat are talking about the price of gas. I want to mention this. Here's a new article from today. Check it out. Risky commando plan to seize Iran's uranium came at Trump's request. We keep hearing that Trump is going to say tonight, and Trump has said today that he's going to say tonight that the war will be over soon. Yet all of these American military resources have been flowing into the Middle East in recent weeks. More troops, more ships, and more other things. So, might there be some sort of ground operation? More Marines, more amphibious assault ships? We don't know. Oh, someone mentioned oil too. I do feel like I was seeing that like oil went down yesterday because people were thinking, yeah, I mean, here's a headline right now, just to show you this. I don't know. I mean, I feel like some things Trump says that they move markets. And I mean, I think if you follow Trump, you know that a lot of times, like, he can change his mind or say one thing, but it's not really a commitment, and then he does something else. So, I mean, here's the kind of headline I'm talking about right now. Ooh, by the way, Fred Flintstone gave 20 people memberships. Hey, Fred, that's so nice of you. Wow. Thank you, Fred Flintstone, for your support in the memberships. Make sure you thank Fred if you got a membership from Fred. Look at this here. Look at this headline. Stocks rally worldwide as oil prices ease on hopes for a possible end to the Iran war. Now, I guess President Trump has said a couple times in the last couple days things like, well, if other countries want the Strait of Hormuz open, they can open it themselves. Fine, he said that, but I mean, I think there's a decent case to be made that Trump wouldn't want to leave Iran and leave the region with the Strait of Hormuz still closed. You can see AP said stocks rushed higher worldwide and oil prices eased as hopes built that the war with Iran could end soon. That's even though some of the signals investors saw as hopeful are already under dispute. And several earlier bouts of optimism in financial markets quickly got undercut by the continued fierce fighting in the war, says AP. The Dow went up about half a point today. NASDAQ went up over a point. Stock markets across Europe and Asia showed gains, including an 8.4% surge in South Korea. Oil prices fell back toward $100 per barrel after President Trump said late Tuesday that the U.S. military could end its offensive in 2 to 3 weeks. That added to optimism following a couple tenuous, that means kind of flimsy or weak, signals of hope from earlier Tuesday that Wall Street latched onto, including a news report quoting Iran's president as saying it has the necessary will to end the war as long as certain requirements are met, including guarantees to prevent a recurrence of aggression. The worry on Wall Street has been that the war may last a long time and keep oil and natural gas from the Persian Gulf out of global markets, which could create a brutal blast of inflation. But hope has been quick to reverse doubt on Wall Street, triggering manic swings back and forth for the financial markets since the war with Iran began. Trump has also made statements that lifted markets, only to see the gains quickly disappear after increasing his military threats, says AP. Our viewer LGS says, I worry where this war is going. Hey, thanks John Turpin for the gift membership. Thank you, John. Also, I Am Charlie. Thanks, I Am Charlie, for the membership. By the way, President Trump this morning said on social media, Iran has just asked the U.S. for a ceasefire. And then Iran's foreign ministry spokesman quickly called that claim false and baseless, according to Iranian state TV. Also, something else we didn't even talk about yet that AP mentions. I posted about it last night, but we should mention it. Iran hit an oil tanker off the coast of Qatar, and Kuwait's airport on Wednesday, while airstrikes battered Tehran as the fighting continued. There have been 2 more ship attacks on ships the last couple days. We should talk about that. I think that's not being talked about enough. There was a while that went by where Iran had stopped attacking ships. But there have been a couple attacks in the last couple days. So this is this post from UKMTO, which tracks these attacks. UKMTO, and that's from the last day. You can see this was Can I shrink this a little bit? That'd be better for you. There you go. So this is near Qatar. And they said UKMTO received report of an incident 17 nautical miles north of Qatar, Ras Laffan. The company security officer reported the tanker had been hit by an unknown projectile on the port side, causing damage to the hull above the waterline. The crew are reported as safe. There is no environmental impact. Update 001. UKMTO can confirm the vessel was struck by 2 projectiles. One caused a fire, which has since been extinguished. The other remains unexploded within the vessel's engine room and is being investigated by the relevant authorities. UKMTO are unable to confirm the source of the projectiles and continue to investigate. You'd have to presume it's Iran. So that happened yesterday. That ship got attacked. And then there was another attack on a ship the day before, I think it was. Right here. Yes, this was 2 days ago. 2 days ago. Look at this. This is 31 nautical miles northwest of Dubai. The company security officer reported an unknown projectile had struck their tanker on the starboard side, causing a fire to the vessel. The crew are accounted for and safe. The fire is extinguished. There is no environmental implications resulting from the strike. UKMTO are unable to confirm the source of the projectile and continue to investigate. I believe Qatar said this was an Iranian attack. Hold on, I can show you something about this. So that's 2 ships in 2 days. After a period of not many attacks on ships at all. Hang on, I'm trying to find you the Qatar statement about the ship. Where is it here? Yeah, here. Qatar Energy confirms that Aqua One, a fuel oil tanker on charter to Qatar Energy, that's Qatar State Energy company, has been the subject of a missile attack in the northern territorial waters of the state of Qatar. Was it really a missile? I don't know. And then there was Dubai posted about one as well. So that was called the Aqua One. I'll look that one up on marine traffic. Hang on. Where is the thing about the ship? Yes, right here. Where is this it? Here. This was a couple days ago here. Dubai authorities have confirmed that response teams have successfully extinguished the fire involving a Kuwaiti oil tanker. And what was the ship? The ship that was attacked near Qatar was called the Aqua One. All right, so this is marinetraffic.com, the ship tracking and marine analytics provider. And if I look up Aqua One, crude oil tanker. There is the Aqua One crude oil tanker sailing under the flag of Panama, destined for Kuwait, it says. And that's what it said. This looks like spoofing or something. I don't know. Did it really take this path? There might be weird things going on with the tracking signals there, but it does show you that Aqua One is that looks like just about the right. Yeah, that looks like the right location of where the ship is. That was one of the two ships. One of our viewers, Y Pile, says LMAO definitely spoofing. I don't know if the ship is doing something with its signal to make it harder to target or something else, but that looks kind of off. But it's the right location, because the report about the ship getting hit gave the location. And then here is the just to show you here is the overall picture. There is the Strait of Hormuz. At least what's on the radar, not much in there. There have been several ships going through on a lot of days, ships that Iran has approved to go through there. If we do a playback from the last day, we can usually find a couple of ships that have gone through. Hold on a second here. Custom. So I'm just doing a playback from the last day. You don't see much moving there, though. This is sped up. You see a ship called Roshak, and you see a ship Uma. The ships that get out, they go behind Larak Island. They tend to disappear, go behind Larak Island, disappear off of radar, and then they emerge out here. See that one Roshak? So we have to see if it pops out on radar here. See, it disappeared from radar, so it might pop up here. It seems like maybe it's a. I don't know if Iran is telling them to turn off your ship identification signal or something, but these ships tend to disappear when they get too close to Larak Island. And then they appear on the other side. All right, so Kylo. See this one that says Kylo? That was in the past day. Let's check Kylo. No, they're not sneaking by. They're going by with... If they go behind Larak Island, they're going to be going by with Iranian approval. For whatever reason. Kylo oil tanker. Reported destination, China. Kylo oil tanker. Reportedly destination, China. And if we go to past track, what I bet you're going to see is, as you can see, the ship was approaching. This is the Strait of Hormuz here. The ship was approaching. It went off of tracking. Presumably it went behind Larak Island and came out this way. So it looks like that one got out in the past day. Maybe to pay a fee, says Minio Gaten. Oh, hold on a second. Did NASA say something? Hold on. Pull up the... Someone said NASA said something, but I'm not sure if that's true. Issue with the flight termination system is being worked on, but the countdown is proceeding. That's from Marcia Smith. She is with Space Policy Online. An issue with the flight termination system is being worked, but the countdown is proceeding. One of our viewers mentioned that. I don't know what the flight termination system does. Oh, it what I'm seeing is it terminates the flight. It ends the flight of, well, I'm seeing different things online that says it's a system that basically ends the flight of a rocket or missile or drone or whatever, like something like that, if it fails or deviates from its path. It allows the, I guess, the vehicle to be destroyed, it sounds like. Yeah, NASA mentions it. I have it right here, I think. But it's again, it destroys a rocket or launch vehicle if it fails, veers off course, or poses a hazard to public safety. So again, it's being reported that there is an issue that is being worked on with the Artemis flight termination system. But according to Marcia Smith, space journalist, the countdown is proceeding. Faytux News mentions something interesting that the New York Times reported on. That was something that Iranian media reported on that I want to mention real quick. Give me a moment here. Please give me a moment. Yes, so the New York Times says that Iranian state media said a foreign Iranian former minister foreign minister, Kamal Karazi, was injured in an attack on buildings in Tehran, according to Mer News. Okay, and let me just mention this here. I'm going to go to the Mer News report. Now, there's more to it than that. If I can find where, I'm trying to find the post on Mer News. I'm actually looking at Mer News. I don't see it yet. Strange. Is it Kamal Karazi? Do I have this right? Yes, the former foreign affairs minister of Iran is Kamal Karazi. Okay, Kamal Karazi was the foreign minister for around 8 years. Okay, he's 81 years old, and according to Iranian state media, Kamal Karazi was injured in the bombing of residential buildings in Tehran today by the U.S. and Israel. Now, what the New York Times says about that is, according to the New York Times, a couple of Iranian officials said that this person, Karazi, had been overseeing engagement with Pakistan about a possible meeting between Iranian officials and Vice President Vance. And those officials said that him being targeted is an attempt to derail, it's being viewed as an attempt to derail diplomacy. Now, I can't confirm all this, or really any of this, but I can confirm that person is a former foreign minister of Iran. And again, state news is saying that he was injured today in attacks on residential buildings. So something I wanted to mention, let me go back to the, sorry. Trent P says Israel trying to take him out. That I don't know. By the way, thank you so much to Kerry Poteet for the memberships. Thanks, Kerry. And also Van Jik Jess Games. Thank you, Van Jik Jess Games, for being a member. Thanks also to Michael Fergal and Larry Schaefer and Susan Priest Buchner for the Facebook stars, and Kristen McConnell Gates. Thank you for the Facebook stars. Also, thank you so much to Robert Dodds. Robert Dodds. Thank you, Robert, for your support. That's really nice of you, Robert Dodds. All right, so we're keeping an eye on the Artemis launch, which is scheduled for 1 hour and 29 minutes, but you know what I got to do? Hold on a second here. Let me look at something. This would be helpful to me. That's what I need to do. Give me just 1 second, guys. Hold on here. Give me 1 second here. What I'm going to do is take this and put this here. Then, no, I do not want to do that. That was not the best idea. Let's do this a different way. I don't want to mess with that.
Craft.
Whoa. We don't need the sound.
Might be able to see Rise.
I'll see if I can get any more information on this, the status of this launch, which is supposed to be in 1 hour and 27 minutes. We'll have the launch live if it happens. And what I was going to do is just check something for a second. I don't have any more details at the moment about the flight termination system being worked on. Do you guys think, should we, like, when we get to like 1 hour before the launch, if it's still on, should I like make it War and Artemis double coverage? You know what I'm saying? I can change the name of the broadcast to like War and Artemis double coverage. But I don't want people coming here expecting me to just nonstop talk about the launch, because I'm not going to. A bunch of people are saying yes. And some people would prefer the war. Yeah, so some people are saying do it at like 30 minutes. What I should do actually is kind of prepare a thumbnail Give me 1 second. Yeah, so we'll keep the focus on the war for now. But we're definitely going to show the launch. But maybe what I'll do is make up a thumbnail for it. Give me 1 moment here. Just give me 1 moment. What happened here? And then I'll be prepared to change the thumbnail when I have to. How does that sound? That seems like a good idea. That seems like a good idea. And then I can do one more second here. I'm just preparing this thumbnail. Okay. Thumbnail is done. I did the thumbnail. All right, at what time should we change the name of the broadcast to Artemis Launch plus and Iran War? When should I add Artemis Launch to the name? Let's see, 6 p.m.? Some people are saying 30 minutes. A lot of people are saying 30 minutes before. All right, 30 minutes before? I could see that. I just, again, because I feel like people want war coverage still. A lot of people in the chat are saying 30 minutes before, make it double coverage. Okay. Hold on, did something happen with the launch? One of our viewers said something happened with the launch. I don't know. What are they saying? Let's listen. We can listen in.
Knowledge throughout the broadcast, and we have been for now close to 4 hours. So thank you, Nicole. I hope you're holding up okay.
They're not saying anything about
Let's
it not
learn a little
happening.
bit more about Nicole. Her first mission to space was actually last
well,
March.
I have not.
From here at Kennedy
I
Space
have not
Center
seen. We got fake news in our surprise. Fake news in our chat. They're saying nothing on the broadcast about the launch not happening. None of the space journalists I follow are saying anything about the launch not happening at this point. So, yeah, I mean, it could not happen, but there's been no announcement yet on this. All right. Okay, sounds good. Let's keep going here. So I'm not changing the name of the broadcast yet. For the moment, we're going to keep the focus on the war. Also, let's make sure the launch is happening. Oh, I'm sorry. Some people said, yeah, it's in an hour and 20 minutes. All right, so in a little bit, I might change the name of the broadcast to put both in. Hey, let's talk about. Let's keep the focus on the war for now, and I want to. Mention an article that came out earlier today, which I haven't gotten to yet. Give me one more second here. Okay. By the way, something I want to take note of here is that the White House has been putting out stuff today. It seems like maybe it's addressed. There has been a lot of criticism out there by some people claiming that the White House has shifted it has not been clear why this war is happening, that the explanation for the war, why the war is happening, keeps changing all the time. That's this criticism some people have. So the White House today seems to be trying to answer that criticism. You can see, for example, the White House posted on their social media, one thing they said is, clear objectives since day one. Clear objectives since day one, they say. Destroy Iran's missile arsenal, annihilate their navy, destroy terrorist proxies, ensure Iran can never obtain a nuclear weapon. Clear objectives since day one. Then, another White House account today, they basically posted another version of this. And then they posted all of these posts after it. So look, here the White House said, this rapid response is a White House account. It said, tonight the president will address the nation on Operation Epic Fury. From day one, the objectives have been clear. So the other post said, clear objectives since day one. This post says, from day one, the objectives have all been clear. And then it posts all of these posts, which I guess are supposed to prove that the objectives have been clear. Trump speaking on March 2nd, J.D. Vance speaking on March 2nd, Rubio speaking, CENTCOM speaking. I mean, I'm just going through this thread. Hexa speaking, Dan Kane speaking, March 4th, March 5th, March 6th, March 9th, March 9th. This is all one thread today. March 10th, March 10th, March 10th, March 13th, March 13th, March 18th, March 19th, March 19th, March 21st, March 26th, March 26th, March 26th, March 28th, March 30th, March 30th, March 30th, March 31st. So they really seem to be trying to emphasize this message, their claim that from day one the objectives have been clear. So I thought that was interesting. I'm not going to read the whole thread, but you can read it if you want. One of our viewers said something like, what happened to the Iranian people? Fly in Dust Man says, what happened to the Iranian people revolting, the regime changing, and Donald personally picking the new leader? I mean, President Trump's speech the night it started, he did say that the Iranian people would have their opportunity to rise up and take the country for themselves, because this might be their only opportunity in generations, and the country would be theirs to take when the U.S. was done. He certainly said that. It sounds like the White House does not believe that was an objective of the war. That's not something President Trump is saying right now. Okay, I want to mention this article I saw. risky commando plan to seize Iran's uranium came at Trump's request. This is from the Washington Post today. Hold on a moment. The U.S. military has given the president a plan to seize nearly 1,000 pounds of highly enriched uranium in Iran that would involve flying in excavation equipment and building a runway for cargo planes to take the radioactive material out, according to two people familiar with the matter. The complex plan was briefed to the president in the past week after he asked for a proposal, they said. Trump's request for the plan, says the Post, signals his interest in contemplating what would be an unusually sensitive and high-stakes special operations mission. The administration's consideration of such an operation was first reported by the Wall Street Journal. Our viewer Shrenko says that sounds dangerous. The Post says limiting Iran's capacity to build a nuclear weapon remains a top goal of this administration. But this plan, experts say, would represent an enormously difficult endeavor of a type never before attempted during wartime. The mission would require the airlift of potentially hundreds or thousands of troops and heavy equipment to support the excavation and recovery of radioactive material. That could take weeks. Former defense officials have estimated, and take place under deep fire inside Iran. Mick Mulroy, a former Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense and retired CIA and Marine officer, said, "This would be one of, if not the largest, most complicated special operations in history. It's a major risk to the force," he said. Also, by the way, the flight termination system issue is resolved and the range is go for launch. If people post fake stuff in the chat, I'm just going to start timing out or banning people. That's what I'm going to have to do is time out people for a very long time or just ban them. Yes, so Marcia Smith from Space Policy Online says that the flight termination system is resolved issue, and also the weather is 80% go. Maybe at this point we'll do, hold on. Maybe at this point what we'll do is we can update I think we should update the title so that to show we're covering both things. Iran war and Artemis moon rocket launch live double breaking news coverage. Hold on a second here. Okay, so I'm just going to change the name of the broadcast so that both things are in the name. Let's see here. Here, what I need to do is this. Okay, give me a moment here. Okay, so I am right now about to update the title of the broadcast and the thumbnail and the description. Oh my gosh, he's really doing it. He's really doing it. I just need that thumbnail. Then I'll post on our social media about it and let people know we're covering both things. You know? Okay, that's getting updated. Hang on a moment. Meanwhile, I'm going to put the audio on this NASA coverage for a second. See what they have to say.
You can see they're covering the ends of those hoses. That's to protect those hoses from FOD. So we don't want any dirt or anything to get into those while we transport them and stow them.
Hang
so
on a
you can
moment
see Andre
here.
there working to close out the hoses as well while they're cleaning up the white room.
And so they'll tape that close. You just saw number five holding some tools. Again, we'll stow those away. You have to account for everything. Obviously, you know, they did have tools out. They did have procedures, paper, notes out. Like, all of that has to go.
Yes, and you can even see on number three's hat, he's got a string that's connected to his suit there. That's, again, just to make sure that we don't lose anything. If, you know, gust of wind or you get knocked or something, you don't want to lose a single thing in the white room. So everything is tethered, everything is accounted for, and everything is protected.
Hang on, I'm just doing update
The crew
here
now, another
title.
live view of them inside Orion. Jeremy, Christina, and Reed and Victor on the right side of your screen.
So, guys,
they're thinking
my
right now?
thought was, my thought was, I'm not going to leave the audio of the NASA audio on the whole time, because then we're just listening to that the whole time, and I can't say anything. But what I was going to do is I was thinking maybe of leaving. How is this size for NASA right now? Not go full screen on it, but I'll leave it on part of the screen and then leave the other cameras up. So, I mean, you can see the countdown clock in... It's fine? Okay, so... Artemis launch soon. Trump, Iran speech at 9 ET. Okay, let's do that. How's that? So there's that. So you can see that. Good. And the other thing I got to do is I got to see if I can change the Facebook title. Let me see if I can do that. Then we can just talk about everything. Then we can talk about everything. All right, so just hang on a second. Let me change the Facebook title. Why is this not working? Okay. Settings, stream. Where is the title? Dashboard. I don't know if I can change the title on Facebook. It's possible I'll have to restart the Facebook stream. As much as our Facebook followers might hate that. They make it difficult on Facebook to do that, to change the title and stuff. Hey, Facebook viewers, what I'm going to do for on Facebook, okay? Heads up to Facebook. Heads up to anybody watching on Facebook. What I'm about to do on Facebook is, because Facebook doesn't really let me change the title and description. So I'm going to, for Facebook only, going to briefly end the Facebook stream and then restart the Facebook stream with a new title. So is Facebook viewers okay? By the way, thanks Julian and Martin for subscribing. All right. So I told the Facebook viewers that. I hope they heard me. I hope they heard me. Anyone in Facebook? Michelle says okay. All right. Well, I guess people are hearing me now. All right. So Facebook, give me about 30 seconds to rename the stream once I end it, and then I'll restream. Then I'll post a new one. Okay. So Facebook stream. I'm going to end the Facebook stream right now, which I just did. Now I have to put in the new title for Facebook and the new revised description. We're almost done with all these changes. Great. One moment here. Now I am restarting the Facebook stream. Wonderful. And the last thing I have to do is just post on our social media that we are going to be covering both. We have switched to live double coverage of both the Iran war and the Artemis 2 launch, rocket launch. Okay, done. 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 All right, we're good to go. All right, we're officially in double coverage now. We have switched to double coverage. So I will update you on both things. Coming up. And I will also keep an eye on space updates, but you can see the live there. Oh, hold on a moment here. Sorry. Give me one other quick moment here. It's getting a couple things in front of me. Should we talk about the launch for a second? Because people keep saying, what's going on with this launch? The hatch is now closed, by the way. NASA says the Artemis 2 astronauts are strapped into their seats and ready for launch. The hatch is now closed. It's about 58 minutes until launch. So we're covering both things. This is the first lunar trip in half a century. But remember, they're not actually landing on the moon. See, NASA fuels rocket to launch astronauts on first lunar trip in half a century. There's 4 astronauts, 3 Americans and 1 Canadian. The 4 of them will fly around the moon without stopping or even orbiting, then head straight back for a Pacific Ocean splashdown. They will set a new distance record for the farthest humans have traveled from Earth as they zoom from some 4,000 miles beyond the moon and then hang a U-turn. Astronauts last flew to the moon during Apollo 17 in 1972. Artemis 2 is the opening shot of NASA's grand plans for a permanent moon base. The space programming is aiming for a moon landing near the lunar South Pole in 2028. Canadian Jeremy Hansen will become the first non-U.S. citizen to launch to the moon. Okay. That's a little bit of background there. We'll give you some more background. Just give me a second here. Just give me a brief second. Our viewer Matthew David says going to the moon is crazy. The Washington Post says, if all goes as planned, the 10-day journey will mark the first time humans have left low Earth orbit in more than half a century. It will break the Apollo 13 record for how far humans have traveled into space and lay the groundwork for a future moon landing and exploration of deep space. They also said, the Post also said, the Artemis 2 launch marks a risky, expensive, technically challenging landmark. The formal reopening of human ambition to explore deep space. Human spaceflight may almost seem familiar and humdrum these days, with astronauts living at the International Space Station for prolonged periods and a commercial spaceflight industry regularly sending people into low Earth orbit. But going to the moon is inherently more dangerous. It means going farther and faster, relying on hardware that has never been used to transport humans anywhere, much less the moon. Yeah, this Isn't this the first time that humans are going on this capsule? And it's the capsule, I know. Is it also the rocket as well? I think that may be the case. A senior fellow at the American Enterprise Institute, Todd Harrison, who follows space policy, said, I think this is right up there with the first launch of the space shuttle in 1981. That was the first launch of a new launch vehicle, and it had a crew on board, which was kind of a daredevil move. This is a capsule that's only flown once. The Orion capsule, is that what it's called? It had problems the first time it flew, and now we're sending it with a crew out to the moon. This is a rocket and capsule developed by NASA over more than a decade. They are supposed to loop around the moon during this journey. The Post also says, at press briefings, NASA officials have stressed that previous setbacks, including an issue with helium flow needed to pressurize propellant tanks that delayed the launch earlier this year, have been addressed. When Artemis 1 flew in 2022 with no people aboard, the heat shield that protects the capsule upon its fast and fiery reentry into Earth's atmosphere was damaged, a problem that NASA has worked to fix but will face its most crucial test upon reentry. There is a, again, this is the Orion capsule on top of a rocket. I'll give you a little more background on this. Hold on a moment here. Then I'll take some comments from you guys. Hey, thanks to TE88 for the memberships. I really appreciate that. TE88. This is the first the first lunar mission with a crew in more than half a century. It's a 10-day flight around the moon. The launch window is 2 hours. There is the SLS core stage and the Orion capsule. If there is a scrub, says Reuters, NASA could try again as soon as Friday and until April 6th, after which it would wait until April 30th. The launch had originally been planned for February 6th and then March 6th until a pesky hydrogen leak prompted NASA to roll the rocket back to its vehicle assembly building for scrutiny. Humans have not left Earth's orbit since the final Apollo mission in 1972. Reuters says that the moon flyby is scheduled for, it looks like around day 4. Around day 4 is supposed to be the moon flyby. Okay? It's roughly a 10-day mission. Some of our viewers are saying slingshot maneuver. I got to see here. Yes, Orion will pass behind the moon on a free return trajectory, a path that naturally swings the spacecraft back towards Earth without requiring additional propulsion. Give me one moment here. I want to mention something else too. Hang on. Hang on one moment. I was trying to figure out this Orion capsule that's going up today. It's never done a flight with crew. Is that true? I just want to confirm that. Trying to get the specifics on this particular capsule. Now, some of our viewers are saying yes in the chat. This particular capsule. I'm trying to confirm this. Well, what I'm trying to, it's like, did they have a test flight and then they used a different capsule or the same capsule? That's where I'm also confused. Is like what Artemis 1 had an Orion spacecraft, but I don't know if it's the same capsule or not. Some of our viewers will know this. Let's see here. Because that's quite interesting. Again, this is a NASA-designed capsule and rocket. Maybe I can find the exact answer on the NASA site. Oh, hold on a second. One of our viewers said, a new issue is being worked.
Or so. You know, an airplane that gets tested and then flown has thousands.
All right, hold on a second.
So
hold on a
really,
second. Hold on a second. Marcia Smith for Space Policy Online says, a new issue is being worked. The temperature in one of the 2 launch abort systems batteries is out of range. Countdown is proceeding. Weather is a 90% go. So there is an issue with one of the batteries on the launch in the launch abort system. Temperature is out of range.
And Artemis 2 is a 10-day mission that will send the 4-person crew on a journey around the moon and back to Earth. It will be a critical step towards future lunar and Mars missions.
So let me turn the music. Let me turn the sound down.
We're going back to the moon because it's the next step.
All right. So again, I don't know enough to know about the details of all this and what that means. What the chances are of them just fixing this. The countdown is proceeding. It is at about 41 minutes now. But again, what is happening? There is an issue with one of the batteries on the launch abort system. The temperature is out of range. In the meantime, hold on. One moment. One moment. They're not landing on the moon, they're going around the moon. Okay, I am seeing online that, hold on. So this, my understanding is that this rocket, the SLS rocket, and the Orion capsule, neither of them have ever flown with a crew. And the rocket flew in Artemis 1, I believe. But what's happening here? Hold on.
That was Commander Reed Wiseman responding to prepare for some of the next steps. We are now holding at the T-minus 10-minute hold. Expected a 30-minute hold.
30-minute hold.
So we are well on the countdown. We are well on the timeline to meet this L-minus time and
30-minute hold.
Beginning of the window, but continuing to track progress along the way. Again, I'm here with the Artemis II flight control teams in Mission Control Houston. The team in the room behind me has been monitoring the countdown and verifying their own mission-specific launch criteria of the Space Launch System, the Orion spacecraft integrity.
He just said 30-minute hold at 10
During
minutes,
the final
didn't he?
poll before launch, if all looks good from each of the flight controllers in this room, Flight Director Judd Freeling will report a go for launch from Houston Flight. Upon liftoff, teams here take control of the mission and communicate with the crew while they fly on the Space Launch System. This phase of flight is highly dynamic, and each console position has a dedicated and important role of looking after critical systems. You'll hear calls from Capcom and NASA astronaut Stan Love in this room to the Artemis II crew as milestones are reached during the more than 8 minutes of powered flight on the core stage. Liftoff and ascent are just the beginning. This room will be staffed around the clock over the next 10 days to oversee every moment of the mission through splashdown. Here from
What did he say? Hold on.
We'll be streaming the mission live 24/7.
What did he
so
say?
Anyone can follow the crew's.
What did he say about the 30-minute hold thing? I heard him saying 30-minute hold at 10 minutes, right? He just said that. So what does that mean? Did I just mishear it? I heard him say it, but I didn't hear what that. I haven't heard anything else about it. Did he mean 30 minutes to 10 minutes? Yeah, that's what I thought. One of our viewers said it's a 30-minute hold to try to fix the battery. All right, let me. I'm gonna rewind it. I'm gonna rewind this and listen again to what he said.
More about what happened of today's flight during the morning. Looks good.
Gary Jordan, who's embedded with that team. Gary, you might have to pause because we did just hear a call out to the commander. Mission Control Houston.
Set big goals and CDR entity to achieve.
Hold on. I'm listening to the replay here. I'm listening to the replay.
So Mission Control Houston will control the flight of Orion after a liftoff here at Kennedy Space Center. Here's Gary Jordan, who's embedded with that team. Gary, you might have to pause because we did just hear a call out to the commander in Orion.
Will do, Megan. I think that was Commander Reed Wiseman responding to prepare for some of the next steps. We are now holding at the T-minus 10-minute hold. Expected a 30-minute hold. So we are well on the countdown.
That's what he said. He said we're holding at T-minus 10 minutes, expected 30-minute hold. Did I? Maybe let me rewind even a little further.
Artemis 2 is not the solution. Flying around the far side
I don't know.
solution on the Earth with over 8 to achieve.
Space Center?
I don't know.
Of a lunar flyby.
That's what it sounded like to me. It's what it sounded like to me, right? I mean, I just played it to you twice. He's saying there would have been a 30-minute hold, not that there is a 30-minute hold. I don't know. I mean, I haven't seen anybody report a hold, so I would think if there's definitely going to be a hold, it'd be reported. Cyan says it means they hold at T10 for final checks and it will last 30 minutes to do those checks. I mean, that's what it sounded like to me. That's certainly what it sounded like to me, but again, I haven't been listening nonstop and hearing everything they're discussing. Let's turn the audio on and see what they're saying.
Surpass that on flight day 6 when they fly around the moon by more than 4,000 miles.
Yeah, I mean, That's a long ways. It's tough to fathom 250,000 miles from Earth, right? I mean, space, the space station is only 250 miles. And so we're going, I don't want to do the public math, but we're going much further than that. But it's important, right? Because we want to get back to the moon. We want to see the surface. We want to see the far side of the moon. And the way we do that is by breaking distance records.
Yeah, and the exact distance record depends on exactly when they launch,
the
time, the day. So we'll learn
volume.
more as we go into this 10-day mission with the Artemis 2 crew. But here we are, 32 minutes, 50 seconds and counting from the opening of our launch window.
Again,
really
she.
surreal here as more and more people.
Well, she just said 32 minutes, 50 seconds to the opening, the launch window. Well.
Why don't we take a look at this video that we have here? Some familiar faces who wanted to wish our Artemis 2 crew.
I will say this. I feel like, given what the guy said, they could be doing a little better job at clarifying what this whole thing is with the countdown. Because I'm not clear. I have yet to see any space reporters I follow talk about a significant hold. Well, we'll keep you posted. You'll be able to watch this for 10 days, I think. There's going to be it's supposed to be a 10-day mission. Okay, I just saw something about this. Hold on. What? What is this? I'm reading an article from CBS News from 2 days ago about this launch. And it says... with the countdown in a final 30-minute built-in hold at the T-minus 40 mark, Blackwell Thompson will poll the launch team again before giving permission to resume the countdown? Maybe this counts as being in the 30-minute hold right now? Is that what it is? Maybe I was just confused about what that all means. I'm sure I was confused about what it all means. Yes, the countdown hasn't stopped. I guess. I don't know why you call it a hold, though. Yeah, again, I've heard nothing about it being delayed yet, so I'll keep an eye out. I am also keeping an eye out for updates about the war, by the way. If I have any of those, I will tell you as well. Oh, hold on a moment. Jeff Faust says he is with Space News Inc. And as I mentioned, NASA has reported that one of the batteries on the launch abort system has out of range temperature. And Jeff Faust said this would prevent NASA from proceeding out of its current planned hold at T-minus 10 minutes if not resolved. But they have time to fix it. Oh, maybe Jared Isaacman's talking about this, NASA administrator. Let's see what he says. Sorry.
A little bit, make sure Orion's doing okay, and then we are sending them, right? We're going to send them farther into space than any humans might have gone before, 250,000 miles away, and it's going to set up for the subsequent missions. That's why we're going into the golden age of science and discovery right now, because you're going to see a moon rocket launch in 2027 when we do our testing with the lander. We're going to go for the landing on Artemis 4 in 2028, and in parallel, we're going to build the moon base, right? And that is going to be filled with science discovery and tech demonstrations that's going to support the enduring presence we're trying to create on the surface.
Absolutely. So honestly, history-making years ahead of us, you know, with Artemis 3 and 4. But first is Artemis 2. What will be our single greatest takeaway from this mission?
Well, I'll tell you, I mean, after ignition, to me, the moment that I'm going to be most excited for is splashdown. And there's no question about that. Good shoots coming down off the West Coast. But look, I think the takeaway from this is gaining extreme comfort in the Orion spacecraft, right? I mean, this is very different than what we've done for more than a half century, right? I mean, the velocities that that spacecraft is going to re-enter at, it's going to be new territory for us. We want to get our arms around that completely. So I would say the performance of SLS plus Orion is everything on this one. We want to make sure we do it in as a safe way as we possibly can, understanding what we are undertaking right here, bring our crew back, learn as much we can from the vehicle, set up for Artemis 3 in 2027.
Right. And Administrator, we've actually had a pretty young audience today here, some kids running around the balcony. How do you hope Artemis 2 inspires that next generation?
You know, I talk about this all the time. Like, you know, one of our overarching KPIs that we should always be tracking is the number of people living and working in space. Well, you know what's another strong number 2 on that one? It's the number of kids that are dressing up as astronauts for Halloween, so that they grow up, that they're inspired to want to join in this grand endeavor, whether they come work with us here at NASA or they join in industry, but they're helping humankind venture out farther, pursue all the secrets of the universe.
Yeah, I think we'll see a lot of kids dressed as astronauts this year. And finally, Jared, you've really made it a personal mission to get to know the people behind the work at NASA. Do you have any final thoughts, any final words before today's history-making launch?
Yeah, well, one, I want to express a lot of appreciation. I'll tell you what, the 4 astronauts on top of Artemis 2 know this. It takes an army to pull a mission together like this, right? Across all 10 of our centers, all of our commercial partners, the international partners that come together to make this possible. My sincere appreciation for everyone who is currently working the mission right now, so getting them ready for launch, that will be watching over them in mission control, recovering this crew when they splash down off the West Coast. I have complete trust and confidence in your abilities. And everybody else who's not directly working on Artemis 2, Artemis 3 is coming up next year. When this mobile launcher gets back in the VAB, we're going to start stacking.
Wow, plenty of excitement ahead of us. Jared Isaacman, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you. Thanks for being here.
Of course. All right. And with that, let's get back to the countdown with NASA's Megan Cruz.
Under 25 minutes and counting from the opening of our 2-hour launch window, and take a look at all these people behind us. I literally, every moment I turn around and I see the clock, I am like, oh, wow. Oh, wow.
There are more people and less time.
Yes, exactly, which is a great problem to have. Yes. Now, this first crewed test flight of NASA's Artemis program coincides with the 250th anniversary of our country's founders signing the Declaration of Independence.
I want to just mention, so this is the first time that the Orion space capsule. It is the first time, the Orion spacecraft, it is the first time that it is taking crew. It has never taken crew before on the Orion spacecraft. Also, the rocket, the Space Launch System, this is the first time that has had crew. The SLS Space Launch System has flown one time before, but that was not with crew. So it's the first time that crew has flown in that spacecraft at the top, and it's the first time crew has flown on a mission with that rocket, and that rocket has, if it's correct to call it a rocket, the propulsion system, the SLS system, has flown once before, the Space Launch System. And as to whether this particular capsule flew before or a version of this particular capsule flew before, that I'm a little confused about. The SLS, the first SLS Space Launch System mission was November 2022, and that was the uncrewed Artemis 1 mission. And these are both developed, the spacecraft and the rocket system are both developed by NASA. Now, Block H says it's a new capsule. It's a never before used version of this capsule. That's what our viewers said. I would like to confirm that. Hold on, let me put the volume back on for you. Well, I don't need the volume right this second. Let's see here. A development version of Orion was launched in 2014, said Wikipedia. Oh, I'm looking right now. Ground test article. Yes. This is 003 integrity. Yes. According to Wikipedia, the Orion capsule the Orion spacecraft that the crew is flying in today is the 003 integrity vehicle, Orion vehicle, which has never flown before. It is the first Orion spacecraft which will carry crew. So this particular version of the Orion spacecraft has never flown before. Okay. So we clarified that. Sorry to those who knew that, which I didn't know.
But I'm glad you're here. Now here we are, Space Center Houston. The crowd has exponentially grown throughout the day. We started showing you live shots from in there probably an hour ago, and now take a look at all the people there getting ready to witness history together. It's something really special to be able to witness something like this together.
Yeah, you know, we've heard from celebrities and officials and kids, and you know, it's amazing. People from all around the world came here today to Florida to watch. So it's something, it's hard to put into words just how much support for this mission we're seeing today.
And great news too. Remember, the team was
I have an update here
with the launch abort system battery. They appear.
I have this update for you. They're saying it. I have it for you. Sorry.
Go
okay.
for launch.
I have an update to you about the battery thing. Update about the battery. Jeff Faust, who's a space journalist, posted it. NASA said that engineers investigated a sensor on the launch abort system's attitude. Yes. Engineers investigated a sensor on the launch abort system's attitude control motor controller battery that showed a higher temperature than would be expected. It is believed to be an instrumentation issue and will not affect today's launch. So the launch is still a go.
To possibly launch now. Just what are your final thoughts as we are about to embark on a mission back to the moon, the first time in more than 50 years?
Yeah, just so proud of the crew and all of the teams here on the ground that made this happen. They are carrying the torch from the Apollo era into the Artemis era. And as the crew likes to say, they want to be the shoulders that the next generation.
And let's see, GLS, can you help us with that, please?
They want to be the crew wants to be the shoulders that the next generation can climb on.
0018.
Oh, hold on a second here. You know what?
It's in their patch. We're going for all. It's in the name of their capsule, integrity, representing
I'm sorry,
humility,
and thanks to
and the professionalism of everyone that got them
a
there
quick
today.
thanks, quick thanks to Galance on X. I had
and
forgotten about this. Quick thanks to Galance on X. I had forgotten about that. There is a blog page for NASA where they post the statements about the updates. So thank you so much, Galance, for reminding me of that. So NASA had said regarding we've been hearing about two different issues regarding the flight termination system issue. NASA said engineers have resolved an issue with the hardware that communicates with the flight termination system that would have prevented the ground from sending a signal to destruct the rocket if it were to veer off course during ascent to protect public safety. A confidence test was performed to ensure that the hardware is ready to support today's launch. So flight termination system problem, no problem now. Engineers investigated a sensor on the launch abort system's attitude control motor controller battery that showed a higher temperature than would be expected. It is believed to be an instrumentation issue and will not affect today's launch.
Batteries on the LAS. The LAS, of course, and with the help of my 2-year-old son's model rocket, Daniel said I could use this, so it's okay. The LAS is right here. It's the tower above Orion. Orion capsule's inside of here. It's used to pull Orion off the rocket in case the rocket something's going on with the rocket, either on the pad or in flight. 2 batteries are bad. Well, I'm sorry, one of the 2 batteries reported an out-of-family temperature, and it was very much out of family. And so they checked their data going back into the vehicle assembly building where they recharged the batteries and worked on them. And they have good, solid data, they reported, that tells them that this is an instrumentation failure, that there's something wrong with the sensor. And so they took it before the mission management team, which has to accept the risk, any changes to launch commit criteria, which this would be one, and they all fully accepted it. So now we are clear as far as that constraint is concerned. And one quick thing as we count down now, we are getting into the final minutes before liftoff. There's a 2-hour window. We haven't quite set the T0 yet, but this is a list of the cutouts. There are 150 cutouts that are included for this 2-hour launch window, and that's important. They're in very small print. That's important because there's basically 16 minutes inside this window that they cannot launch. And these are because of small things flying in orbit. There's a lot more things in orbit than there were back in Artemis 1 when we had 35 to 40 cutouts. For that reason, because of these 156 cutouts, they're going to be managing the launch window as we go forward. So they may have to wait out one of these cutouts. They range in time between 2 seconds to 23 seconds, but you'll hear the NASA test director talk through that. We're getting ready to merge that loop from NASA test director Jeff Spaulding.
Maybe they're hearing something.
And so now I'm listening to the launch team get ready to merge their operational channel. We're now entering one of the most consequential phases of launch day, and that's terminal count. The final 10 minutes.
And OTC, NTD on 212 for comm check.
Good comm. Help me.
I hear the same. STC?
2.
GTC?
GTC is on 212.
All right, copy that.
NASA Test Director Jeff Spaulding confirming communications with his team. There will be 2 polls that we'll hear. One from Spaulding, the NASA Test Director, confirming the ground systems and the launch team are ready to proceed. At this point, we have a clear board, no constraints, but we need confirmation from each individual on the NASA Test Director team. So we'll hear him poll his team. The other poll that we're waiting for is the poll from Launch Director Charlie Blackwell Thompson, who will take that final status from NASA management before giving the go to come out of a hold. And you're seeing the clock count down at L minus 12 minutes.
CCL, OTC, Iran, RS1.
CCL. Move this.
Yes, sir. Reconfigure ARS primary loop ISO valves.
Copy, that's in work.
And CDR, OTC, Iran, RS1.
Go.
ARS loop ISO valves are being closed at this time.
Integrity copies.
NGDLP.
Go.
Yes, I had a discussion with sea ice and with MER manager regarding the observation the sea ice had a few minutes ago. They were able to confirm with BCI photos that the condition that they observed has been there since 2025. MER manager has had a chance to review the findings, and they do not have any constraints from either a sea ice or MER manager perspective.
Okay. Copy all. And Launch Director, NTD, you copy?
Yes, sir. I copy. That's good news.
OTC, CCL 212.
OTC.
ARS primary loop isolation valve configuration is complete.
Copy.
And CGLS NTD, cancel pending, please.
CLS copies, and that's complete.
All right, and for all personnel, we got a little bit more work to do before we pick up the clock, and we're about a little over a minute from getting to T-minus 10 minutes, but we've canceled the resume time there, and then we'll pick it up after we get through all of our work and anything else that we need to do to get through the remainder of counts. So we'll continue working that to get to our T0 today.
Pause at 10 minutes,
so
it sounds like.
To, about 50 seconds from now, we'll extend that hold.
Hold at 10 minutes coming up. Hold at 10 minutes coming up. That's what they just said.
400, 290, looking to verify that we are configured for ascent.
Yep, give me about 2 more minutes. I'm going to start CMA2 streaming. Copy.
NTD, COSE, hold requested.
Copy that.
Count
and
on hold.
Violation of O-CT-004. S-band transponder anomaly. This was a transient LCC violation, so transponder 1 had a demodulated SNR estimate that went down to 2 dBm when it should have been between 10 and 13. It is now back up to 12, but we did lose that for just a moment. It does not appear that we lost our bit sync or carrier lock, which would be indicative that we lost our lock with the vehicle. So at this point, recommendation would still be go. However, we do have a pre-planned contingency procedure if we want to look at that. But again, this was transient, so we're back in a nominal range.
All right, let's see. LPE NTD?
Yeah, we're not seeing that hit. So I guess the question for COSE, was that less than 3 samples? Is that below our persistence?
Stand by. Let me look. It did look like it did persist for several seconds on mine, but let me take a look at the number of samples.
They're talking about some issue or other.
Affected LCC, please.
Yes, ma'am. That's going to be O-CT-004.
They're talking about something.
Thank you.
They are looking into. So this is a hold, and they're going to see if they can fix everything they need to and get to 0. That's what they said. This is supposed, again, this is a hold.
Yeah, us
they
taking
have
a
more
look
work
at the data right here. It looks like that was a single sample.
Yeah, copy that. RFTS does report that they also lost lock for about 5 seconds. So I would love to ask KUS and see if they also lost lock with the vehicle for any extended amount of period.
And COSE, while we're doing that, these are 1/10 hertz measurements, correct? So we would have had to lose it for over 10 seconds to get a second sample?
Yes, sir, that's correct. It is 1/10 hertz.
Yeah, so from our perspective, the allowance is effectively up to 30 seconds, up to 3 samples based on the 1/10 hertz. This is not an LCC violation, I believe.
Yes, sir, I would agree with that at this point. Copy that.
We're checking with KUS on 232. I don't think they have 212 access. We're trying to verify, but it sounds like they have a loss of lock as well. About 2 seconds.
Okay. And I guess for both KUS and COSE, do we have lock now?
That's affirmed. We do have lock for COSE.
Yeah, so from the integration console perspective, we did have a temporary loss there within the allowable, and per the requirement, let's go.
And this is Houston Flight. We have lock and we have good telemetry here in GSE.
And KUS is reported to they have good lock now.
Doing a quick poll right now.
So with all of that, OSC, then are we in a go configuration per your LCC?
Yes, sir. Recommendation would be go.
Right. LP, you concur with that?
Yes, sir. LP concurs go.
And launch director?
Sounds like a go.
Yes, sir. Launch director concurs go.
All right, and I'm going to go ahead and just verify everybody has everything else complete, launch director, and if we do, we'll be ready to pick up the poll at that time, unless there's something else that you're aware of.
No, sir. Let's verify all our work is complete, and I would like one last check of our constraints list.
All right, let's see. OTC, are you still waiting for com config, or are you?
That is affirmed, sir.
Okay, yeah, is that your only open item?
Yeah, OTC, this is CVSC. That 400 step 290 is complete.
Copy. Okay, so OTC, you're complete with all of your work?
That's affirmed.
All right, copy that. STC?
STC is complete.
And GTC?
GTC is complete.
Okay, excellent. All right, and LPE, just want to verify we have no open constraints at this time.
No open constraints. We have a clear board, sir.
Okay, tracking the same here. And launch director, with that, we are clear and ready to pick up the launch readiness poll with your go.
All right, sir. I am go for the poll.
All right. And for all personnel, this is the NTD conducting the Artemis II launch readiness check. Verify ready to resume count and go for launch. OTC.
OTC is go.
STC.
STC is go.
GTC.
C's go.
MCO.
CO is go.
Safety console.
The safety console is go.
LPE.
LPE is go.
RTD.
RTD is go.
Houston Flight.
Houston Flight is go.
ROC.
ROC is go.
And CDR.
Crew is go.
Copy that. Thank you, Reed. And launch director, NTD, our launch team is ready to proceed at this time.
All right, that sounds good.
All right, NTD, I copy all. At this time, I'll perform my poll. Attention all Minnet. This is the launch director performing the final poll for launch, verifying no constraints, and go for launch. EGS, Program Chief Engineer.
Artemis Chief Engineers are go.
Copy, thank you. EGS, Chief Safety Officer.
The Artemis CSOs are go.
Copy, thank you. Range weather.
Launch weather is go.
Thank you, LWO. And Artemis MMT Chair.
MMTs go.
Thank you, John. And Integrity Launch Director.
Good to hear your voice, Charlie. PLT.
Thank you, Charlie. This is Victor. We are going for our families.
MS1.
This is Christina. We are going for our teammates.
MS2. This is Jeremy. We are going for all humanity. All right, Charlie, your Artemis II crew is go for launch. Full Send.
I
All
copy
right.
that. Reed, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy. On this historic mission, you take with you the heart of this Artemis team, the daring spirit of the American people and our partners across the globe, and the hopes and dreams of a new generation. Good luck. Godspeed, Artemis 2. Let's go.
All right, it's a go. I guess we're counts going back off of hold now.
And
That's
NTD
good.
Launch Director.
Go ahead, Launch Director.
Yes, sir. You have a go to proceed with countdown.
Proceed with
Copy that.
countdown.
I'll put it in work. CDR, NTD.
Go.
Get risers and initiate short purge per your EPROC 10.1.1, steps 8 and 9.
10.1.1, 8 and 9 going to work.
Copy. CVSE NTD, start and verify recordings of our Orion cameras.
Copy.
Okay. Well, there you heard it.
RSR NTD.
RSR.
They're getting ready to start terminal count.
FNA arm rotation enable at this time, please.
It's currently at T-minus 10 minutes. Once we wrap up this last bit of work,
FNA arm rotation enable complete.
we're going to start that clock.
Copy that. Thank you.
Integrity crew, close and lock visors.
You heard an issue, worked in real time with telemetry lock on the Orion. It was transitory. It was very short. They checked the data, confirmed that they had a good lock. This was with the S-band transmitter on the Orion. Worked through that issue, looked at the data, and cleared it. All with the world watching. Impressive work by the launch team. So we have a 2-hour window, which starts in just a few minutes at 6:24 p.m. Eastern Time and goes until 8:24 p.m. Eastern Time.
And ECL NTD will be waiting for your verification on the short purge.
ECL copies.
And for all personnel, once we get that short purge verification, we'll verify that we are clear to go, and then we'll proceed with the terminal count. ECL time estimate?
About a minute.
Copy.
Soon the count will resume, supposedly. Thanks to Haley girl, by the way. Thanks to everybody for being here. Bender
So going
is
into
great,
the launch
thank
window,
you.
but not by much, it looks like. Just wrapping up some final work. And once that's completed, you'll hear NASA Test Director Jeff Spaulding ask for the ground launch sequencer operator to go ahead and start the clock. The ground launch sequencer is an application software. It runs on top of the launch control system in the firing room. Acts like a conductor of an orchestra, executing hundreds of commands in precise order and timing. It's all autonomous.
NTD CCL 212, short purge initiations verified.
All right, copy that, and we're verifying our constraints. All right, and we're clear from cutouts. And with that, we're going to resume the clock momentarily.
Resume the clock.
GLS, you can resume the clock on your mark.
Resume the clock.
GLS copies. 3, 2, 1, mark. GLS mainline has been initiated.
Remove
T-minus 10 minutes and counting.
Camera. We're going to remove.
And that begins terminal count. Our new T0 is 6:35 p.m. Eastern Time. 6:35 p.m. Eastern Time. We are now counting down to liftoff of Artemis 2.
Wow. Guys, final countdown.
From now on, you're going to hear two voices on the loops. If everything goes nominally, NASA Test Director Jeff Spaulding, who's directly managing the launch team, and Alex Bendelos, the GLS operator who closely monitors the software. He has the ability to stop and restart the countdown. A lot of people ask about whether there's a launch button. There certainly is not.
Flight and Rock, our new T0 is 22:35:12.
Houston flight copies. Rock copies. 22:35:12.
Affirm.
Oopsie, typo.
There you heard confirmation of the exact T0, 6:35 and 12 seconds p.m. Eastern Time. Again, our T0 is 6:35 and 12 seconds p.m. Eastern Time. But as I was saying, there's no launch button. This is autonomous. But there is a button that keeps you from launching, and that button allows the GLS operator to pause the countdown outside of terminal count and during terminal count and submit a hold to the next holding point. So the clock won't stop right away. If there's an issue, we'll go to the next stable holding point. This is how GLS configures the rocket and ground systems to a stable point where they can stop the countdown if that's needed. But right now, we are counting down. Our next big milestone, looking to retract the crew access arm.
GLS is go for crew access arm retract.
And there you see the crew access arm moving away.
It is moving away.
That's the path that the astronauts took to ingress into the rocket. Until this point, that was their way off the pad if they needed to evacuate. But now with that arm retracting, the backup transitions to a launch abort system.
Hold on.
And they'll begin arming that shortly.
I have another typo. Another
typo. Launch abort system. Great shot there of the crew access arm retracting away. The launch abort system is the tower at the top, and that's what would pull Orion and its crew off the top of the rocket in case of an emergency, whether it's on the ground or in flight. This is critical safety hardware that protects the lives of the astronauts.
This is the first.
Starting at T-minus 6 minutes.
I don't want to talk about
the GLS will start bringing that and other high energy systems online, starting with core stage pressurization.
The first crewed moon mission in over 50 years. They will not land on the moon. They're going to go around the moon, fly around the moon. But it's the first crewed mission in
whether
over 50
it's 90%
years.
go,
Crewed
the range
moon
is go, all systems are go.
GLS is go for core stage tank pressurization.
That means the replenish valve for the liquid hydrogen tank has now closed, and that tank is beginning to pressurize to flight levels because that hydrogen is naturally boiling inside the tank. We'll get the liquid oxygen tank a little later in the count. Now the team is waiting for verification that, if needed, the Artemis II crew could use the launch abort system to pull Orion safely off the top of the rocket in an emergency. Let's listen in for that call.
GLS verifies last capability available.
And CDR, do you copy?
CDR copies, last available.
That's great news, and you heard the NTD verify that with the commander of the mission.
GLS is go for FTS arm.
Now work is being done to arm the flight termination system. This is so the range safety can send a flight termination command if the rocket flies too far off track. There's a brief built-in delay so the launch abort system has time to pull the astronauts to safety first.
LH2 high flow bleed check.
All right, the high flow bleed check. That's so the cryo team gets verification that the RS-25 engines, all 4 of them, are in the proper temperature range for launch.
I'm a bit nervous. I'm wishing them well. Let's hope all goes well.
GLS is go for core stage APU start.
Core stage APUs start. Those are auxiliary power units, high-speed turbines which provide pressure to hydraulic pumps that steer the RS-25 engines. We're going to see a gimbal test a little later at T-minus 2 minutes and 30 seconds. This is what allows that to happen. Coming up in about 20 seconds, we're listening for go for purge sequence 4. That's a helium purge of the 4 core stage engines downstream of the propellant valve. This gets all the air and moisture out of there.
GLS is go for purge sequence 4.
Moving through the milestones. All is looking good. Coming up in just a few seconds, we're going to get that thrust vector control actuator test. This is a gimbaling of the engines. There are the 4 RS-25s, 3 of them shuttle heritage, 1 of them built from shuttle parts. And there you see them moving. Now we're going to start moving the power from both the upper stage and the lower stage of the rocket to internal, taking ground power away and now going to battery power.
GLS is go for upper stage to internal power.
All right, power is removed from the rocket's upper stage, the ICPS, and it's been switched to battery. Same milestone for the lower core stage coming up at T-minus 1 minute and 30 seconds. Right now, the 4-person Artemis II crew is 248,000 miles away from the moon. And if all goes well, they will fly by it in 6 days.
GLS is go for core stage to internal power.
All right, there's the rocket's core stage, which houses 3 flight computers, is now on its own power. There's no more hold time because there's no more margin on these batteries. So we would have to recycle back to T-minus 10 to recharge if we had a hold.
One minute.
1 minute.
Right now, the rocket does not know what the T0 is, but coming up at T-minus 33 seconds, control shifts from the ground launch sequencer to the rocket's onboard autonomous launch sequencer, or ALS. The rocket will count itself down, but honor any holds that could come from the ground. Now, shortly after liftoff, Houston will take control of the rocket, and my colleague Gary Jordan will take over commentary.
GLS is go for ALS.
30 seconds.
The rocket is on its own. 4 brave explorers ready to ride the most powerful rocket NASA has ever launched. Sound suppression water is flowing.
15.
And here we go. 10, 9, 8, 7. RS-25 engines lit. 4.
Here it goes.
3,
wow.
2, 1. Booster ignition. And liftoff.
Liftoff.
The crew of Artemis II now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Wow. Wow.
Good roll pitch.
Roger, roll pitch.
Houston now controlling the flight of Integrity on the Artemis II mission around the moon.
Integrity, AMT high.
AMT high.
On time, passing 30 seconds into the flights. Integrity passes the alternate MECO. Target milestone. Mission Control Houston seeing good performance on the 4 main engines. Space Launch System core stage. Integrity, 3 miles in altitude. Traveling more than 1,200 miles per hour.
Wow, look at that.
Mission
Great
elapsed
so
time,
far.
Passing 1 minute. Approaching max Q.
On, Ponce de Leon.
Stan, we have you loud and clear on Ponce de Leon.
Have you the same?
Communication signal transfer confirmed as Integrity and its crew go supersonic. Approaching 90 seconds into the Artemis II mission. Integrity is 14 miles in altitude, 8 miles downrange, traveling more than 2,600 miles per hour. Minute 50 seconds of mission elapsed time, standing by for main engine throttle down to 85%, ahead of solid rocket booster separation, expected at the 2-minute 9-second mark. We see throttle down. Confirmed separation. Main engine's throttling up, guidance converged.
Integrity, guidance converged, performance nominal, upper stage RCS ready.
Copy all, Stan.
Integrity, SM priming complete.
SM priming complete.
2 minutes 45 seconds of mission elapsed time into the Artemis II mission. Thrusters on Integrity and upper stage confirmed in a ready state, ahead of service module fairing separation. 3 minutes into the flight. Integrity, 49 miles in altitude, 78 miles downrange, now passing 5,000 miles per hour. Standing by for launch abort system jettison.
Houston Integrity, good last jettison, great view.
That's good.
Copy jettison, Team Eco 8+02.
We see the same on board, Stan.
And Houston has you loud and clear on Tidris at the Carmen line.
Outstanding, Stan, we have you the same.
3 minutes 50 seconds into the flight of Artemis II, Wiseman, Glover, Cook, and Hansen cross the boundary to space with good comm checks. GPS signals acquired after last jettison now working on internal checks to verify accuracy. Flight Dynamics Officer analyzed the time of main engine cutoff, confirmed at 8 minutes 2 seconds, time of MECO.
This is set to be around a 10-day mission. They are going to be not landing on the moon, but flying around the moon.
Integrity, GPS processing.
Outstanding, Stan. We see the same, and we have a beautiful moonrise. We're headed right at it.
Approaching 5 minutes into the flight, Commander Reed Wiseman confirms he has visuals of his destination. GPS guidance, navigation, and control software finishes internal checks and sends to navigation channels.
Integrity, 3 engine press.
3 engine press.
On time, now passing 5 minutes 20 seconds of mission elapsed time into the Artemis II mission. At this point, 3 good main engines are all that's needed to carry Integrity to a nominal main engine cutoff target. Though at this time, we're seeing 4 good engines here in Mission Control Houston. Integrity, 75 miles in altitude, 330 miles downrange, approaching 10,000 miles per hour.
Supposed to take about 4 days to get to the moon.
Integrity, looking good at 6 minutes.
Same on board, Stan.
Good trajectory and engine performance. Booster officer will soon report the shutdown plan to Flight Director Judd Friedling, expected at the 7-minute mark. Integrity, 78 miles in altitude, 460 miles downrange.
Integrity, expect nominal shutdown.
Integrity copies nominal shutdown.
Six minutes 40 seconds of mission elapsed time. Shutdown plan is as expected. Again, the time of MECO was confirmed at 8 minutes 2 seconds into the flight. Seven minutes of mission elapsed time. Throttling down as we approach the abort once around option. Milestone at the 7-minute 30-second mark. Now 84 miles in altitude, 650 miles downrange, traveling more than 15,000 miles per hour.
Integrity, AOA open.
AOA open.
The window is now open for an abort once around option that would target splashdown in the Pacific Ocean. Still following nominal ascent at this time.
Quick thanks to...
About 10 seconds remaining until the main engine cutoff of the Space Launch System core stage.
Thanks,
Standing
Jason.
by for confirmation of MECO and core stage separation.
This is a visual. When they some of these are visualizations. You can see, like when it shows the close up. Oh, that's not a visual. That looks like it's live. Right there, that's live. That coming up, you'll see the visualization.
In nominal MECO, core stage separated.
We see the same on board, Stan.
Very good. See, because there's visualization there under the Artemis
8
launch
minutes 40
timer.
seconds into the flight, we have a nominal main engine cutoff heading in the right trajectory on the way to swing around the moon. Core stage has separated, done its job. The Space Launch System upper stage, the interim cryogenic propulsion stage, or ICPS, still attached to the Orion spacecraft. Nine minutes of mission elapsed time. Integrity crew of Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen now in orbit around the Earth at the beginning of their journey to the moon.
Integrity Houston, looking ahead to PRM numbers so far per the pad.
Copy that, Stan. Numbers for the pad.
Capcom Stan Loves now reminding the crew that the perigee raise maneuver time of ignition is as expected prior to booster ignition. That time being 49 minutes, 50 seconds of mission elapsed time.
I like that they give you the miles to the moon. 242,491 miles to moon. 144 miles from Earth. See, it should, where it says visualization, it gets cut off because they have the Artemis 2 launch graphic over the word that says visualization.
Integrity, good. Neds deploy.
Copy that, Stan. Good, Neds.
And Integrity Houston for PWD setup. Just a reminder, halfway open on the secondary.
We copy that, Stan. Halfway open.
Passing 11 minutes of mission elapsed time. Here, overhearing the conversation between Capcom Stan Love and Commander Reed Wiseman, already passing some milestones. We have a good nozzle extension deployment system. That is confirmed, complete. We also have the visors are confirmed up. Now past the dynamic phase of flight, that is ascent. Their launch and entry suits that provided them an extra layer of protection. Now not as needed. They're going to raise those visors. And later in today's mission, they will begin to egress or get out of the suits to begin some of their initial tasks of activating some of the systems aboard in the Integrity spacecraft. It's passing 12 minutes of mission elapsed time.
To our wonderful Jewish American community and to Jews celebrating in Israel and around the world this week, I want to wish you a very happy Passover. Over 3,000 years ago, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob delivered the ancient Israelites out of slavery.
I
and brought them
apologize. This was posted 12 minutes ago. I assumed this was about the launch because it was posted 12 minutes ago, which was right around the time of the launch, but it's not about the launch. It's Happy Passover. Okay, so anyways, I thought I was showing you a message from him about the launch, but it is about Passover. So you can watch that on his True Social.
"13 minutes and 30 seconds of mission elapsed time. We're going to continue to follow the crew of the Artemis 2 mission. They are beginning their journey around the moon to verify the systems that will take us to its surface. An incredible ascent. Artemis 2 is underway. Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen begin their journey to the moon. Still milestones to come up as we await solar array deploy and the critical burns that will get Integrity into high Earth orbit around the Earth before engines are fired to get us around the moon. We'll keep tabs on Integrity and its crew from here in Mission Control Houston. But for now, we're going to send it back to you, Megan and Nicole at the Kennedy Space Center. Very jealous
Guys,
to hear how
I'm
the
thinking
launch experience was over.
I'm thinking we should go back. Maybe we should in a couple minutes. We should go back to the war coverage. How does that sound? We have seen this. Fortunately, the launch has gone great so far. It is a 10-day mission, around 10 days. Takes around 4 days to get to the moon. So let's go back to the war coverage, I think. So what I'm going to do is, what I have to do actually is I need to change again the description of the video and the title of the video and the thumbnail. So give me a second to do that. I'm gonna put the other cams back on. So we're gonna put back on right now. Let's see here. We're gonna take that off. We're gonna put this one on. We're gonna put, we need the clock back on too. I'll keep you updated, obviously, if there's any big developments with the launch. Get the clock back up there. Fine. Also, I need to get the other camera up. So just bear with me for a second, please. Thanks for bearing with me. Get Tel Aviv cam up. I can see Tel Aviv. Good. There's Tel Aviv. And this is Beirut and Tel Aviv. Okay, there's that. And what I want to do is go back now and just update again. This shouldn't take long, but I need to update the title because we're going to be focusing on the war and the description again. I'll be interested, maybe we'll cover when they do the moon flyby. I would think there'll be footage then. Live footage of that. That'd be really neat. Okay, so I just did that. And then I have to update the thumbnail here, of course, though. Uh-oh. One moment. One moment. Let me get this thumbnail downloaded. Download, thank you, okay. That's not right. Okay, I think I have everything updated for YouTube now. Okay, YouTube is updated. YouTube title and description and thumbnail are all updated. And I just have to update on Twitch the title over there. Let me take a second and do that. Thanks for your patience. Also, I got to thank some people here. Thanks so much to Thomas P0419 for 10 more memberships. That's so kind of you, Thomas from Sweden. I really appreciate all the members, all the memberships from Thomas. Thank you. Also, Jason D in California. Thanks for the membership. Soulfly. Thank you, Soulfly. There was somebody I think I thanked in the chat. There's this whole issue on YouTube where they're fixing it, but I can't go back and see who gave memberships 15 minutes ago or something. It's a big pain. Let's hope that gets fixed soon. All right, hold on. All right, so I updated the title on Twitch. Now, the last thing I need to do is update the Facebook title. I don't know if I can do that. Well, I might just leave it on. Facebook, I'm just going to leave the Facebook stream the way it is for right now. We'll leave it the way it is right now on Facebook with the title saying both things. I guess. One minute, I'm just trying to get everything organized. Oh, thanks to Ruth. Ruth, our moderator, gave some memberships. That's really nice of Ruth. She gave some of the chatters memberships. Thank you, Ruth. That's very nice of you. Thanks for modding, too. Now what happened here? Why is it that I'm not seeing the current live on Facebook? There is the live right there. Okay. Okay, so we got things updated here, and we're going to talk about the war, and we got to get a clock up for President Trump's speech about the war. Guys, coming up. Let us get the clock up. Hey, thanks to this is Howie DeWitt. Thank you. This is Howie DeWitt. Also for the memberships. And then I appreciate that. Howie DeWitt gave 5 memberships. And then 86 GOP Forever gave 20 memberships. Thank you, 86, for the memberships. 20 memberships. That's really nice of you. Thank you. And again, this is Howie DeWitt. Thank you. Hold on. Just hold on. Too much is happening. Give me a second here. Some people in the chat mentioned an earthquake of some sort. I guess. Hold on. 7.8 earthquake I'm seeing near Indonesia, it looks like. 7.8 earthquake near Indonesia. Just so you know, I'll keep an eye on this. 7.8 earthquake near Indonesia. There's the location. I'll have to see about tsunami warnings. I mean, I don't know that a 7.8 would produce an extremely destructive tsunami, but I don't know what they're going to say about it. So I'll have to look and see. Let me check for updates on that as well. I have to get the Trump speech clock up. I don't see yet a report from the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center. It's just being reported. There is a tsunami threat. Let's see here. No tsunami impact to Guam. I can tell you that. That's been said. No tsunami threat to American Samoa. I can tell you that. No tsunami threat to Guam or American Samoa, according to the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center. Let's see here. How about this one? Hazardous tsunami waves are possible within 1,000 kilometers of the epicenter along the coasts of Indonesia, Philippines, and Malaysia. I do not have any kind of estimate for how big these tsunami waves would be. The USGS, again, is calling it a 7.8 earthquake in the waters off of Indonesia. Looks like about 60 miles away, 70 miles away, 10 kilometers depth. So we'll keep an eye on this. Give me a moment here. I just have to post something about it. Pacific Tsunami Warning Center says hazardous tsunami waves are possible within 1,000 kilometers of epicenter of earthquake. The coast along the coasts of Indonesia, Philippines, and Malaysia. No wave height estimate yet. Okay, I'll let you know. 10 kilometers deep. Not that deep. Again, given the earthquakes we have covered, I don't know that you're going to get, enormous destructive tsunami waves from a 7.8. But I'm going to defer to the experts and see what they say. I'm just checking a couple things. I got to put the clock up for the Trump speech too. Just give me a moment here. I got to get this clock up. All right, so this is going to be, the date is April 1st. The date is April 1st. Hold on. I'm almost done updating the clock. Okay, we got the clock up. We have our clock up on the screen, as you can see. Less than 2 hours until Trump speaks about Iran. So there's that. Then, have they updated the depth of the earthquake on USGS? Because last time I checked, it said 10. Now it says, nope. Now it is a 7.4. It has been revised down to a 7.4, and it's deeper. 35 kilometers deep, not 10 kilometers deep, and has been revised down to a 7.4. Okay, again, so the earthquake has been revised down to a 7.4. I'll keep an eye on the tsunami guidance. Okay, let me just also just make sure about other. I gotta check. I gotta check on everything. I gotta check on the. I gotta check on the. I got to check on all the war updates. I just have been dealing with catching up on everything after we switched off from the space coverage. So just bear with me for one more second here. I'll keep an eye on the tsunami stuff. Oh, I was going to check on my other cameras and just to make sure. All right, we have Beirut and Tel Aviv are on the screen right now. Okay, that's good. That's what I wanted. And we have... We need this. Yeah, so we're going to be getting back into the war updates. And President Trump speaking in 1 hour and 49 minutes. Okay, what I need to do is I need to take about 1 minute. I need to take about 1 minute. So I'm going to put the volume on the Beirut cam, but hang tight. Let me just get the volume going. If you can hear it. Can you hear it? Hold on. You'll hear it in a second. Oops.
Very
hold on.
Environmental and control.
That's the space volume. You can watch the space on NASA. That's the Beirut volume. All right, so give me about a minute, and I'm coming right back, and we'll continue in a minute. Okay, I am here. I am here. Let's try to get you some updates on Trump's upcoming remarks. Hey, thanks to our moderators, Roberts, Mayqueen, and Ruth are moderating right now. I really appreciate it. Roberts, Mayqueen, and Ruth on YouTube, and Beth Mythical. I hope I thanked everybody who gave memberships on YouTube. I'm sorry if I've missed any of them. Again, there is a YouTube issue they are supposed to fix, which is preventing me from being able to go back to any significant length of time and see who gave memberships if I miss it initially. So that should be fixed soon. And we have our Twitch. I forgot to thank some people on Twitch too. We were watching the launch. Thanks to Table Tens and Rebecca on Twitch, and CC and Chris Hansen H and Wong190TW, who gave out 5 gift subs. Also, OP Anton for subscribing, DGH Jonas for subscribing on Twitch, Miss Poison Ivy for subscribing on Twitch. Also, our moderators on Twitch, I really want to thank them. Matthew Kohai 3 is over there now. Thank you, Matthew. Also, Linda Belk, Margaret Riley, Andrea Holder on Facebook. Thanks for moderating. Thanks also Robert Rial II and Juliana Martin, who are and Helen Anderson for being subscribers over on Facebook, and Christy Claft, and Helen Anderson, Martha Crawford, thank you. And one moment here. Yes, as Robert Rial II mentioned, and I really should know how to pronounce her name. Is it Christina? Is it Coach? Oh, I think it's no. It's I think it's what is it here? It's not Coach. I think it's Cuck. K-O-C-H, but it's pronounced Cock. Cuck. K-U-C-H. I'm looking at Wikipedia right now. You can see it along with me. There it is. K-U-U-K. I'm reading it. She is going to become the first woman to go around the moon. She is on the Artemis 2 crew. There you go. But as Robert said, yes, first woman, if successful, she will become the first woman to travel beyond low Earth orbit and the first to travel into the moon's vicinity. Very neat. One of our viewers said it's pronounced Cook. Oh, is it Cook? I don't know. It said on Wikipedia the U is like push. Maybe it's Cook. Maybe it's Christina Cook. That sounds right. All right, anyways. Yes, our viewers are saying it's pronounced Cook. Sorry. Sorry about that, but we got it right. Anyways, acknowledging her. If I hear anything big from the mission, I'll let you know. Let's see here. Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha, thanks for so much for moderating. There are ex-moderators. on. I was going to try to get an update about the earthquake here. Again, there was a 7.4 earthquake off of the coast of Indonesia. So I'll keep an eye out. 35 kilometers depth. If I get new tsunami updates, I'll let you know. There should be some new ones soon. Amazy Tune says that the astronaut's name is a German name. All right, let's talk about what President Trump is going to talk about. Also, I got to see, there was a missile alert while we were watching the launch. I'm going to turn this down because there's like a TV on that broadcast. So I'm going to turn that down. Manny Fabian reports no injuries are immediately reported after an Iranian ballistic missile carrying a cluster bomb warhead spread bomblets across central Israel. One impact in Bnei Brak appears to have struck a water pipe. There was a damage to a water pipe, and there's some flooding now in Bnei Brak, Israel, due to that damage. Jim Aconis, I'm glad you enjoyed the interview with Manny. That was good talking to him. Maybe we'll talk to him again in the future. Yes, I want to talk again about what Trump is going to talk about tonight. We talked about this earlier in the stream, but that was a while ago. Oh, what I have to do here is I have to do one other thing. Let's just do this. Give me 1 sec here so I can see here. One moment. All right, we have to get everything set back up here. See, get rid of that. Okay, put that on there. Put that live. Okay, now. I am still in Chicago, but the conference ended today. So I'm sorry that I couldn't be on the last 2 days, but that was because I was attending the Online News Association conference, which I wanted to go to for the benefit of the channel. So soon I will be heading back to Boston, but not today. In case you missed it before, I want to tell you what Reuters talked to Trump today and talked to him about what he was going to talk about tonight. So Reuters reports that President Trump told Reuters today that the U.S. will end the U.S. will end its war on Iran fairly soon, and could return for spot hits if needed. He said he would announce in the speech that he is considering withdrawing the U.S. from the NATO alliance over what he sees as its failure to support the U.S. in the war, although it is legally unclear if President Trump could do that by himself without congressional approval, and it very well could end up in the courts. By the way, thanks to William Bowser, Michael Fergal, and David Brazier for the Facebook stars. I really appreciate that. Trump is expected to say in his speech that the U.S. military has accomplished its wartime goals, according to a White House official. Even so, Reuters says, prospects for a near-end term to the fighting appeared elusive. A senior Iranian source told Reuters on Wednesday that Tehran is demanding a guaranteed ceasefire to halt its attacks, and said no talks have taken place through intermediaries on a temporary truce. The New York Times reported U.S. intelligence agencies have assessed in recent days that Iran is not currently willing to engage in substantial negotiations to end the war. Asked today when the U.S. would consider the Iran war over, Trump said, "I can't tell you exactly. We're going to be out pretty quickly." He was expected to reiterate a 2 to 3 week timetable for ending the war in Iran during his address, a White House official later said. U.S. action had ensured Iran would not have nuclear arms, Trump said. Trump said, "They won't have a nuclear weapon because they are incapable of that now, and then I'll leave, and I'll take everybody with me, and we'll have to, and if we have to come back, we'll come back. If we have to, we'll come back to do spot hits." Trump had suggested yesterday he could wind down the war in 2 or 3 weeks, even without a deal. Also suggested that if other countries wanted to, also suggested that he could leave without opening the Strait of Hormuz, remember, and said other countries could do that if they wanted to. I mean, remember what he posted on his Truth Social just a day ago. He said, all of those countries that can't get jet fuel because the Strait of Hormuz, like the United Kingdom, which refused to get involved in the decapitation of Iran, I have a suggestion for you. Number 1, buy from the U.S. We still have plenty. And number 2, build up some delayed courage. Go to the Strait and just take it. You'll have to start learning how to fight for yourself. The USA won't be there to help you anymore, just like you weren't there for us. Iran has been essentially decimated. The hard part is done. Go get your own oil. That was yesterday. We're going to hear from him in 1 hour and 31 minutes. 1 hour and 31 minutes. Give me a moment here. Okay, so he's going to speak at, we think he's going to speak, somebody said about 20 minutes. I don't know though. We think he's going to speak at 9, well, he's scheduled for 9. I think it's going to start on time too, because I think he asked the networks for time. So my guess is it's not going to be that late. Poll about, maybe we'll do a poll about it. Some people, yeah, Irish Exercet says pre-recorded, it will be, I bet. I don't know if it'll be live or pre-recorded. It might be one of them where it's hard to tell. Hang on a moment here. All right, give me, I need like just a second here. Sorry, I need a second. Give me a second. We'll take some predictions from you guys what he'll say. I think I want to take some comments from you guys about what he's going to say. All right, hang on 1 second here. I need like 1 more minute. And then we'll get into everything. Just give me a moment. Hold on. Okay, we're back. All right. What do you think Trump will talk about? What do you think Trump will say? I want to take kind of just read some comments here. Christopher Garrett thinks Trump is going to declare victory and let the world clean up his mess. What do you think Trump is going to say? He'll say NATO took advantage of us for years, one of our viewers says. Blue Muppet says NATO didn't help, and so on, he'll say. Thank you, Douglas Duncan, for watching and your household. Let's see here. Something I always wonder about with these announcements is, will he say anything like really surprising? I don't know that there'll be anything like that's super unexpected. You never know, though. Karg Island invasion? You think he'll talk about a Karg Island invasion? Jackson says he will say they have no military. Britt thinks it will be the same old. Lockdowns? What do you mean by lockdowns? Mike Laney. Go to Math thinks he will talk about how great the economy is. Juan Rodriguez thinks he's going to try to bait NATO into helping open the Strait of Hormuz. If not, he will threaten to leave. I feel like people have a lot of people have decided that a few days ago, everybody was talking about a ground operation. And now way fewer people are talking about it, and oil price has come down some, and stocks went up today. And have things really changed? I know he said we'll be done soon, but I'm not aware that that all these resources that have been sent to the Middle East have been sent back yet or anything. So Michael says, moved all of our ships for nothing. Well, it's again, the new troops have shown up with new ships and new planes reportedly, I believe. So I don't know. I said this before, but I feel like maybe there's a bit of an overreaction on the side of, oh, nothing more big is going to happen here. Oh, I was going to mention there was an article I just started reading in the Washington Post about the possibility of sending troops to get the uranium. Tenfold thinks it'll turn into another campaign speech. Sean Nam says, hope he leaves NATO? Only Mattapin says, listen to what he doesn't say. Oh, by the way, thank you so much for the memberships. Thomas has given so many memberships. Thomas P0419. P0419. P041 from Sweden. Thank you, Thomas. That's very kind of you. One of our viewers said it's good news and it's not an overreaction. That's what Mason D thinks. Where'd my water go? An hour and 21 minutes. The New York Times is reporting that President Trump has discussed firing Attorney General Pam Bondi in recent days. That's according to the New York Times. CNN has a similar story. AZ Intel, as one of our viewers had posted, that there was a sports building that was severely damaged in Indonesia because of the powerful earthquake. The earthquake was off the coast. Casualties unclear. I hope people are okay. Oh, let's talk about this uranium story. Some sports news. Brief sports news. LA Rams wide receiver Puka Nacua has checked into rehab. Adam Schefter posted. Original report from the California Post. He's a very good football player. Both CNN and tonight, both CNN and New York Times are reporting that President Trump has been considering firing Pam Bondi. I don't know what the truth is, but I'm just passing that along. One of the Touched Production says, again, question mark. Sorry, I want to get to this, talking about this article about possibly troops going in to get the uranium. Let's talk about that. So the Washington Post has an article today. Risky commando plan to seize Iran's uranium came at Trump's request. It says a plan has been developed. The Washington Post also reported there was a plan developed to seize Iran's uranium. Doesn't mean it's going to happen. I will say, all of these resources have been moved to the Middle East for some reason. More resources in recent weeks. Doesn't mean they'll be used, but there's some reason they were moved there. Thanks to Musta Fauser. Thank you, Musta, for your support for the memberships. I appreciate that. That's really nice of you. And also, Matthew Laporte. Thanks for being a member. All right. So The Washington Post says that the U.S. military has given the president a plan to seize nearly 1,000 pounds of highly enriched uranium in Iran that would involve flying in excavation equipment and building a runway for cargo planes to take the radioactive material out. I mean, you'd have to do something like this if you wanted to get the material out of there. Hold on. And the complex plan was briefed to the president in the past week after he asked for a proposal, they said, as were its significant operational risks. Trump's request for the plan, previously unreported, signals his interest in contemplating what would be an unusually sensitive and high-stakes special operations mission. The administration's consideration of such an operation was first reported by the Wall Street Journal. Yes, as Irish Sweetness says, it would be a huge endeavor. Limiting Iran's capacity to build a nuclear weapon remains a top goal of the administration, but this plan, experts say, would represent an enormously difficult endeavor of a type never before attempted during wartime. The mission would require the airlift of potentially hundreds of thousands of troops and heavy equipment. Sorry, not hundreds of thousands. Hundreds or thousands. The mission would require the airlift of potentially hundreds or thousands of troops and heavy equipment to support the excavation and recovery of radioactive material. That could take weeks, former defense officials have estimated, and take place under fire deep inside Iran. Nick Mulroy, a former Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense and retired CIA and Marine officer, said, "This would be one of, if not the largest, most complicated special operations in history. It's a major risk to the force." In another sign of Trump's interest in pursuing such an operation, he encouraged Americans to tune into a show by Fox News host Mark Levin, a staunch pro-Israel advocate, on Saturday. During the episode, Levin said the U.S. should deploy specialized ground troops to snatch Iran's uranium stockpiles. Why would we need troops on the ground? Well, there's a lot of reasons, and we wouldn't need 300,000 of them. It's this uranium, Mark Levin said. Launching an ambitious ground operation to seize the uranium would involve the deployment of commandos and a host of other troops and support personnel, introducing a significant new level of risk to the military, says the Washington Post. Last June, the U.S. bombed nuclear facilities in Iran, greatly setting back its weapons program. But according to the IAEA, Iran has stockpiled about 970 pounds of uranium enriched to 60%, just short of weapons-grade level. More than half is stored in a nuclear facility outside Isfahan, a historic city in central Iran, in tunnels more than 300 feet deep, according to the IAEA director, with the rest located at the Natanz nuclear site and potentially other areas. That's a whole other thing. The IAEA director, for example, thinks it's at more than one site. So you'd have to go to more than one site to get it all. Access to the Isfahan storage area, said the International Atomic Energy Agency director. That's who it is, right? The IAEA director. Hold on here. Yes. International Atomic Energy Agency. Access to the Isfahan storage area, said the IAEA director, remains buried under rubble left by the U.S. bombing in June. The highly enriched material in the form of uranium hexafluoride gas is stored in sealed cylinders akin to scuba tanks, each about 3 feet high. Before it can be used as a weapon, it must be additionally enriched to more than 90% and processed into a metal. Describing an inspection to visit the Isfahan site just before the June airstrikes, the IAEA director said the cylinders are not very big and not specially protected, although it is possible that some decoy cylinders have been placed among them to confuse and impede anyone trying to remove them. While not privy to any military decisions, the IAEA director said, what I can say is that this considerable amount of material is highly contaminant, so there could be some contamination if there were a direct hit on it. To get to the buried Isfahan stockpile of enriched uranium, one person familiar with the matter told the Washington Post, you have to get excavation equipment, break through the concrete and the lead shield and any other protective covering, and then you somehow have to get to the bottom of this silo and remove the containers full of nuclear material and fly them out. Estimates on how long that would take vary, ranging from weeks to several months. Again, the Washington Post says, estimates on how long that would take vary, ranging from weeks to several months. The Knights Palace thinks it's impossible. Our viewer Garfield thinks it's impossible. It's way too many steps of security required for it to go well, and Iran is still quite resilient. Well, something else to keep in mind is Iran knows where these sites are. So it's just unthinkable that the U.S. would be moving all these resources to Iran and Iran not know that they're there. And at that point, Iran would certainly, it would seem, be able to fire things like missiles and drones at this site, right? So that's a whole other thing. Here, it's interesting. They describe what this operation would look like. I need my lip balm. Hold on a second here. Where is my lip balm? Oh, I found it. Good. Our viewer Bill Huang says, months? Hey, listen to this. This is how the Washington Post says that the mission would go. The logistics would probably start with striking Iranian defenses and equipment to create safer passage for the ground troops. Sorry, before that it says, I skipped something here that I want to read you. Okay, the best way to recover the material would be after a ceasefire and accompanied by IAEA personnel, said retired General Joseph Votel, who has, for example, led U.S. Central Command. But if you have to fight your way in, he said, it could be feasible. There's a lot of risks associated with it. This is a very high order of complexity. There likely will be casualties, said former General Votel. But this is the problem set for U.S. Special Operations Forces. It's what we do. We have people who are specifically trained to go into these types of environments. The scale and complexity would make the mission extraordinarily difficult, but it is possible, according to a former defense official with direct knowledge of Iran war plans and special operations capabilities. Short of a largely symbolic quick strike to demonstrate we could do more, to recover much or all of the material requires a temporary occupation, the former official said. Former commandos and officials described the extraordinary complexities surrounding such an operation. The logistics would probably start with striking Iranian defenses and equipment to create safer passages. The logistics would probably start with striking Iranian defenses and equipment to create safer passage for the ground troops, who would then fly hundreds of miles into the country to establish a defense perimeter at the facilities. One option experts have speculated is the Army's 82nd Airborne and Rangers parachuting in to seize the ground, which could be within range of enemy artillery, missiles, and drones. From there, engineers would probably build an airstrip to bring in supplies and equipment, some of which may be airdropped from cargo aircraft or slung from utility helicopters. Both options would leave the slower moving transport aircraft vulnerable to enemy fire. Keeping the heavy excavation work going would require a deep bench of support troops, officials said. Mechanics, drivers, refuelers, and others would work around the clock. Food and water would need constant resupply. Civilian nuclear specialists from the Energy Department and other agencies also would probably be on site to assess risks and supervise the uranium removal. The operations to house, feed, and protect personnel would probably look more like a small base than a low-profile clandestine mission. The effort to blast through the rock and enter the storage area would be the start of a grueling yard-by-yard process for commandos to enter the abyss of a facility thick with unknowns. Breaching teams, possibly from the Army's Delta Force or Navy SEALs, would wield saws and blowtorches to get past obstacles inside the underground facility, while shooters covered them, according to a former special operator with experience training for such missions. The commandos would wear protective uniforms and rebreathers, carrying sensors to detect radioactive threats. What else? The teams would have to be mindful that anything they shoot, explode, or cut through could disturb dangerous material. Concerns about radioactive exposure would require arduous and repeated decontamination of personnel and equipment. There might be booby traps. It is slow, meticulous, and can be an extremely deadly process, the former operator said. The exfiltration process would also expose troops, equipment, and nuclear material to potential Iranian attacks as scores of personnel are airlifted back out through enemy airspace. The operation would make complex high-stakes missions look simple by comparison, former officials said. The raids to capture Nicolas Maduro in Venezuela and kill Osama bin Laden in Pakistan, for instance, were measured in minutes and hours. The entire process in Iran, even if the operation goes relatively smoothly, could take weeks, former officials estimated. There are probably only a few dozen troops trained to retrieve nuclear material from behind enemy lines, and the proficiency has declined since the Cold War, the former official said. Okay, well, that certainly sounds like quite a difficult, challenging operation. Lux Blunted, our viewer, says, all while 10,000 drones would be raining down on them. That article didn't even didn't really get into the difficulties of defense against what surely would become a target. This article I was reading from, I showed you the start of the article before. It's a Washington Post article from today. Risky commando plan to seize Iran's uranium came at Trump's request. By the way, the general types of things that article mentioned about the difficulties of a mission, I have read in other articles. Other articles have talked about the large amount of troops, hundreds or even thousands you would need. Having to take over an airstrip or build one, having to bring in heavy excavator material, excavation equipment. Possibilities of contamination and radiation from the uranium that you're trying to take. But I know one article I read talked about the difficulties that if you're moving the uranium, then you got to be really careful with it because you can have problems if you if you breach the containers or whatever. It's a delicate thing. You can't just throw, from what I understand, it's not the kind of thing you can just throw into a sack over your shoulder and just grab the cylinders and throw them all in there real quick and run away with them or something. You need to be delicate with the cylinders. And who knows, this article was talking about if the cylinders of enriched uranium were in there and then these, when these airstrikes happened, well, there could be contamination at the site. One of our viewers, Sunshine, says it sounds like a sci-fi movie comedy. What's the big dilly thinks there's no way it isn't booby-trapped. Also, I would think if you're digging through debris from a bombing, you probably have to be super careful that the hole doesn't collapse that you're going into. I mean, think of all the things involved in this. And as the article said, feeding people and stuff. Susan Stater says, sounds like suicide missions. You never know, though. Thanks, Kojak. Kojak, for being a member. Sorry. Kojak is back, I think it is. Thanks for being a member. Zeppelin says, so many unknowns. FemC thought maybe there will still be people alive in those buried places. Wow. Now remember, they were bombed back in June. These nuclear sites. Smokey Bear thinks they can handle it just fine. One moment here. Randog says the ultimate goal may not be obtainable. Oh, some of our viewers are mentioning something. Some of our viewers claim there's a toilet issue on the Artemis. Is this true? Some of our viewers claim this. Is there any truth to the viewers who are claiming this? Oh, I guess there were some communications issues. Spaceflight Now said Mission Control was having difficulty communicating with the spacecraft for several minutes. Communications did get reestablished. Spaceflight Now says they are trying to figure out what caused that. They mentioned the toilets at some point, said our viewer. A couple of our viewers are claiming that is true. Let me do a little research here. So there were some communication issues that I guess have been resolved, but did NASA post about this on their blog? You know, there's going to be a news conference at 9 p.m., but that's when Trump is speaking. What we might do is maybe after Trump speaks, we'll check out at least some of the NASA news conference. We'll play it. But, I mean, we can't watch two things at once. It is in 2 minutes. I just saw NASA literally posted that it's at 9 p.m. I was reading from the NASA blog. It says, NASA will hold a post-launch news conference at 9 p.m. from Kennedy Space Center in Florida. That's from the NASA Launch Day blog. It's on now? Why did... I have to check, I guess. Why would they post the wrong time on the blog? That was just posted like an hour ago. Well, I don't see the news conference there. Let's see. I see a live stream. No, it says post-launch news conference, but it's not actually showing the news conference. Just to be clear. It's supposed to be 9 p.m. Eastern Time, the news conference. If somebody gives me, I guess there was talk about the toilet on Artemis. If somebody gives me, is there like a time code where we can watch it? When did you hear that? If you give me a time code, then I can replay that for you. I'd be interested in hearing what was said about the toilet. Hold on, let's see. I bet I can find it here. Like, how many minutes ago was it? We can replay it. If somebody can tell me how many minutes ago it was. 10 minutes ago, 20 minutes ago. I'd like to play it for people. 15. So I got, somebody said 15 and someone said 5. Well, would like to play it. Oh, hold on. Oh, hold on. A question for toilet. All right, this is. I want to let's take a quick look at this. All right, this is moments ago. Moments ago. I think I found it. All right, so let's play this. This is. I can't see it. Oh, I see. It's all big now. Why is this like this? All right, so this is going to be, I'm going to hit play on this. We're going to hear what was said. A few minutes ago. Now, Here. Can we hear it? Give me a second.
And the view of Australia was epic just now. It's amazing to be at this altitude. And the view of Australia was epic just now. It's amazing to be at this altitude. And Christine, the view of Australia.
Hang on.
All right, Stan, just give us a minute. And the view of Australia was epic just now. It's amazing to be at this altitude. And Christina's working hard.
Roger.
Hold on.
Sure.
And a question for Christina for toilet.
For toilet. That's toilet. Hold on.
All right, Stan, just give us a minute. And the view of Australia was epic just now.
Hang on.
It's amazing to be at this altitude. And
I think I might have been too late. Is PWD personal waste? Oh no, hold on.
First, or a question for Jeremy. For the PWD checkout, did you check out the primary first or the secondary first?
And Stan, Jeremy says primary first because he had trouble getting the secondary on, and I'm also ready to take your call.
Copy primary first. We appreciate that. Christina, for the toilet, can you please tell us what the status LED is doing? Or was doing when you saw the fault?
It had been on per normal, and there was good suction, and then it turned off when the fault started blinking.
That's valuable information. Thank you.
Teams on the ground continuing to troubleshoot the waste management systems aboard Integrity. Now we'll continue to follow the mission here.
Okay, so there is a problem with the toilet. There's a problem with the toilet, as you heard. All right, give me one moment. Just wait. Okay, bad chat. A second person in the chat has told me there's a press conference right now. You need to check these things, because if you went to the press conference video, you'd see it hasn't started yet. So before you put it in the chat, please check it, chat. That's twice that's happened in about 10 minutes, in about 5 minutes. Come on, we can check these things. We can check ourselves. We can do a little research before we put it in the chat. I am literally looking at the NASA news conference video, and it's not started yet. The video is live, but the news conference is not live. They're showing the space footage. They posted on their NASA blog. The previous post on the NASA blog says NASA will hold a post-launch news conference at 9 p.m. As I said before, that's when Trump is speaking, so we will maybe show a replay of it. Oh, thanks to Thomas P0419, gave more memberships. Thank you, Thomas. Thomas from Sweden, that's so nice of you. Thomas has given so many memberships. Please thank Thomas or somebody else if they give you a membership or a gift subscription. Now, okay. All right, so in 45, I need to take a few minutes to go down. So there are toilet issues. There are, unless they fixed it, and I didn't hear it, we heard there are toilet issues on Artemis. Why is nobody reporting on the toilet issues? Did they fix it? It just came on. Hold on. Artemis, the news conference just popped on right now. Hold on. I'm looking at it on the they just started the news conference right now. All right, hold on. Now I'm going to pull it up. Now I can see it. I'm pulling it up right now. Here it is. Here it is. Nope, that's not it. There it is.
6:35 p.m. NASA Space Launch System rocket lifted off the pad with 8.8 million pounds of thrust, carrying the Orion spacecraft and the Artemis II crew out to Earth orbit and beginning America's grand return to the moon. Now, about 51 minutes into the flight, during a planned handover between satellites, the Orion spacecraft underwent a communications issue, leading to a temporary partial loss of comms. The uplink from Capcom to the crew was being heard by the crew, but we cannot hear their responses for a brief period of time. There were no issues with the vehicle itself. Comms with the crew have been restored. We're actively working the issue, and we'll keep you informed. The Orion spacecraft has successfully separated from the core stage, and its solar arrays have been deployed as planned. Soon the crew will execute the apogee raise burn, placing the spacecraft into a stable high Earth orbit as we prepare for the translunar injection and the journey into cislunar space. NASA astronauts Commander Reed Wiseman, pilot Victor Glover, mission specialist Christina Koch, and Canadian Space Agency mission specialist Jeremy Hansen are safe, they're secure, and they're in great spirits. We will continue to monitor their health and the status as we move into the next phase of the Artemis II mission. So after a brief 54-year intermission, NASA is back in the business of sending astronauts to the moon. We have arrived at this point through a sustained effort and national commitment and the work of thousands across the agency, our industry partners, and our international allies. I want to personally thank the ground crews, pad controllers, the entire workforce here at Kennedy Space Center. This mission belongs as much to you as it does to the crew. The crew is now in the capable hands of Mission Control Houston, the Johnson Space Center, where teams will guide Orion through each phase of the mission with the same discipline and precision that has brought us to this moment. We have certainly been here before. We know the challenges ahead. We have a lot of checkouts to get through before TLI. And when, if all goes well, everything is go, Artemis II will be moonbound. You have our commitment to keep the public as informed as possible on this historic mission. And we will celebrate when we will hold our celebration until this crew is under parachutes and splashes down off the west coast of the United States. Thank you.
So with that, we will open this up to questions, and we will start here in the room if we have any takers. We'll start right up here.
Congratulations to all of you on a successful launch so far. My name's Jim Siegel. I'm with Florida Media Now. And I'm curious about when the astronauts will have their first meal on this mission. And secondly, is somebody on the Earth here, back in Houston or somewhere, keeping track of what they eat during this entire mission? And how do they go about doing that? Do they tell them what to eat, or do they kind of select what they want? What do you think?
Well, let's see. I'll jump in on this one. Well, what I'll tell you is they do have planned meals, okay? So they have a planned meal today. I will tell you they're very busy. So ascent day is very tough. It's tough physiologically, and it's tough from a workload issue as well. And so this timeline between now when the crew goes to sleep, so MET of about 8:30 is pretty packed. They're going to snack. They probably have some pre-positioned meals. I know they did in their flight suit. Some of the snacks that they can use if they need. But I will also tell you that flight day 1 and flight day 2, you might not feel like eating a lot, and that's just part of it. Your body is acclimating to 0G. Your physiology is transitioning from a 1G environment to 0G, and it takes a little bit of adapting. So right now they're working hard. They are doing what they need to do. They sound great on the loops. That was really a good signal to us that they're feeling well. But just know that that's part of the equation, when they get on orbit. As far as the food being tracked, yes, we have a food lab, and we have folks at the Johnson Space Center tracking what they eat, the nutrition, the calories. It makes a difference. They do this on Artemis. They do it on Space Station as well. So we're well versed in that. We want to make sure that they're healthy, and we also want to make sure we know what they're doing, what they're eating, so we can also track that and make sure that they don't need any supplements or anything additional.
Thank you.
We'll head over to Joey.
Thanks, guys, and congrats on a clean launch so far. Jared, or whoever wants to answer, how were you able to resolve the communications issue, and do you have any guesses as to what might have caused that? And was there any part of the mission so far that appeared off nominal, or is everything looking good? Just curious to hear how things are going on that. Thanks.
Well, on the comms issue, and I don't know, there may be someone here that has a little more detail than I do of having to run around quite a bit, but I think they're still looking into trying to really understand exactly what was going on there. But it's restored, which is important. I think it just...
It was during handover to Tedros West. Sometimes that's squirrely ground configuration. You gotta get that right. So hopefully that's what it is. But we'll chase it down. But they were able to recover. They had intermittent forward and return links, so the burns that they needed on board it was never an issue. It was unusual for it to be dropped out for a couple minutes. So that's what we're telling you. We had a controller issue with the toilet when they spun it up, so we got to work through that. That's going to take maybe a few hours to troubleshoot. So there was also a water tank valve. There's 4 water tanks on Orion. There's a crossover valve that connects the 2 gangs of tanks. It's supposed to be open to ensure maximum flow. It was closed during ascent. When you shake the thing, things like that happen. So they're going to reset the valve. And then they had a recurrence of on Artemis 1, we had a latching current limiter failure on a piece of electronics, a transient failure when it gets exposed to radiation. They took 1 hit of those. We took about 24, 25 of those during Artemis 1. Again, normal, the onboard fault detection cleans that up, but we're just getting started, Joey.
Just to be clear, right, this is a flight test, and a lot of what we're doing here is exactly this, trying to test out all of the things that require the crew interaction, right? And so we anticipate to have a lot of these. Well, that's what we're here for, work through them.
Sawyer.
Importantly, apogee raise burn. We're go. So they're going to stay in space.
Sawyer.
Thank you, Sawyer Rosenstein, NSF. I noticed that the slide wire baskets happened to deploy during launch. Was that something that was expected? And can you give any initial reports, at least what you've seen from the cameras, of how the mobile launcher is doing, given the hope to be able to quickly turn it around?
Yeah,
you have something on the baskets. I can talk about the turnaround.
The baskets are, they're supposed to get out of the way. That's part of the plan. So otherwise they take plume loads, and we don't like that.
So I can tell you on the mobile launcher, our team has already been looking at a lot of the imagery that we have that was taken both during and after and assessing that, trying to get the condition. We've got teams, I believe, going out there. They might already be out on their way to take a real look. Some of the good things that we've seen relative to Artemis 1, one of the issues we had was that the water that was supposed to be spraying down the launch pad, so that there were some issues there that didn't happen. We saw a lot of corrosion. The water was working, so things were getting washed down. We're still also going to remove some of the parts so that we can do some of that cleaning to make sure we don't have those corrosion issues. We haven't seen evidence of things like after Artemis 1, like the elevator doors were blown off. We haven't seen that. We're optimistic, but we got to get out to the pad. We got to look. We did a lot of changes after Artemis 1, trying to harden the systems so that we can turn it around faster. We do anticipate there will be some items that'll need to be replaced. It's a pretty violent environment, but we're hopeful that that's minimized, and as soon as we have more information on that, we'll definitely let you guys know where we stand and how quickly we think we can get it turned around. Thanks.
Lauren? Lauren Grush with Bloomberg. I just wanted to get a gut check on how we're feeling about the upcoming proximity and ops operation. Do we have any concerns with that TDRS delay, or is that not an issue for that?
I would say right now we're on for the proximity operations demo. Haven't heard anything that's keeping us from that, Norm?
No. On track, ready to go. Victor Glover's going to be flying it. Reed's going to be working the procedure with him. And cross-checking, and Jeremy and Christina are going to be looking out the windows, also spotting, cross-checking, using cameras and imagery, and it should be beautiful, so we can't wait.
We'll go right over here.
Yes, Bert Dicht from Ad Astra Magazine, National Space Society. Just wondering if the astronauts reported what the ride was like to orbit. I know with the space shuttle, it was a pretty rough ride until there was SRB SEP. Was this similar?
Have you heard?
I have not heard a report yet. I know we will get a report. Again, yes. When MECO happened, immediately they were getting prepped to do their perigee raise maneuver. That's critical. Otherwise, they come back to Earth, which we don't want them to. So they got that. They are working to get their spacesuits off. They just got the ARB burn, which was very important. So now they're working to get their suits off. So they are very busy. Now, later today, I anticipate they will call down and give us a full brief as to, how the Proxox demo went, how the ride uphill went, and I personally can't wait to hear the comparison between this massive rocket and the shuttle.
Sounds great. Thank you.
Micah?
Thanks, Bethany. Micah Maidenberg, Wall Street Journal. Maybe for the administrator, I'd like to ask you, I know we're early on here, how you're thinking about success for this mission, defining success, a lot of tests ahead, and just what happens if you don't kind of meet that standard as the flight unfolds. Thanks so much.
Well, I mean, to me, success is undershoots and in the water safely after a 10-day mission duration, so no early off-ramps there. I think right now we're already getting good ECLIS data. We've never flown Orion with crew on board, so that's pretty important. I mean, understanding the Orion spacecraft is paramount in this one to progress on to integrated operations of Orion with a lander. Every day we're getting data. It was mentioned from the get-go. This is a test mission for sure. No crew have ever ridden this before. We'll keep gathering data over the next 10 days. We'll share updates, but we'll call success when they're in the water safely, and we'll start working on the next mission.
Jackie?
Hi. Right here. Sorry if I missed it. I just wanted to check in on the status of the perigee and apogee burns. Are those both finished at this point? And then I also wanted to check how the best way to explain to the audience why we're doing that apogee raise maneuver and why we go into that high Earth orbit. Thanks so much.
Do you want to take it? I mean, I can certainly say we completed the perigee raise maneuver. That was done pretty quickly, as you heard, and the apogee raise burn should have already happened. That should have been happening while we sat here. They were getting ready as we were walking in. And then if you want to talk maybe about the rest.
So we go into a high Earth orbit. Roughly, the perigee is about 1,000 nautical miles, rough give or take, of the Earth, 25,000. So it's pretty elliptical. That's getting us, everything we do is getting us set up for the translunar injection burn. And so it's getting these burns. It's all converging down to what we call TLI. So we got to get the Eclipse system checked out. We got to make sure we have our redundancy. We got to make sure these burns go off where they should go off, and get Orion and the SM configured exactly where it needs to be. So when it comes around and it's time for the translunar injection burn, off we go. And that takes us really, that puts us outbound to the moon. That's a real big commit point. And so you'll be hearing more about that tomorrow.
You might mention it not only sends us outbound to the moon, but it also sets us up for the gravity assist that brings us back. So we are set all the way.
Yes.
Once we make that.
Hey,
burn.
we have some. I'm sorry, we have some rocket alerts. Rocket alerts in North.
TG
hold on. Hold on. Rocket alerts in Israel, or missile alerts, missile/rocket alerts. Let me show you here. North and south. Do we have is the Tel Aviv cam making? We're hearing sirens in Tel Aviv. Hold on. I'm going to put you can see right there. I have Tel Aviv. You might not hear sirens in because the alerts are more south of Tel Aviv. I don't think I have a Jerusalem camera right now. But we have right now, again, alerts in both Haifa, well, actually north of Haifa, northern Israel, and also more central Israel. Northern and central Israel both. Let me see what I can find out about this. I need a second here. Again, I don't think I have a Jerusalem camera right now. I don't see one there. I don't see one there. And I don't see one there. Let me just check on what is happening here. We have, again, alerts in northern and central Israel. So I believe this is all from Iran. I believe. Yes, IDF identified launches. Well, definitely from Iran, but all right, hold on. Going back here, so these are the ones that are still left. These down here. Let me see. I'm going to see if we have any kind of. Hold on a second here. If we have any kind of missile hits. One of the viewers, Treasury Please, I think, or Treasure Please, said there was an interception in northern Israel on Intel cam. Yeah, you can check out Intel cams if you want. Let me see what kind of reports are coming out of Israel right now about about this new missile wave. I don't have any kind of updates yet from Israel about whether missiles hits or anything. Waiting to see if there are any reports of missile hits or anything, and I just haven't seen it yet. I'm looking right now. Should get updates soon at some point. 25 minutes until President Trump speaks. 25 minutes. Some of our viewers said that they saw stuff in the north on Intel cams. There may have been rockets fired from Lebanon. I don't know. Let me just do something real quick here. One moment. I am aware you cannot hear the NASA. I can't talk to you at the same time as NASA is talking. That is why you can't hear the NASA, because I am talking. There are no reports of casualties in Israel from the missile wave. So now that we have, according to N12 News, so now that we have that information, I will. Hey, real quick, just for people on YouTube, several people have asked about the super chats. It is a YouTube issue. It is specific to this channel. I have spoken to YouTube about it. They are supposed to fix it any moment now. I'm very sorry it doesn't work. I literally have talked to YouTube about it. It is just a YouTube problem. They are fixing it. I'm sorry about that. Before I had a little message up, but I didn't want to keep the message there constantly. So I appreciate you asking about it. Thank you. It is being fixed. It is just not fixed yet. So I'm sorry about that. Thank you for asking. Okay, now I will turn the sound up on the press conference. We'll watch a little bit of this, but I want to talk soon about Trump's upcoming We'll watch a little bit more of this, but I want to talk about Trump's upcoming speech.
Bring the world along with us. So.
We're going to take a couple of phone bridge questions for just a moment. Reminder that you can join by pressing *1 to get into the queue. We're going to start with Will Robinson Smith from Spaceflight Now.
Hi, thank you, Bethany, and congratulations everyone on a good mission so far. Question about the upcoming TLI burn tomorrow. At what point during the day will the team conduct a poll on readiness to proceed into the TLI? And what are the main criteria that you'll be assessing to make that final determination? Thank you.
Okay, well, the TLI burn actually happens about the time that launch happens. So it's one day into the mission. So tomorrow, Eastern time, would be about 6:35-ish. Obviously, those burn times can change, so check that before tomorrow. But what are the teams looking for before TLI? We're looking to make sure that the life support systems work, that the vehicle's healthy, the life support systems have been checked out, they're ready to go. We assure that those are functional because once we commit to TLI, they have to function. And so we want to make sure. So that's why we spend a day checking out the systems. Ascent is, you shake, rattle, and roll a little bit, the vehicle. You saw that today. And you can imagine what that does to the systems. The systems, though, are performing very well. We anticipate that they continue to, but we want to get some track record on them before we do that. We also want to make sure we have redundancy in the system for comm, for environmental life support, propulsion, those type things before we embark on that TLI mission. So that's what the mission control team in Houston will be doing tomorrow. Jeff Radigan and his team, as the lead flight director, will be well into that. The teams are well versed on it. They have trained for it. They work very closely in conjunction with the engineering team, the mission evaluation room in Houston, where the engineers that have the intricate knowledge of Orion come together with the operations team, and together they work with the crew to make sure that the vehicle, is doing what we want to and accomplishing the mission objectives that we need to. But it always comes down to crew safety, vehicle safety, and mission objectives in that order.
I might also mention, as those teams are checking out all of those systems, there will also be a meeting of the mission management team that's led by John Honeycutt, whom I think many of you have seen before, and they'll be meeting tomorrow afternoon to hear all of the results from what's happened over the last day, in preparation to make the decision on whether or not we proceed with the TLI burn.
All right, I am turning.
We will next go right back here.
I am turning off the press conference because we got to focus on Trump. We're covering here if you want to watch it, go over to NASA social media. But we are focusing here on the war. So I'm going to stop that now because I want to talk to you about what's going on with the war. Let's see here. So we're going to go from here, there. I want to mention the UAE about 10 minutes ago said they were engaging with missile and drone attacks originating from Iran. So that is from the UAE. And also I wanted to mention Kamala Harris released a video about saying a few thoughts ahead of President Trump's speech tonight. Look, it's Kamala Harris.
Hey everyone, so I'm not going to be able to watch the president's address tonight, but here's the thing. He brought America into a war that people do not want. He has put American troops in harm's way. Costs are rising by the day. And meanwhile, he has done nothing to address the needs of the people of America. And I bet you he's going to try and claim victory tonight. But the reality is we're watching what he does instead of listening to what he says. Hey everyone, so I'm not going to be able to watch the president's address tonight, but here's the thing. He brought America...
Okay, so that was Kamala Harris. That was Kamala Harris. Now we are waiting for President Trump to speak in about 17 and a half minutes. A reminder of some of the things that have been reported about Trump's speech. Reuters said that they talked to Trump today and that Trump said to them he is going to... Trump told Reuters today that the war would end fairly soon. They can return for spot hits if needed, he said. He said that he would announce in his speech that he was considering withdrawing the U.S. from NATO. He is also expected to say in his speech that the U.S. military has accomplished its wartime goals. Also, he is expected to reiterate a 2 to 3 week timetable for ending the war. That's reporting from Reuters. So I don't know that that's going to happen. These are some similar things to things he has said recently. Will he talk about the Strait of Hormuz and say, as he has said the last couple days, suggest that it does not need to be open before the war ends? And suggest that other countries can open it up if they want to? That I don't know. Again, it is legally unclear if President Trump could by himself remove the U.S. from NATO. There's a school of thought that the Senate would need to approve it, but it's unclear. We read a whole article on this. Reuters had a whole article on this about whether Trump could remove the U.S. from NATO. But they said it could end up in court. There was a 2023 law passed that said that the president where is it here? There was 2023 law passed under Biden that said the president could not suspend, terminate, denounce, or withdraw the United States from NATO unless it was backed by a 2/3 majority in the 100-member Senate. But that law could be challenged as unconstitutional. So again, I don't know. The article at least said it's unclear. It said the Constitution is silent on treaty withdrawal. That's at least according to a Reuters article. And let's see here. Give me one moment here. I am checking for any kind of new reporting on what Trump might be saying. What Trump might maybe is going to say. Where is this? Hold on a moment. Do I have him saying this? Where is the article of him saying this? Reuters also reports Trump is expected to say that the U.S. has destroyed Iran's navy and its ballistic missiles and missile production facilities, while guaranteeing that Iran could never obtain a nuclear weapon. Okay, guys, we have about 10 minutes until Trump is speaking. Thanks, by the way, to Jerry Kovacs for being a member and all of our members. Give me a moment here. I need to look about let me just check the feeds here. One moment. Okay, Trump address. Oh, okay. Here's what we got to do. I think we should get the White House. I think it's time. I'm going to put a feed up, which is a feed, which is supposed to go right to the address when it starts. There it is, right there. Hold on a moment here. Let me take this down for the moment. This is live, the White House. This broadcast is supposed to, this is the Reuters feed, and it's supposed to just become, as soon as the speech starts, it'll go from the White House to the speech. All right, so there's that. Let me just really quick also do something else here. One of our viewers said, I think it'll be recorded. I don't know. Once in a while they do these things and I can't even tell if it's recorded or not. Live at the White House. You can see it right there. You know, sometimes you get reports coming out about what he's going to say right before. So I'm just seeing if I find anything else. This is his first primetime speech since the war began. A White House official told AP that Trump will talk about U.S. progress on achieving his goals in Iran and will reiterate his estimated timeline for concluding operations within 2 to 3 weeks. I didn't even watch this earlier today. President Trump at a lunch today said, Easter lunch said, we could just take their oil, but I'm not sure that the people in our country have the patience to do that, which is unfortunate. Yeah, they want to see it end. If we stayed there, I prefer to just take the oil, he said. We could do it so easily. I would prefer that. But people in the country sort of say, just win. You're winning so big, just win, come home. And I'm okay with that because we have a lot of oil between Venezuela and our oil. Oh, the media was not permitted to watch the president's remarks at the lunch, but the White House uploaded video of the speech online before taking it down. The White House did not return requests for comment from the Associated Press on the video and why it was taken down. That's interesting. Hold on here. 6 minutes? Kind of like to post that. Give me one more second here. Give me one more second. I'm doing a bad job here. Okay. Okay, so, guys, hold on. What's happening now? Oh, here we go. Look at this. Oh my gosh, we got beeping. We got beeping happening. We got beeping happening. We got beeping happening. All right. We got to focus. I got to focus. Sorry, I wasn't focused before. I saw that interesting comment about the oil from President Trump. So this is the again. This is via Reuters. This is how you might say, well, how are you? Oh my gosh. This is via Reuters. That is how I am showing you the Fox News pool. That is Reuters has access to it. So that is why we're seeing this on the screen right now. Should probably put that up there. So people know why I have it. Is it still beeping? Is it still beeping? All right, so it's, oh no, oh no. It's still beeping. I mean, what I should do, I should turn it down. I should leave it on, but turn it down. Let's turn it down. Hold on. Okay. We can hear the beep. It's still beeping. It's still beeping. Breaking news, it's beeping. The beeping end? Did the beeping end? Guys, I think the beeping ended. All right, what will President Trump say? We're gonna after he speaks, we'll take your comments about this. Is he gonna say something we don't anticipate? Will it be stuff that he said the last couple days? Will he commit to anything? We'll have to see. We'll just have to see. But, I mean, we're watching the feed, so as soon as it starts, we'll see it. Oh, I said V Reuters, not via. Well, that's pretty bad. I had a typo again. Guys, President Trump is about to speak. What's he going to say about NATO? What's he going to say about the Strait of Hormuz? How long is he going to talk for? 10? We didn't do a poll. I should have done a poll. How long will he speak for? Well, it's too late now. We can do a poll after about something. I'm going to say about 10 minutes. I'm going to say 10 minutes. I don't think he's going to be I think he asked the networks for time. I think all the networks are running this, so I don't think he wants to be really late. Should I take the clock off? All right, at 0, I'm taking the clock off. Did the White House even go live? Yes, the White House feed is live. I'll have that as a backup. I'm going to get rid of the clock in 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Okay, so it's now the time. We know the sound works. I am watching 3 different feeds right now. I am looking at 3 feeds. Okay. He's not speaking yet. People are wondering, is he speaking yet? No, he is not speaking yet. It is 1 minute late. It is now 1 minute late. It is 1 minute late. People want to know, what is he going to say? Thanks for the memberships. Someone just gifted memberships. Thank you. Here he comes, here he comes, here he comes, here he comes right now. It is starting now. Here he comes, President Trump. Let's listen.
Thank you very much. My fellow Americans, good evening. Let me begin by congratulating the team at NASA and our brave astronauts on the successful launch of Artemis II. It was quite something. It will be traveling further than any manned rocket has ever flown and will very substantially pass the moon, go around it, and come back home from a distance that has never been done before. It's amazing. They are on the way, and God bless them. These are brave people. We want to God bless those 4 unbelievable astronauts. As we speak this evening, it's been just 1 month since the United States military began Operation Epic Fury, targeting the world's #1 state sponsor of terror, Iran. In these past 4 weeks, our armed forces have delivered swift, decisive, overwhelming victories on the battlefield. Victories like few people have ever seen before. Tonight, Iran's Navy is gone. Their Air Force is in ruins. Their leaders, most of them, terrorist regime they led, are now dead. Their command and control of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps is being decimated as we speak. Their ability to launch missiles and drones is dramatically curtailed, and their weapons, factories, and rocket launchers are being blown to pieces, very few of them left. Never in the history of warfare has an enemy suffered such clear and devastating large-scale losses in a matter of weeks. Our enemies are losing in America, as it has been for 5 years under my presidency, is winning, and now winning bigger than ever before. Before discussing this current situation, I also want to thank our troops for the masterful job they did in taking the country of Venezuela in a matter of minutes. That hit was quick, lethal, violent, and respected by everyone all over the world. After rebuilding our military during my first term, we have by far the strongest military anywhere in the world. And now we're working along with Venezuela and are, in a true sense, joint venture partners. We're getting along incredibly well in the production and sale of massive amounts of oil and gas, the second largest reserves on Earth after the United States of America. We're now totally independent of the Middle East, and yet we are there to help. We don't have to be there. We don't need their oil. We don't need anything they have, but we're there to help our allies. Tonight, I want to provide an update on the tremendous progress our warriors have made in Iran and discuss why Operation Epic Fury is necessary for the safety of America and the security of the free world. From the very first day I announced my campaign for president in 2015, I have vowed that I would never allow Iran to have a nuclear weapon. This fanatical regime has been chanting death to America, death to Israel for 47 years. Their proxies were behind the murder of 241 Americans in the Marine barracks bombing in Beirut, the slaughter of hundreds of our service members with roadside bombs. They were involved in the attack on the USS Cole, and they carried out the countless other heinous acts, including the just horrible, bloody atrocities of October 7th in Israel, something that most people have never seen anything like it. This murderous regime also recently killed 45,000 of their own people who were protesting in Iran. 45,000 dead. For these terrorists to have nuclear weapons would be an intolerable threat. The most violent and thuggish regime on earth would be free to carry out their campaigns of terror, coercion, conquest, and mass murder from behind a nuclear shield. I will never let that happen, and neither should any of our past presidents. This situation has been going on for 47 years and should have been handled long before I arrived in office. I did many things during my 2 terms in office to stop the quest for nuclear weapons by Iran first, and perhaps most importantly, I killed General Qasem Soleimani in my first term. He was an evil genius, brilliant person, a horrible human being, however, the father of the roadside bomb, and he lived just horrible what he did. Iran would have been perhaps in far better, stronger position. Had he lived, we would have had probably a different conversation tonight. But you know what? We'd still be winning and winning big. And then, very importantly, I terminated Barack Hussein Obama's Iran nuclear deal, a disaster. Obama gave them $1.7 billion in cash, green cash, took it out of banks from Virginia, D.C., and Maryland, all the cash they had. He flew it by airplanes in an attempt to buy their respect and loyalty, but it didn't work. They laughed at our president and went on with their mission to have a nuclear bomb. His Iran deal would have led to a colossal arsenal of massive nuclear weapons for Iran, and they would have had them years ago, and they would have used them. It would have been a different world. There would have been no Middle East and no Israel right now, in my opinion, the opinion of a lot of great experts, had I not terminated that terrible deal. And I was so honored to do it. I was so proud to do it. It was so bad right from the beginning. Essentially, I did what no other president was willing to do. They made mistakes, and I am correcting them. My first preference was always the path of diplomacy, yet the regime continued their relentless quest for nuclear weapons and rejected every attempt at an agreement. For this reason, in June, I ordered a strike on Iran's key nuclear facilities, an Operation Midnight Hammer. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. Those beautiful B-2 bombers performed magnificently. We totally obliterated those nuclear sites. The regime then sought to rebuild their nuclear program at a totally different location, making clear they had no intention of abandoning their pursuit of nuclear weapons. They were also rapidly building a vast stockpile of conventional ballistic missiles and would soon have had missiles that could reach the American homeland, Europe, and virtually any other place on Earth. Iran's strategy was so obvious. They wanted to produce as many missiles as possible, and they did, with the longest range possible, and they had some weapons that nobody believed they had. We just learned that out. We took them out. We took them all out so that no one would really dare stop them. And their race for a nuclear bomb, a nuclear weapon like nobody's ever seen before. They were right at the doorstep. For years, everyone has said that Iran cannot have nuclear weapons, but in the end, those are just words if you're not willing to take action when the time comes. As I stated in my announcement of Operation Epic Fury, our objectives are very simple and clear. We are systematically dismantling the regime's ability to threaten America or project power outside of their borders. That means eliminating Iran's Navy, which is now absolutely destroyed, hurting their Air Force and their missile program at levels never seen before, and annihilating their defense industrial base. We've done all of it. Their Navy is gone. Their Air Force is gone. Their missiles are just about used up or beaten. Taken together, these actions will cripple Iran military, crush their ability to support terrorist proxies, and deny them the ability to build a nuclear bomb. Our armed forces have been extraordinary. There's never been anything like it militarily. Everyone is talking about it, and tonight I'm pleased to say that these core strategic objectives are nearing completion. As we celebrate this progress, we think especially of the 13 American warriors who have laid down their lives in this fight to prevent our children from ever having to face a nuclear Iran. Twice this past month, I've traveled to Dover Air Force Base, and it's been something. I wanted to be with those heroes as they return to American soil, and I was with them and their families, their parents, their wives, their husbands. We salute them, and now we must honor them by completing the mission for which they gave their lives. And every single one of the people, their loved ones said, "Please, sir, please finish the job." Every one of them. And we are going to finish the job, and we're going to finish it very fast. We're getting very close. I want to thank our allies in the Middle East, Israel, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, the UAE, Kuwait, and Bahrain. They've been great, and we will not let them get hurt or fail in any way, shape, or form. Many Americans have been concerned to see the recent rise in gasoline prices here at home. This short-term increase has been entirely the result of the Iranian regime launching deranged terror attacks against commercial oil tankers in neighboring countries that have nothing to do with the conflict. This is yet more proof that Iran can never be trusted with nuclear weapons. They will use them, and they will use them quickly. It would lead to decades of extortion, economic pain, and instability worse than we can ever imagine. The United States has never been better prepared economically to confront this threat. You all know that. We built the strongest economy in history. We're going through it right now, the strongest in history. In 1 year, we've taken a dead and crippled country. I hate to say that, but we were a dead and crippled country after the last administration and made it the hottest country anywhere in the world by far, with no inflation, record-setting investments coming into the United States, over $18 trillion. and the highest stock market ever, with 53 all-time record highs in just 1 year. It all positioned us to get rid of a cancer that has long simmered. It's known as the nuclear Iran, and they didn't know what was coming. They've never imagined it. Remember, because of our Drill Baby Drill program, America has plenty of gas. We have so much gas. Under my leadership, we are #1 producer of oil and gas on the planet without even discussing the millions of barrels that we're getting from Venezuela. Because of the Trump administration's policies, we produce more oil and gas than Saudi Arabia and Russia combined. Think of that, Saudi Arabia and Russia combined. And that number will soon be substantially higher than that. There's no country like us anywhere in the world, and we're in great shape for the future. The United States imports almost no oil through the Hormuz Strait and won't be taking any in the future. We don't need it. We haven't needed it, and we don't need it. We've beaten and completely decimated Iran. They are decimated, both militarily and economically and in every other way. And the countries of the world that do receive oil through the Hormuz Strait must take care of that passage. They must cherish it. They must grab it and cherish it. They can do it easily. We will be helpful, but they should take the lead in protecting the oil that they so desperately depend on. So to those countries that can't get fuel, many of which refuse to get involved in the decapitation of Iran, we had to do it ourselves. I have a suggestion. #1, buy oil from the United States of America. We have plenty. We have so much. And #2, build up some delayed courage. Should have done it before. Should have done it with us, as we asked. Go to the Strait and just take it, protect it, use it for yourselves. Iran has been essentially decimated. The hard part is done, so it should be easy. And in any event, when this conflict is over, the Strait will open up naturally. It'll just open up naturally. They're going to want to be able to sell oil because that's all they have to try and rebuild. It will resume the flowing, and the gas prices will rapidly come back down. Stock prices will rapidly go back up. They haven't come down very much, frankly. They came down a little bit, but they've had some very good days over the last couple of days. We've done actually much better than I thought, but we had to take that little journey to Iran to get rid of this horrible threat. With our historic tax cuts, where people are just now talking about receiving larger refunds than they ever thought possible, they are getting so much more money than they thought. That's from the great, big, beautiful bill. Our economy is strong and improving by the day, and it will soon be roaring back like never before. It will top the levels that it was a month ago. I've made clear from the beginning of Operation Epic Fury that we will continue until our objectives are fully achieved. Thanks to the progress we've made, I can say tonight that we are on track to complete all of America's military objectives shortly, very shortly. We are going to hit them extremely hard over the next 2 to 3 weeks. We're going to bring them back to the Stone Ages where they belong. In the meantime, discussions are ongoing. Regime change was not our goal. We never said regime change, but regime change has occurred because of all of their original leaders' death. They're all dead. The new group is less radical and much more reasonable. Yet if during this period of time no deal is made, we have our eyes on key targets. If there is no deal, we are going to hit each and every one of their electric generating plants very hard and probably simultaneously. We have not hit their oil, even though that's the easiest target of all, because it would not give them even a small chance of survival or rebuilding. But we could hit it, and it would be gone, and there's not a thing they could do about it. They have no anti-aircraft equipment. Their radar is 100% annihilated. We are unstoppable as a military force. The nuclear sites that we obliterated with the B-2 bombers have been hit so hard that it would take months to get near the nuclear dust, and we have it under intense satellite surveillance and control. If we see them make a move, even a move for it, we'll hit them with missiles, very hard again. We have all the cards, they have none. It's very important that we keep this conflict in perspective. American involvement in World War I lasted 1 year, 7 months, and 5 days. World War II lasted for 3 years, 8 months, and 25 days. The Korean War lasted for 3 years, 1 month, and 2 days. The Vietnam War lasted for 19 years, 5 months, and 29 days. Iraq went on for 8 years, 8 months, and 28 days. We are in this military operation, so powerful, so brilliant, against one of the most powerful countries for 32 days. And the country has been eviscerated and essentially is really no longer a threat. They were the bully of the Middle East, but they're the bully no longer. This is a true investment in your children and your grandchildren's future. The whole world is watching, and they can't leave the power, strength, and brilliance. They just can't believe what they're seeing. They leave it to your imagination, but they can't believe what they're seeing, the brilliance of the United States military. Tonight, every American can look forward to a day when we are finally free from the wickedness of Iranian aggression and the...
Give it a second here. It's coming on right now.
Okay. And the world, and I'll tell you, the world is watching. And when we do, when it's all over, the United States will be safer, stronger, more prosperous, and greater than it has ever been before. May God bless the men and women of the United States Armed Forces, and may God bless the United States of America. Thank you very much, and good night.
Okay, so that was President Trump. I will say, I want to hear from you guys, but a couple things I noticed. So a couple things I noticed here. So he said, a lot of the stuff he said is stuff that I think was expected he would say and reported he would say. He said 2 to 3 weeks, right? It'll be 2 to 3 weeks. Also, he suggested that the U.S. is not going to go in and try to get the enriched uranium. He said it would take months to do that and that the U.S. has it under surveillance. So that was interesting. I wasn't necessarily expecting that. And then another thing he said is, if there is no deal, we will hit all of their electric generating plants. So those were the things that I really caught as different or something kind of new, something I wasn't expecting. A lot of the stuff was stuff he had said before. But again, he said, if there is no deal, we will hit all of their electric generating plants. And he said it would take months to get the nuclear dust, the enriched uranium out of there, and we have it under surveillance. He said something like, if we see them move on it, then we'll do something. But that sounded like there's not going to be a mission to go get it. And he said that they have targets they still want to hit, and he said 2 to 3 weeks. He said 2 to 3 weeks. So what did you guys think about this? Unless I missed something else, that's what I noticed. Most of it was just stuff that had been said. Let's see here. I want to see what people say. And I will say what he didn't say. He basically reiterated his tweet or his Truth Social post of a couple days ago saying, here's the post right here. This post right here. Hold on, you'll see it on your screen in a second. Where he said to other countries, he said, this is from a day ago on your screen here, but I mean, it's basically he used the same wording. He said, he said all of those countries, in the post it says, all of those countries that can't get jet fuel because of the Strait of Hormuz, like the United Kingdom, which refused to get involved in the decapitation of Iran, I have a suggestion for you. Number one, buy from the U.S., we have plenty. And number two, build up some delayed courage, go to the Strait and just take it. He used that exact language. He said delayed courage again. He said step one, step two again. He said, so that would suggest him saying that again, and Iran has been decimated, the hard part is done. He basically echoed this statement, but that would suggest that that he would be okay with leaving while the Strait of Hormuz is still closed. Now, he did also say the Strait of Hormuz will open up naturally. Although it was a bit strange, I remember him saying the Strait of Hormuz will open up naturally after the war because Iran will want to sell their oil. Well, Iran can already sell their oil now. They are letting certain tankers go through. So by closed, it's not physically closed. There's not a cement wall that Iran has built across the Strait of Hormuz. The point is, Iran is only letting ships go through the strait that they allow. So there's nothing to stop Iran from selling their oil. That's so. But anyways, he did say that he said it would open up naturally after the war. So it didn't sound like the U.S. was going to undertake some major military operation to force Iran to open the Strait of Hormuz or to escort ships through the Strait of Hormuz. Now, I don't know what's going to happen. Maybe some of that will happen, but didn't sound like it from his speech. So anyways, again, we also know, and many of you I know this, that in recent weeks, more troops have gone to the Middle East, including Marines who specialize in amphibious assaults. Airborne troops have been ordered to the Middle East. New ships, including amphibious assault ships and amphibious landing ships, have gone to the Middle East. So that stuff recently has gone to the Middle East. So is it just going to basically not be used for anything big, or what? Beats me. I have no idea. I don't know. So again, we can go off of based on what he said. It'll be 2 to 3 more weeks where the U.S. is not going to get the uranium. The U.S. is not going to force open the Strait of Hormuz or attempt to, and the U.S. is what else was I going to say? Anyways, certainly didn't sound like conduct any big ground operations to try to open the Strait of Hormuz. But is that really what's going to happen? I don't know. I have no idea. I don't know. But so we can go off what his speech suggests, but that doesn't mean that's what exactly will happen. I don't know. I want to see what you guys thought of it. Amanda Locke thought he left a lot unsaid. I mean, also I'll say this: 3 weeks. He said 2 to 3 weeks. I mean, 3 weeks is a bunch of time. Even 2 weeks is a bunch of time, but 3 weeks is a lot of time. So if we're not going to do those things, then what are the 3 weeks worth of things we're going to be doing? Let's see here. Structural Secrets says it's clear there are no negotiations going on. He didn't really talk about them much, but then again, he did say that thing, if there's no deal, we're going to destroy all their electrical generating plants. That was really interesting to hear him say that. Because he really didn't spend much time talking about negotiating the rest of the time. How will the other countries respond, says Davina. Some of our viewers are claiming that Bitcoin is dumping. Let's see here. Well, it's about 67. It's about 67,600 now. I think when the speech started, it was about 68,600, from what I can tell. Yeah, I don't know what the take on this speech is going to be. I mean, again, similar to what was, pretty similar to what it was reported he was going to say, and what he said he was going to say, and what White House officials had told media it was going to say. I guess the big question is what he suggested is going to happen going to happen? And that I can't tell you. Hey, I just want to mention something. I just saw this. The Wall Street Journal is reporting tonight that CENTCOM confirms Air Force EA-37B electronic attack planes have been deployed to support Iran operations. They can jam communications, radars, and navigation systems. That was like a half hour ago from Marcus Weisberger of the Wall Street Journal. But that's just another example of like, well, if it's going to be 2 to 3 weeks more and nothing huge is going to happen, then why are there new forces going in there? I don't know. Oh, oil. I should look at the oil price. People are mentioning the oil price. It does look like oil has gone up a bit during this speech. I am looking at a chart that shows, is this WTI? Hold on a moment here. Yeah, oil looks like it's gone up several dollars since the start of the speech, which is interesting to me because I don't know. I feel like the speech was kind of like what was expected. Yeah, so one chart I'm looking at shows oil, US WTI crude going from roughly maybe 97, 98 to like 102. About $4 during the time of the speech. That's WTI crude. And Brent crude, same basic thing, from about 100 to 105 during the speech. Which is, again, interesting to me because it's like, what are the people who are now bidding up oil, what was in that speech that was so different than what they thought was going to be in the speech? Are they reacting to him saying like, well, we're not going to force open the Strait of Hormuz? I don't know. No ending announcement? Yeah, but my point is, I mean, all day, media has been reporting that Trump is going to say 2 to 3 weeks tonight. We read articles about it for hours mentioning this. I believe Trump might have said that to media outlets, but if he didn't, White House officials did. So again, you would think that the market is pricing in the widely reported expectations for the speech. Maybe people thought there was going to be something in the speech that wasn't in the reports about the speech. Yeah, so hang on a moment here. One of our viewers, Kada, says, we wanted a surprise. I mean, maybe people were hoping that he was going to say, like, in the next few days we're wrapping it up. But I mean, that's not what was being reported today. David Lynch of the Washington Post said, "I suspect investors were hoping to hear more about a clear exit plan." Oh, I mean, maybe they were. I've watched a lot of Trump announcements, and it's except for a couple things, it's pretty much what I expected him to say. And I bet a lot from the chat comments, I think a lot of other people thought he was saying what they expected him to say too. It looks like gold has gone, well, gold was at about 4,800 something when he started speaking, and now it's 4,750. I mean, it's not a huge percentage difference, roughly 4,750. It certainly has gone down a bit. Soupson on X thinks he said nothing new that he hasn't spammed on social media over the last month multiple times. Again, the two big things I heard that seemed kind of new to me were, if there's no deal, we're going to blow up all the electric generating plants, and also it would take months to get I want to replay that part. When he said it would take months to get the nuclear enriched uranium back, and we're keeping an eye surveillance on it anyway. So it seemed to rule out some kind of operation. The problem is, I'd have to find exactly where did he say those two things. That's the problem. Let's see if I can find out where he said those things. I don't even know. But those were the two things I noticed. I was like, oh, that's interesting. How long do they have to make that deal, says Stacy Wenrich. Zovital says he pushed the deadline for that twice already. No, what it was is what he said before was, and it's still, I guess, active. He said, if they don't open the Strait of Hormuz by a certain time, we're going to go after their electric. And tonight he said, if they don't make a deal, I don't know what the deal would, I mean, does that mean, is he equating the deal in the Strait of Hormuz opening up? Because the Strait of Hormuz is just one thing. Maybe he meant to say, if they don't open up the Strait of Hormuz, or maybe he meant to imply that involves opening up the Strait of Hormuz. But it's a bit strange to say, if he's saying, if they don't open the Strait of Hormuz, we're going to blow up all their electric generating plants. It's a bit strange to say that in the same speech that you're saying, hey, other countries, if you want the Strait of Hormuz opened, go do it yourself, basically. That's what he basically said. Yeah, as Austin says, he didn't specifically mention the currently existing April 6th deadline for them to open the Strait of Hormuz. That is true. Mr. thinks the blank is about to hit the fan. All right, hold on a second here. Let's get the camera back up. The camera's back up. I need a minute to do that. Interesting. But look, I'll say tonight, just as on previous nights, I don't know exactly what's going to happen. I don't know where this is all going. So we have now, pause that. We want to do this and this. Okay, there are the two cameras from Tel Aviv and Beirut. Good. We also need our local time back up. Good. Oh, KOS says, what about NATO? I'm so disappointed. I thought he was going to leave. Eyes crying. And it's possible I just missed his mention of it. Periodically, I have to deal with stuff while I'm here. By the way, I do apologize. I shut off my mic during the speeches because sometimes I type some notes, and I thought I had shut my mic off. And then I was typing some notes about what he was saying, and people were like, what's that typing sound? And I looked, and somehow the mic was still on. So I greatly apologize that you had to listen to some of my typing. That was not my intention. Or maybe I accidentally turned the typing on after I turned it off. I don't know. Dobie needs new socks says, I think a big escalation. Dobie thinks it's coming, a big escalation. Oh, but what I was going to say is what the viewers said. There was reporting, and President Trump, I believe, had told Reuters he was going to talk about NATO tonight and say say he was considering pulling out of NATO. I don't recall him talking about considering pulling out of NATO. Did I miss it? It's possible I missed it when I was, dealing with I had to deal at some point with, there were a couple of video issues. He didn't, did he? That was interesting. Nothing, because that was reported. It was reported he was going to say stuff about it. So that's interesting. Regarding oil prices, oil prices have gone up since the speech. Or starting, I'm looking at WTI, and it's gone up about $4 or $5 since the start of the speech. And Brent crude, same thing, about $4 or $5 since the start of the speech. Patrick Dahan, who specializes in gas prices, he's with head of petroleum analysis at GasPutty, says, "Let me be clear, the clock is ticking. Lawmakers have a narrow window to reverse course and fully restore the strait. If that doesn't happen soon, Americans will start changing their summer travel plans." CNBC says stock futures fall after Trump says Iran war will continue for weeks. Which, again, it had been reported he was going to say that. He did say tonight, over the next 2 to 3 weeks, we will bring them back to the stone. We will bring them back to the Stone Ages where they belong. Hey, hold on 1 second here. Just give me 1 second. Hold on. Hang on, I'm going to take 1 minute. I need literally 1 minute. And then after a minute, I'm going to come back and we're going to take some more of your comments in a minute. Does this say a minute? Steve will be back in 1 minute. That is what I need. Hang tight. Hang tight. I'm coming back in a minute. Sorry about that. Thank you for your patience. All right, let's take some more of your comments about what President Trump had to say. Wait a second here. All right. CNBC says stock futures fell after President Trump indicated the Iran war would continue. Oh, do I still have the timer up there? Where is it here? Oh, the timer is still up. Oopsie. Okay. Hold on a moment here. I need a moment. Oh, there are alerts in northern Israel. Northern Israel alerts. There you go right there. Missile alerts, I guess. I don't have a Haifa cam. I don't know what Intel cams is showing right now. You can look at Intel cams on YouTube to see what they're showing. I don't know if people saw stuff. That's northern Israel. Did people see some stuff on Intel cams? Our viewer Hugh SFY says Trump is stopping this. I'll see if there's any reporting out there on this new missile alert. Anyways, I think the most surprising thing to me is that the oil markets have moved so much after that speech. If you had told me, if you had asked me right after that speech, what are the markets going to do? I would have said, well, they're not going to do much. I mean, it was pretty much what was reported he was going to say. Pretty similar. I haven't seen any updates yet about Israel and in that missile alert. Okay, let's see. Pete Hegseth just posted back to the Stone Age. He repeated what Trump said, back to the Stone Age. Look, that's from Pete Hegseth. He just posted that 1 minute ago. Because President Trump said, he said in a post on social media, and then he said in his speech, we're going to bomb them back to the Stone Age. And so he's repeating that. Yeah, I mean, President Trump had posted this on his social media previously. He said, today Iran's new regime president, now there is no new president, there's a new supreme leader, much less radicalized and far more intelligent than his predecessors, has just asked the U.S. for a ceasefire. Now, the supreme leader is reportedly not less radical than his father. But anyways, we will consider when Hormuz Strait is... And by the way, Iran... I believe an Iranian foreign ministry spokesperson denied that they'd asked for a ceasefire. Regardless, President Trump said, we will consider when Hormuz Strait is open, free, and clear. Until then, we are blasting Iran into oblivion, or as they say, back to the Stone Ages. President Trump. And that post was from, I think, this morning. That was this morning. Bahrain says there is an alarm in Bahrain, I assume for missile or drone attacks. It was very interesting. He didn't mention NATO. It had been widely reported that that he would talk about NATO in his speech and threaten to leave NATO. Oh, hold on a second here. Buff Dan says, back to the Stone Age sounds like an escalation, not a drawdown. Chili Lime says, I like how he mentioned he would strike power plants. So why did two viewers say in the chat he literally left NATO? Two viewers have said in the chat he literally left NATO. Now, I didn't see it. I haven't seen a single reporter or publication post on it. So why are viewers telling me that he literally left NATO in the speech? Does anyone know what they're referring to? Because I don't know what they're referring to. But I just saw comments from two different viewers who claim this. One of the viewers says because it's April Fool's Day. Give me a moment now. Just give me a moment here. See, you know, we don't look. I think we just don't really know what's going to happen. Also, even if 2 to 3 weeks is right, that's a long time. I also wonder, I mean, what's going to happen to the price of oil in the next 2 to 3 weeks? WTI crude is now at roughly almost 104, and it was at about 98.5 when the speech started. Brent crude is at about 105.5, and it was at about about 100 when the speech started. How about stock futures? People are talking about stock futures. I am looking at stock. Are they even trading right now? Are the stock futures open? Are they open? I'm seeing S&P down about 1%. S&P and NASDAQ down about 1%, and Dow down about 0.75%. That's what I'm seeing right now. Oh, thanks, by the way, to Kaz Michelle for the memberships. I really appreciate people who gave memberships on YouTube. You may have heard me say this before, but if you didn't, there's a bit of a glitch on YouTube right now, which they're supposed to fix any day now with my channel, and they know about it, and I've talked to them about it. But one of the things it's doing is I can't go back. And normally I can just go back and see you gave memberships. And now it flies by, and if I don't catch it really soon, I can't even go back and see it. So it stinks because I can't thank people. So if I miss it when it first happens, so I really apologize. Bloomberg says, now the Bloomberg headline is interesting. Bloomberg headline is stocks drop and oil climbs as Trump vows to hit Iran extremely hard. Right. So he did say maybe that's what people were thinking, is the fact that he said we're going to bomb them back to the Stone Age and we're going to hit them hard. And if they don't open the strait, we're going to, going to destroy all their electrical generating plants. Is that what are people reacting? Are the markets reacting negatively to that? Yeah, I mean, in Bloomberg talked to a couple experts, people who work in finance, who suggest that the markets were looking for something more like calming, and that markets have a worry that there could be ground operations, worry about talking about hitting them hard, maybe looking for more about, specifics on the withdrawal. So, which is interesting. I'm seeing several, again, that's something that Bloomberg is emphasizing in their coverage, talking to different people in the financial world, that they think that they looked at the speech and they feel like, it still seemed like there could be a lot of strong military action by the U.S. against Iran in coming weeks. Sebas Leon thinks the market was pricing in a ceasefire announcement. I don't know if they expected a ceasefire announcement, but maybe something, at least suggesting one might be possible or something, or just some more specifics. Yeah, Chris N says doesn't sound at all like ground ops. It didn't really to me, but again, they might thought that the rhetoric, the tone was something that maybe suggested possible ground ops in the future. Very interesting. Julio Suave thought the speech seemed like a nothing burger. The Financial Times headline is "Oil Jumps as Trump Vows to Hit Iran Extremely Hard." And look, he did say he would attack their power plants if there was no deal reached. He said, we're going to hit them extremely hard over the next 2 to 3 weeks. We're going to bring them back to the Stone Ages where they belong. I mean, there's a world in which he's saying that because he doesn't want people, it's a world in which you say you don't want people to think like you're super weak, so you say, well, we're pulling out in the next 2 to 3 weeks, but we'll still hit them really hard. I mean, that doesn't necessarily mean there's going to be like this new escalation. Look, again, I know I've said this a million times. I have no idea what's going to happen. And I don't think what he says really gives you a great idea either. No, several people are asking about this bombing them back to the Stone Age being some kind of nuclear threat. I don't see that at all. That's just this expression people use sometime, sort of an older expression, but I do not see that as any kind of nuclear reference at all. I think if he makes a veiled nuclear reference, you'll get it. It'll be apparent if he does. It would be more clear than that. Captain Crunchy Crunch says, I think he may set ground troops, but probably not. How about a quick poll? Will Trump order any ground operations in Iran? Yes or no? That's the question. Will he order any? Could be Karg Island. It could be another island. You know what I'm saying? Those islands are parts of Iran. All right, I'm asking the poll right now, and then I'll put the results on the screen. I need a moment, though. Guys, I need to type in the poll before I post the poll graphic. I appreciate that you like the poll graphic. Please allow me to at least type the poll question in first on the various platforms before putting the poll graphic on. Oh, I still have the old headline up. Okay, so let's show you what the viewers are saying. "73% on YouTube say he will order some sort of ground operation, some sort. On Facebook right now, it's 100%, by the way, say yes. How about on Twitch? I'm going to do the poll graphic right now. Sorry, I forgot for a second, but I'm going to put it up in a second while you are voting. Twitch right now is 84% yes. Okay, hold on a moment. Here it is. There you go. What do I choose? I'm going to choose now. So again, 72% right now over there on YouTube are saying yes, and 82% are on Twitch. By the way, on Twitch, I owe thank yous on Twitch. Oh no. Gonzalez, thank you for subscribing. Shell Ghost, thanks for the gift subs. Matthew Kohai, 3, thanks for subscribing. Ivory John, thanks for subscribing. Tatsiki, thanks for gifting a subscription. Thanks, McBritches, for subscribing. Jax Haku and Table Tens for your support. CC and Rebecca, thank you. And Chris Hansen for your support on Twitch. Carlos Discounts thinks the speech pretty much guaranteed they're going in. Tanks a Lot says 2-week Trump. Look, there's a world in which that somebody just says like the 2-week thing, that he likes to say that a lot, and it's that somebody might argue you can't conclude anything at all from the speech. I mean, hasn't he been saying a lot for weeks that it's gonna be a couple more weeks and it'll be over soon? He has certainly been saying for weeks that it's gonna be over soon. Physics thinks you can't draw conclusions from the speech. And I'm going to wrap up the polls, but most of you are at a yes on some sort of ground operation. Also, another thing is he can have a plan, but if somehow markets go a certain way, if markets start getting a lot worse, if the oil price starts going way up in the next week or two, for example, could that change his thinking? Could it make him more likely to try to force open the Strait of Hormuz? I don't know. Hang on one second here. Give me 1 second here. Hey, another question is, so Friday, remember, that's when the markets close on Friday for the weekend for a couple, Friday to Monday for stocks and Friday to Sunday for gold. No, for gold, for oil. Those who say Trump likes to do things when the market closes, is there anything you could see him doing this weekend after the markets close? One of our viewers, the Sheldo, says Friday is the day. Oh, are they closed already on Friday? The market is closed this Friday in the U.S. Good Friday. Good point. So the market closes tomorrow for the weekend, for the long weekend. Could something happen over the long weekend, guys? Got to end the poll over there. Easter is Sunday. Torundum thinks bad news always comes on Friday. They call me blank says, I don't think boots on the ground will happen. Joe Mama said destroying power plants would hurt civilians and could boost support for the regime. Look, I don't know that that'll happen. If something like that happens, it's a huge deal. Also, I'm guessing and Iran has said that if the U.S. starts hitting their power infrastructure, Iran's power infrastructure, they will be escalating to new types of targets themselves, or new, different targets themselves that they have, sensitive targets that they haven't hit so far. Barack Ravid made a bit of a Passover joke. He said, why is this night different from all other nights? It's not. Trump didn't say in his speech anything he didn't say over the last several days. Yeah, I thought it was pretty similar to what he has been saying. A number of viewers said they thought he would say what he's been saying recently. Brent crude is now at, it looks like it's up about $6 since Trump started his speech, from roughly 100 to 106. Why are people saying alarms? I'm not getting alarms on my SOFAR map. Why are people saying this? Why why are multiple people saying alarms and alerts? Why is this happening? I feel like I'm getting a lot of bad information from the chat tonight. 2 or 3 people just said alarms everywhere. I don't see them anywhere. I don't see Homefront Command having said anything. There's nothing on the SOFAR map. What is happening tonight with the chat? I just don't know. I honestly I don't think it's like a trolling. I mean, it's not really, doesn't seem like a great troll to say there's alarms and there's an alert. I'm just going to have to I think people are just looking at things that aren't great sources, but I'm going to have to start timing people out because, I mean, you got to do a bit better job of vetting what you're throwing in the chat for everybody else to read, you know? I'm going to have to start timing people out. I don't want to do it, but, you know. Okay. Mark Levin posted perfect speech. That's what Mark Levin did. Perfect speech. What I'm going to do, so we're going to keep the stream going. I have some food that I just need to heat a little bit here. So I need to take about 2 minutes right now. I'm not going to eat yet, but put it in the oven. And then I'll heat it a bit, and then I'll eat. But we'll keep the stream going and get some more updates here. So just give me a moment. I need about 2 minutes. I'm going to take 2 minutes and get the food heated and come back. All right, hold on a moment. All right. It is 5:55 Iran time. Shout out to our moderators. Give it up to our moderators. Roberts May Queen, Ruth Queenful, Leslie Ladyhawk over there on YouTube. Thank you so much for moderating over there. Over on Twitch, we have Sarah is modding over there on Twitch. Thank you, Sarah. Thanks also President AOC for subscribing on Twitch. Thanks to our Facebook moderators. Oops, I never ended the Facebook poll. 76% on Facebook thought Trump would order ground operations of some sort in Iran, similar to the other two platforms. Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha moderate for us on X, and also thanks to our Facebook moderators, Paul Anderson, Margaret Riley, K. Larry Body. Thank you so much. Hey, thanks Evelyn Kumbalek for the Facebook stars. Thank you. And David Brazier, thanks for the Facebook stars. And thanks Vincent Benoit for the Facebook stars. Thanks, Vincent. I appreciate that. Also, thanks Dolly Clark and Juliana Martin for being members. And hey, shout out to some of our YouTube members. I want to give them a shout out. People like Evelyn in Maine, Dobie Needs New Socks, Sens96, thank you for being a member. Darth Taters, Bluebird Softball Cookie, 6JexQ, Veldsta, SNN, Brian J. Birch, Eddie C., Michelle Hoops, Allison Fowler, D. Cates, Patricia Grace, Whispering Nightmare, Teresa, John Lucas, thanks for being members. The Knights Palace, Cosmic Brownies, JFK's Ghost, CAC-A13, Resistor, Echo Park Mom, Bella, Molly Morgans, Knox Corvus, Harper Ann. Thank you. Chucky T. Plague, SNN, D.E. Disciple Donna, Tony Lives Here, Deadwing, Donda, Diverly, thanks for being a member. Mustafa Fauser, thanks for being a member. Appreciate all of our members. Thank you. Ms. Fafo, Parabola, Bluebird Softball Cookie, Harunaku, Whispered Nightmare, thank you. A little bit I'm going to eat. I got to eat something. Oh, and thanks so much to SNN for the memberships. That's so nice of you, SNN. Please thank somebody if they give you a membership or a gift subscription. Oh, also, Bad Doge gave 10 people memberships. Thank you, Bad Doge. Very kind of you. Look at all the new members. Resistor CIO gave 10 memberships. Thank you, Resistor CIO. Wow. Appreciate all of the memberships. Dogs, Cat says so much happening in the world. Oil right now, WTI crude has gone up from roughly 99 when Trump started to 104 now. Brent crude has gone up from roughly 100 to 106. Hey, thanks also to El Ana. El Ana gave 20 memberships. El Ana, that's really generous of you. Thank you so much. Thank you, El Ana. Very kind of you. I'm here for just a little bit longer. I'll be going back to Boston soon. I was here for this conference that ended this morning, so we'll be streaming while I'm here, but in not too long I'll be heading back. What is going to happen? Markets tomorrow again. Markets in the U.S. closed on Friday for Good Friday. Mr. Royal is watching from Australia. All right, so why don't I right now, I'm going to take a bit of a break to eat. My food is heated up. I'm going to eat, but I'm going to come back after I eat and we'll talk some more about updates, okay? So hang tight. I will put on, now Facebook, the Facebook stream is going to end in about 20 minutes, probably while I'm eating. So Facebook viewers, when your stream ends in about 20 minutes, I'll have to restart your stream, okay, Facebook viewers? Unless you want me to restart the stream now on Facebook. I'll restart it in 20 minutes. Should I restart it now? Facebook? What should I do? Maybe I'll restart it now. No, I'll restart it, because if I restart it now, then I restart it and people are like, I'm tuning in to watch the break. Well, anyway, I don't know what I should do. I can't tell what I should do about Facebook. Maybe I'll restart it now so I don't have to worry about it later. Oh no, Facebook I did restart. I can leave Facebook on. I can leave Facebook on because we already restarted it once. So I got some time on Facebook. We're all good. We're all good. Okay, so let me just go eat some. I'm not going very far. I'm going to be right here. And I'll keep an eye on what's going on. But if there's something urgent, I'll just come back in the middle of my food. But otherwise, I'll be back after I eat, okay? So hang out. I'll leave the cam on. And let me just see if I have anything else to put up there. But I will leave the cam on for you. And we'll keep an eye on it myself, all right? So hang tight. More coverage coming shortly after I eat something. And we'll be back in a little bit. Okay. Thanks for your patience. We are back. Okay, now what we have to do is first of all, I want to thank Bad Doge for the memberships and SNN for the memberships. Our viewer Dabney says this is when Iran unleashed an attack yesterday. Thanks again, SNN and Bad Doge. I think Bad Doge gave 20 more people memberships. I appreciate you guys sticking around. Let me check and see what's going on. Give me a moment. What's going on with the cam? I turned it down. That's what's going on with it. Now, by the way, the Artemis 2 mission, which is live on NASA, I believe it takes about 4 days for them to get to the moon. About 4 days to get to the moon. So maybe we'll have more coverage when they get to the moon. We watched President Trump speak, after which oil prices went up. Like $4 to $5, I guess. That's an estimate. Both WTI and Brent crude. Right now, Brent crude is at roughly a little below 106. WTI crude is about 103 3/4. Did Artemis launch? Yeah, we called it. Yes, we covered that yesterday. Not yesterday. We covered it earlier in the stream. Gary Bain says they're not landing it on it. Not a huge deal. Just to give you an idea, by the way, of what it looks like. Oh, the camera might be changing its lenses or whatever. When it gets light, they'll sometimes mess with the camera. They have to change the camera to account for the lighting. Just to show you real quick, this is from NASA right here. So, but Artemis is going to go around the moon. See, around the moon. First goes around the Earth. And then it's going to go around the moon and come back. This is not drawn to scale, by the way, this distance between the Earth and the moon. Lunar flyby. We'll probably cover the landing, too. I would think we'll cover the landing. Leslie Ladyhawk says, that's the slingshot maneuver just like Apollo. They go around the moon in a way that gravity just brings them back, as I understand it. Although they can do return trajectory correction burns as necessary. They can do that. Yeah, I mean, I'll probably be on live when they go around the moon. So we'll have more coverage of that. Trent says, we choose to go to the moon. Are they going around the moon twice? I don't know how many times they're going around the moon. Are they? I thought they were just they were going once. How would they? Because they're not orbiting the moon, I don't believe. And if they're not orbiting, they would have to power themselves. They're doing a flyby. Does anyone know? We have some space experts in our chat. Clark says they are doing sorry, not Clark. Clark is watching. Thank Clark. Ben Tuttle says they are doing a free return trajectory and not going into orbit. Lone Wolf says they are doing a slingshot back to Earth. Ramshackle says they're just looping once around the moon. I'm checking the Middle East for updates. Middle East, the Middle Eastern news outlets. There was an article in The Economist today, which I haven't even looked at. How would American ground forces take Karg? They say Donald Trump says the war may end soon, but he is capable of feints. Remember, Karg Island is the island Iran exports about 90% of its oil from that island. Hang on one moment. Before I talk about that and get your thoughts on that, let me just check a couple things here. I see Iranian state media is posting a number of like Democratic politicians posted negative things about Trump's speech, Democratic politicians, and Iranian state media is just reposting a bunch of these Democratic posts about it. Two different Iranian state media outlets I've seen have reposted Chuck Schumer's criticism of the speech. Let's see here. Ooh, what's going on now? Oh, some rocket alert or drone alert in northern Israel. Got a drone alert there. Let's talk about. I just want to look at this Economist article. So the Economist has an article about Karg Island. They say, okay. So you have a Marine Expeditionary Unit of around 2,500 Marines has already gotten to the Middle East recently. Another Marine Expeditionary Unit will arrive in a couple weeks from California. Around 2,000 paratroopers have been ordered to the region as well. It's interesting. Oh, this is very interesting. So, we've had a question in our chat, which is if the U.S. tried to take Karg Island, how would the troops get there, right? Which is a good question. So, by the way, thanks to Michelle Batten for the Facebook stars. Thank you, Michelle. I really appreciate that. So let me turn down that volume a little bit. It's a little loud. Well, it's not that loud. But just to remind you of where this is. Hang on. So here is Karg Island right there. But we're talking about, one moment. It's in the Persian Gulf. So if you're going to bring troops over there on ships, they got to go through the Strait of Hormuz, where they could get attacked. So we've been thinking maybe they would come from planes. Now, The Economist says that if an assault with planes would be risky, Karg has an airstrip, but Iran could bomb that. And since the airstrip is the obvious drop zone for paratroopers, Iranian forces would surely be waiting for them there. So why is an airstrip the obvious drop zone? Why couldn't they drop somewhere else? That's what I'm wondering. Flat, no obstacles, says Gormindi. I understand what you're saying there. Flat, I asked Gemini AI, one thing it said was flat, clear ground. Also, they can bundle equipment quickly there. Barry thinks everywhere else would be covered with defensive positions. Well, listen to this. So they thought it was. So the Economist said soldiers would probably attack Karg via helicopter. The Pentagon would probably establish a nearby staging area where helicopters could be refueled, boosting their rate of sorties. The assault helicopters would need surveillance aircraft, warplanes, and attack helicopters as escorts. Anyways, Chucky thinks there's no good way to go about it. Getting the troops to Karg is only the first step. Then they would have to clear and hold it under fire from Iran. Reportedly, there are anti-personnel mines on the island. And this is interesting. If the U.S. presumably would want to put some air defense systems on the island to protect them from, things like missiles and drones, but they have to get the air defense systems there. Given their weight and the distances involved, landing ships might be required to move the defense systems onto the island. That leaves soldiers vulnerable. One option is to rely on attack helicopters and fighter jets circling overhead, striking Iranian missiles or drone teams. Wow. But that could tie up large numbers of aircraft for an indefinite period. I've seen the suggestion that America's forces could use Karg's oil infrastructure as cover, like digging in around the pipelines and storage tanks. Then Iran would have to decide whether to destroy its own infrastructure. Oh. They also talk about issues with supplying the troops on the island. Also, would taking Karg Island, what would that accomplish? They say, The Economist says Iran could shut off the pipelines to the island. Perhaps they could divert about a quarter. Supposedly, if they used other terminals, they could ship out about a quarter of what they could ship out via Karg. I mean, there's that question of would Iran feel so much pressure on their economy if Trump had Karg Island to open the Strait of Hormuz? I don't know. But Sharkingly says there's a small city on the island. I think about 8,000 people live on the island. But yeah, there is just that question of how dangerous it would be for the troops. And if they have to stay there day after day after day, I would assume the island would become a target. See all this area over here. There's a cinema temporarily closed. If you want to read that article, you can go to The Economist and go to How Would American Ground Forces Take Karg? We read another article earlier today on this stream talking about how difficult it would be to for the U.S. to go into Iran and try to get the buried enriched uranium. How that could take weeks or months and have all kinds of difficult aspects to it. Now, President Trump said in his speech tonight, he said that would take months, and he said we're watching them overhead, which suggested that he wasn't going to do something like that, but who knows. Bead Eye says they will go to Isfahan and secure the nuke stuff. I don't know if the nuke stuff, is it at Isfahan? The article we talked about before mentioned a couple sites. I can't remember. That was the Washington Post article. Shrek says Iran had so much time to prepare for an attack, it's not coming as a surprise anymore. They should have taken Karg Island right away on day one of the war. Now it's too late, thinks Shrek. The article in the Washington Post said that more than half of the enriched uranium is believed to be stored at a nuclear facility outside Isfahan. What happened to the camera? Need to make an adjustment. There was an interesting article. The Financial Times had an article recently that said the last known shipment of jet fuel from to the UK from the Middle East is expected to arrive this week. They said UK industry consultants said analysts say airlines in the UK will start to be hit at the end of April if the supply constraints persist. I have showed you several articles where experts said, if this goes on long enough, oil prices will keep going up and eventually they will go high enough to force people to use less oil because there just is a shortfall. There's been a bunch of oil that's not on the market anymore because the Strait of Hormuz is closed. So you'll have to balance out demand and supply, with supply being less than demand. So the price will have to go up. And it'll go up to a point that people use it less. Marshall says they say $150 per barrel. You know, we don't know, but what? Hold on. Oh, there was an interesting thing in Politico the other day, too. Was it yesterday? Where is it here? Politico Europe said that the European Commission Energy Commissioner urged people to work from home, drive and fly less, and for EU countries to urgently roll out renewables, warning of a prolonged energy crisis as a result of the war. Politico said in a speech with echoes of the early days of the coronavirus pandemic, the EU energy commissioner said Europe was facing a very serious situation with no clear end in sight. Yes, Hugh Crumman says there's a lot of fertilizer shipped through the straits. We've talked about that before. You can see for the UN. Fertilizer disruptions raise risks for food security in trade. The ongoing conflict is disrupting energy and fertilizer flows, with measurable impacts on costs and growing risks for food systems, trade, and vulnerable economies. Natural gas is a key input in the production of nitrogen-based fertilizers. As gas prices rise, fertilizer production costs increase, says the United Nations. Prices for nitrogen-based fertilizers have already risen significantly. They say disruptions to both fertilizer inputs and trade flows are already pushing prices higher, particularly for nitrogen-based fertilizers. Fertilizer use is essential for agricultural production and trade worldwide. And the United Nations also says historical patterns show that increases in energy prices are typically followed by higher fertilizer prices. Persistently high fertilizer costs can in turn affect food supply, particularly when inputs become less affordable for producers. Clark WX thinks it all means higher prices for everything. Excuse me. I got louder. It's going to be very interesting to see what happens over the next week or two with oil prices. It seems like from tonight that a lot of the investors were thinking that that the war would end very soon. And what if it doesn't? Shrek says helium is needed as a coolant in the chips production. That's also being affected. Our viewer Evira says, I work for an international vegetable seed company, and farmers are more worried about fertilizer than they are about the price of diesel. CBS News had an article a couple days ago saying that the war is threatening the world supply of helium and aluminum, which are used in things like semiconductors, medical equipment, and every other everyday goods. Helium is a byproduct of natural gas processing. And only a handful of countries produce helium. One representative of a helium company told CBS News, everything from vehicle chips to iPhones will definitely be affected. Blue Rooster thinks Strait will be open by the weekend. That's what Blue Rooster thinks. Seems like that would require there to be some kind of deal, because I don't know that the American military is going to get this somehow force the Strait open by the weekend. Noble Investor says LMAO, no way. Hold on a second here. Awakes thinks nothing is going back to normal for the foreseeable future. Chris N says you never know when a deal could come. Thanks to Jeremiah Merrill for being a member. I appreciate that, Jeremiah. What was I going to look at here? I was going to look at something. And I can't remember. Hold on here. Oh. I know. Maybe I'll put Israel time up there. Dr. McRaven says, I don't think we'll be going back to normal after this. Lamp standing thinks Iran economy is a week or two away from eternal collapse. Yeah, I don't really have a good sense of what's going on there. I mean, that's a great question. Has Trump destroyed any Iranian bridges, says Relaxation Time? I haven't heard about any destroyed, but I don't know for sure. Bitcoin has, Israel has, says Jeff's Journey. I have no idea. Give me a moment here. Hey, Fat Wong, it's a YouTube issue, and they're supposed to fix it soon. It's a YouTube issue with the channel. They know about it, and they say they will be fixing it soon. I'm sorry about that. I appreciate you asking about it. It's been pretty eventful tonight, though. We saw both the launch of the Artemis and Trump's speech. Erica is king thinks Iranians hate America now more than ever. I can't speak for all Iranians. There probably are some who dislike them more. There might be some who like them more because they feel that they're going after the regime. Flying High says, I cannot see Iranians rising up unarmed. Maybe we'll give it a few minutes here to see if anything pops up. But we can always, come back on later in the evening if there's something big. I am planning on streaming tomorrow, certainly. Black Irish thinks Trump will not send ground troops because he won't be able to, basically because he won't be able to get the U.S. population to support it. He also thinks that Black Irish thinks a small group of voices convinced Trump that once the bombing commenced, millions of Iranians would take to the streets and would overthrow the regime. That's what Black Irish thinks. Black Irish thinks Trump is looking for a way out ASAP. That's what our viewer thinks. Thank you, Black Irish, for writing in. I should have mentioned this before. I didn't. One of the viewers, Nicholas, just wrote me about it, and I've seen it other places. But I should have mentioned to you guys that the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center said that there was no more tsunami worries from the 7.4 earthquake. The tsunami threat has now largely passed. They said minor sea level fluctuations of up to 0.3 meters, about a foot above and below the normal tide, may continue over the next few hours. And also our viewer SS mentioned the kidnapped journalist. I haven't heard any updates on her. That happened when we were off the air. I haven't heard any updates today about it recently. Reporter who was kidnapped in Baghdad is known for pursuing gutsy, low-budget assignments. American freelance journalist Shelley Kittleson often works without formal assignments from editors and on a shoestring budget, taking shared taxis to lawless corners of Iraq where militia rule outweighs government control. She has lived abroad for years and has a respected journalism career. She vanished on Tuesday after being forced into a car by two men at a busy Baghdad intersection. Deeply curious and self-directed, she often embeds herself in local communities, sometimes staying with families rather than in hotels. Hours before she was kidnapped, Kittleson met a friend in Baghdad's Karada neighborhood and said she had received a warning. U.S. officials had told her a militia group intended to target her. She did not believe the threat was credible. Richard said she lived a dangerous life. I hope she's okay. I haven't heard anything about her new. That is Shelley Kittleson. Yes, there is a video. Nathaniel says there's a video of her being taken. I'm aware of that too. Daniel Lombard says, look at the stock futures all red. Yeah, we discussed that before. As to right now, I'm seeing futures of, I'll tell you in a sec. Dow down 1, NASDAQ like 1.5, S&P 500 in between the other two. Michelle Lauzon says, Trump did not talk NATO tonight. He talked out of talking NATO. Demetrius Williams says, one tweet away, markets will rebound. Ooh. Abu Dhabi authorities have responded to an incident in the vicinity of the Khalifa economic zones following the successful interception of a missile by air defense systems, which resulted in minor damage and no injuries. Was it really minor damage? I don't know. Brad says, I love the smell of market manipulation in the morning. Some of our viewers are mentioning the price of Bitcoin. Roughly around 66.5. It's down about 2,000 since Trump's speech. What is the saying we use here when talking about this? It's a marathon, not a sprint, guys. A marathon, not a sprint. By the way, our viewer Formula fan said Trump's address ties in perfectly with Australian Prime Minister's address that warned of significant pain ahead. They are setting the conditions. It's bad news from here on. Old man yells at cloud, says Iran is going to be in the Stone Age soon. Trump did not talk about his April 6th deadline for them to open the strait, or he would attack their energy infrastructure. He had posted that in a tweet days ago. He didn't talk about it in the speech. He said if they don't agree to a deal, he's going to attack their electrical power plants. They're power plants. But he did not talk about April 6th. All right, I think we're getting to that point. I think we're getting to that point right now. I don't have many updates at the moment. Now, who knows? I could get off the air and something huge would happen. But I think we're getting to that point. And I don't know what the deadline is about a deal. That's a good question, Carl Anderson. I can't tell you that. President Trump said 2 to 3 weeks they're going to be there. So I think we should maybe start wrapping this up. But as I mentioned, I will be looking out for updates. And if there's some huge update, I will come on the air. All good on Artemis. I haven't heard anything catastrophic, but I haven't been watching. So I'll be keeping an eye on that too. We'll be keeping an eye on everything. But I appreciate everybody joining our stream. We will have more streaming for you. Everything's all messed up here. Shirt's all messed up. But again, more coverage to come. The conference is over. So I'll be doing coverage probably tomorrow, I would think. So I hope you can join then. Subscribe, follow the channel if you want. Agenda Free TV, we cover all kinds of live breaking news without an agenda. And I would also suggest turn on the notifications for the channel, because I don't know when something big in news is going to happen. I'm going to rush on the air. So if you don't want to miss an update, if you don't want to miss breaking news coverage, sign up for our free notifications. It's easy. You sign up once. You get sent a notification every time. They work awesome. Our mods will post the links to the notifications, the link to the notification in the chat to sign up. You can also find the sign up for the notifications in the description of this video on YouTube and Facebook. So make sure you do that, I would suggest. But I really appreciate everybody tuning in and also people sending in their news updates. And we read a lot of comments tonight and got a lot of questions. So I like that we were able to do a lot of viewer comments tonight. That was good. And it was good to hear everybody's comments about President Trump's speech. And I'm sure we're going to have more developments to come. So we are going to be covering it. And what was I going to say? Oh, I will post updates on my X account, which is @Lookner. You can follow me there for breaking news updates. I'll be posting stuff when I'm off the air. @Lookner on X. Hold on a second. @Lookner on X. Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. I wanted to do this. There, that's what it looks like. @Lookner on X. Oopsie. I was going to put the link in the chat. That got all messed up. I just put the link in the chat. There it is. Okay. Hey, huge thanks to our moderators. Oh my gosh. A lot of people in the chat tonight, and we can only have chat rooms because of our moderators. They're the ones who keep it respectful and civil and under control, even though we have people with all kinds of views there in the chat. Did they fix the toilet? One of our viewers claimed that they fixed the toilet on Artemis. Thank you, Whitney Katz, for your support. Hold on, I'm looking up about the... Did they just say they fixed the toilet? I haven't seen that reported yet, but I haven't been watching. Did they just say it on the stream or something? Where did you find this out? People must have heard it on their stream, right? No, wrong, right? Just reported on NASA YouTube? Like just reported? Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. I'm going to play it for you. Ready? Listen. This is from the NASA stream coming up. You're going to hear it in a second.
NASA astronaut Christina Cook reporting they had a successful test of the toilet.
And Integrity Houston, Christina for toilet troubleshooting next step.
Well, they had a successful test of it.
Okay, we're going to have you reactivate toilet with the removing the urine hose from the cradle. Please allow it to run for 1 minute, then add 250 milliliters of water, and then allow it to run for at least another 30 seconds and report how that went.
It worked, right? Hold on.
Continuing to execute those tests to make sure the toilet is up and running properly.
Seems like it's getting there. Seems like it's getting there. That's got to suck when you just get up there. You're up there for a couple hours and you realize, oh, the toilet doesn't work. But it looks like it's working right now. Hey, by the way, shout out to our moderators. Hold on. Before I do that, thank you TE88 for the memberships, because TE88 just gave
also
20
on the
people.
timeline for the crew tonight is an AGA reading or an anomaly gas
TE88.
analyzer checkout. They will test.
Hold on. You can go to NASA on YouTube, and they're showing the live mission coverage there, and you can listen in, which is kind of neat, actually, if you want to watch that. TE88, PFCR, thank you so much, who gave 20 people memberships. Oh, my gosh. So nice of you for all the memberships, TE88. I'll thank other people in a second, but I really appreciate you. But I want to thank our moderators again, because we had a lot of people in the chat, and we couldn't have the chats without our moderators. They really allow us to have people with different views chatting and keep it under control. So Roberts, May Queen, and Ruth, and Beth, Mythical, Leslie Lady Hawk, all of our other YouTube moderators, huge thank you. And our Twitch moderators, like Sarah, Good Luck Duck, I Got That Fire, Matthew Kohai 3, all of our other Twitch moderators, big thanks. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha on X, Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley, Paul Anderson. I feel like I'm missing somebody. I feel like I'm missing some person. Well, they'll let me know in the chat. But I can see them there. Thank you. And all of our other moderators who've been modding, thank you. Oxytrophus posted the frog sitting on a toilet. Oh, Oxytrophus in Twitch? My gosh. Wow. TE88, I'm not joking you. TE88 PFCR just gave 50 people memberships. Whoa, look at that. Look at all of the new members on YouTube. TE88 rewarded the members for staying around for good nights. Wow. Look at all the new members. Please thank TE88 for the memberships, because that is super generous. Thank you so much. By the way, thanks also Mr. Mac for subscribing on Twitch. Thanks everybody for supporting the channel tonight. That's so nice of you. Speaking of which, we just got 5 more memberships from Pace. Pace 804 gave 5 people memberships. Thank you, Pace. Very kind of you. So thanks for all your support of the channel. That is what allows the channels to exist, is your support. So really nice of you guys. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And just give me a moment here. By the way, I do want to mention that we have another good way to... Oh, thanks also, Pace. It's 804, right? Pace 804? Or is it B04? Or is it Pace B04? It's 804. Pace 804 just gave... Oops. We lost our Beirut feed for a moment. We can make... we'll make the Tel Aviv one bigger. Another good way to find out when we're live is to follow us on X. If you are on X, because we're on X, and I post on the X account every time I go live, give you an early heads up. I post updates about the channel there at Agenda Free TV on X. At Agenda Free TV. Feel free to follow us over there. We do have a chat. We have a free chat where you can chat with other viewers when we're not on the air on Discord, the Agenda Free TV fan Discord. A lot of our viewers like doing that. Feel free to check that out. It's the same link as the free notifications link. So check out the Discord chat, and big thank you to our Discord mods who help out in our chat. Thank you so much. Excuse me. And also, you know what I just realized? Well, it's possible I could end up traveling on the day of the moon flyby. I don't know. Well, if it happens, it happens. Whatever. We'll see. If I'm around and if I'm not traveling, I will cover the moon flyby if they have footage. Also for those who watch on Facebook, or on YouTube. For those who watch on YouTube, I would suggest turn on the YouTube notifications. Good way to find out when we're live over there. And the way to do that is, you'll see in a second how to do that. The way to do that is you got to subscribe to the channel and then click the bell and choose all notifications. Subscribe to the channel, click the bell, choose all notifications. If you're already subscribed, make sure you click the bell and choose all notifications. We got to shout out some people here. Shout out to our Facebook subscribers. Paul Anderson. Sorry, Paul's one of our moderators. Thanks, Paul, for moderating. Our subscribers like Diane Allworth and Robert Rial II and Sharon Klassen-Gosselin and Christy Claft and David Brazier and Dolly Clark, Kay Lowry, Bonnie Margaret Riley, all of our Facebook subscribers, Juliana Martin, all the other ones, Iva Lynn Berry Speedell, thank you. Everybody for subscribing over there and supporting the channel. Thank you so much. And our Twitch subscribers, thank you. Like Mr. Mac, Gonzalez, Shell Ghost, and Wall Street and Shaggy and Seed Music. R. Vondor, and G. Slayer, Thrildum, Midtown Mike, Twitcher, Hugh J, and Sharkingly, set to and hold on a second. Midtown Mike, I said. Matthew Kohai 3, thank you. Ivory John, and all of our other subscribers. Thank you so much for subscribing over there on Twitch. And our YouTube members, huge thanks like CAC and VC Gamer and Chris Renfro, Dr. McRib, Elm 2207, SNN Haruna Q, Deadwing Turned Off, Dr. McRib, Chucky T. Plague, Chili Lime, CAC, Hugh Crummond, Berry, Daisy Clementine Love, SNN, EIM, Joseph S.A., BC Gamer, I think I said that already, Fiona Diamond, Berry, of course, TE88. So kind of you. All those memberships. Thank you, TE88. So nice of you. And 86 GOP, and Deadwing, Patricia Grace, Cosmic Brownies, Eddie C., Hugh Crummond, Allison Fowler, Pace 804, Seco, and all of our other YouTube members. Super Stoiber. Uh-oh, do we have a missile alert? If there is a missile alert, I'll stay on for it. That's what I do at the end if that happens. There's an early warning, so we'll stay on for the early warning. This is what I usually do. It's northern Israel, so I'm not going to have a camera for this. So you might want to look on Intel cams, because I don't have a northern Israel camera. Thank you, Allison, for watching. So we will cover the missile alert. I feel like this happens frequently, where we're getting off the air when it's light there, and then there's a missile alert. Bonus coverage, says Corn Dog. Let me just check something. Should be another couple minutes before those alerts actually come in. This is a launch from Iran. Launch from Iran. Enigma says, yes, seems to happen often. Let's go back to the map. Let's go back to the map. We're waiting for the missile alerts. We have early warning alerts. Waiting for the missile alerts. You might want to keep an eye on Intel cams. Any moment now, you're going to see the missile alerts pop up there. Yes, they're showing. Is that a view of Earth from Artemis right now? One of our viewers said. Is that what it is? I don't know. Earth or the moon? I don't know. I just looked at it. One of the viewers said it was Earth. Someone will say in the chat. Someone else will confirm. It's an Earth? Yes, people are saying it's Earth in the chat. If you go to YouTube NASA, just go to YouTube. Yeah, I'll post the link to it. It's just NASA. Oh, here's the alert. We have Haifa and areas around Haifa. So if you look on Intel cams, you might see stuff in northern Israel. Is there a Haifa camera? There is a Haifa camera on Intel cams. There's two of them. Anyone seen anything? Oopsie. By the way, thanks to all of our ex-viewers like Don Coe and Factor Fiction and Erica is King. Thanks to our ex-viewers. Still got those alerts there. Somewhat damaged. Thanks for watching on X. Anyone see anything on Intel cams? I'm looking at Intel cams right now. I think I just saw a bird fly by. Anything? Not yet, says Allison. I was about to sign off and this alert happened, this missile alert for northern Israel. So I said I'm staying on and covering it. Patricia Gray says nothing yet. Maybe it got intercepted already. I don't know. Wolf of the West says, not seeing anything. So they've disappeared. No more alerts on the screen. Now I'm going to just look and see what I see reported. Thanks to our ex-viewer, Sweet Blue Denise. Waiting to hear some reports about that missile wave. I don't know if maybe a missile got intercepted or something. I don't know. Thank you, Ventura Highway, for watching on X. Thanks, Doug Stephen, for watching, and Francesco Desi and Andrea Holder. Andrea was moderating too. I forgot about Andrea. Thank you, Andrea. I have heard no reports yet about this latest wave. Looking for more. Thanks, Chris Script, for watching there over on X. Guys, we're getting close. Yeah, Tim M., I will probably be live tomorrow. I'm guessing I will be live with coverage tomorrow. No reporting yet about the latest missile alert in northern Israel. I am waiting to give you some sort of update on that. Let's see. N12 News says, MDA says no reports of casualties at this stage. That's according to the MDA. All right, I am wrapping up. I'm going to get some rest. But again, I really appreciate you guys joining our live stream. If you missed the launch, or you missed Artemis launch, or you missed President Trump speaking, you can rewind and watch it. And really appreciate you guys being here. And we will have more coverage coming up. Excuse me, for you soon, all right? And if something huge happens when I'm not on the air, I'll jump back on the air. All right, that's it for now. Thanks for watching. We'll see you soon with more live breaking news coverage right here at Agenda Free TV.